After 4 exciting days of ECS England, it comes down to this finals day, and the top 3 of the club sides have qualified, and they will meet NCCA, which is essentially the heart of the England 11, the ultimate challenge for English supremacy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS England finals day, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, it has been a season of firsts in so many ways. We'll have our first ever ECS England finals day, of course, first ever time we've played a European cricket series in the UK at all. So it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We are going to start the day with the eliminator. So funnily enough, we had 3 teams qualify from the club kind of qualifying in this event. They will meet NCCA to kind of form this top 4 today. So these 2 teams actually finished 2nd and 3rd. It's Twickenham versus Spencer. 2 teams will show, 1 will have to go. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Jared, filling in for Ian Ramage today, is going to do the honours. Let's see who wins it.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss. Spencer, the away team, you'll call.
Heads, please.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We'll bowl first. Thank you.
All right. Twickenham won the toss and they will bowl.
Thank you.
So it is the Don Manuelgi of Twickenham who's won the toss. He's elected to bowl first, so wants to chase. Seems to be a bit of a trend here. Just at least know what you have to do. Also, we've had some issues, I think, with teams batting first, losing early wickets all the way around. Now, both these teams had 1 washout in their 8 group matches, but very different looking records. Twickenham 5 and 2, Spencer 2 and 5. So obviously Twickenham, I think, do have to go in favourites. A lot just depends on who performs on the day. And the thing is, in this form of the game, I think one player can win you a game. So I honestly think this game is a bit closer than the numbers would suggest. Let's talk weather. Now, it's a little bit grey and menacing right now, and there could be a chance of a shower a little bit later on. Hopefully it stays away. Obviously, we had some issues last night with the last 2 matches having to be abandoned due to weather. I think the field's held up pretty well. The ground staff working around the clock to get the field up to scratch. So we'll start on time, and fingers crossed that the weather is kind to us. Charlie Hunt is standing by. Well, Rika unfortunately can't be here because he's already heading to Cyprus, where the European Cricket Series will continue tomorrow. We never really stop here at ECM, but Charlie Hunt, let's go over to you now. Eliminator toss news. I can tell you Twickenham have won the toss. They're going to bowl first against Spencer. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ever ECS England finals day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a beautiful Rains Park here, southwest London. It's the host of the final day of action. And what a day it is set to be. Fingers crossed, of course, for the weather. Let's run you through how we got to where we are today. Yesterday, of course, it was a day that was eventually affected by a little bit of rain. Spencer took on Tunbridge Wells in game 1. Daniel Adams at the top, though, for Spencer. He was crucial, wasn't he? But unfortunately, they just couldn't get there, as it was a bit of a last ball thriller. You can see there, he didn't need it, as it was a 1-wicket victory. Somehow, Tunbridge Wells, it was, of course, the number 11 of Malaga who got that 6 and a 4 to get them underway. Spencer then came back as they were looking to get a bit of a comeback, and they certainly did that. Hornchurch, this time, for the first time, got up to that 100-plus score. 141 they finished on. Of course, Arthur George and Mervyn Westfield coming in for the first time, got some runs, didn't he? But Elliot Deeks, yet again, Daniel Adams proving very, very crucial. Jens Wagstaff as well was very helpful with that 17 off just the 5 deliveries. As that was a pretty easy one in the end of the day. And then, well, the third game of the day was an interesting one, wasn't it? Wimbledon, they took on Tunbridge Wells, and this one was one of those where if Tunbridge Wells could maybe just make a bit of a surprise announcement with that game against Wimbledon, maybe they could have got into that top 3, but it wasn't meant to be. It was a pretty, well, I say comfortable. Realistically, it wasn't. There were times where just maybe the Wimbledon were looking a little bit shaky, but they ended up getting it within the 7 overs, and they were able to go ahead and get the 4 points. That meant that they would jump up to the top of the table. And they were pretty content with that. And then this one, well, I wasn't here for this, but unfortunately it was abandoned, wasn't it? There was nada after the first 10, and the rain just came and came and came, and that was all she wrote, which did mean that, unfortunately for Tunbridge Wells, it's a horrible way to go. They miss out due to net run rate. It will be Twickenham, Spencer and Wimbledon who will get through, of course, to today in the first game of the day, as Vinny did mention there, Twickenham taking on Spencer. The two unknowns that were coming into this tournament, however, boy, have they impressed. And let's have a look at the two lineups then. Ben Ellis comes in for Twickenham. As for Spencer, no real drastic changes for them. Looking forward to seeing the likes of David Mansfield, Daniel Adams as well, and Freddie Haller. Do keep an eye out for him. But the Don, of course, the skipper, Francis Warre as well for Twickenham, so crucial. Patrick Dixon has got a couple of scores in that 50 area, so do keep an eye out for him as well. But a pleasure to have you here on what is, well, let's be honest, a cold, wet and windy morning here in southwest London. Classic English weather. As, well, fingers crossed, we get all of our games in, of course, today. But it's a pleasure to have everybody here today. And I know a few slowly starting to make their way in, of course, but we are expecting, hopefully, a somewhat dry day. I think it's just going to be one of those grey, windy ones, I'm afraid. And it's one of those that you're just going to have to make the most of. But of course, players making their way out, and good to see, of course, Eugene Berger back in for Twickenham. Again, started the week well, didn't he, with the ball? He was taking wickets pretty frequently. He's also pretty handy at the top of the order with the bat in hand. So certainly is an opportunity for him to come back and maybe, just maybe, do the unthinkable for Twickenham. Of course, well, Spencer, they'll be hoping that realistically, after getting in some interesting way, that they can maybe upset the supercomputer. Well, the supercomputer's been heavily used, of course, but once again, you do have to feel that Twickenham probably are the more likely of the two to make the most of this first game. Of course, in this eliminator, it is do or die for both these sides. Good to see our two umpires out there. The men in black, I have to say, looking rather chilly. You can understand as to why. It is the classic English weather in May, of course. Not far away from June, in all honesty, but still, nevertheless, good to see that we're out there. Of course, a huge credit to our ground staff that have been so helpful over the course of this week, to be honest with you. If it wasn't for them, I don't think we would have got as half the games in as we maybe should have. There's Francois out there, of course. But we're almost ready to get things underway. It is going to be Ben Ellis, comes in for his first involvement. He's chucked the ball at the top of the order. Let's get finals day underway then. Twickenham taking on Spencer. And this one is just going to get put down. It was a tough chance for the fielder out there, and in all fairness, he did well to even get a hand to this, but he's probably stopped 4. But Adams will get off the mark straight away with a single this time around. Adams, of course, and DeCanny comes back in for Spencer. Of course, got to remember that. That's a big in. Missed the last couple of days, but he'll be happy that the boys, whilst he left them here, the boys were able to just get over the line. It was not far away for being a short week for them. But nevertheless, they're here, and they're looking to try and get up towards that, or get into that second qualifier, of course. And it certainly is. If they're going to do it, one of these sides are going to get to the final and win this competition, they would have to do it the hard way. Of course, of Wimbledon, they get the double chance. Of course, they take on the NCCA, though. This is nicely played. Stay in that corridor run, certainly. The Don! You can't keep him out of the game. If this was hit, he was gone, was DeCarney. And that, I tell you what, if you got him without scoring, you'd argue Twickenham already 1-0 up. Good delivery, though. Wonder how the batters are feeling about the old white Under Armour with a white ball. You can see that would have been gone for all money. Makes his ground, and they'll come through for a very scrappy single. I'll tell you what, that's much better. Just dangles this one outside the off yet again, not having any issues adjusting to the right-hand, left-hand combination at the top of the order for Spencer. Ben Ellis, very impressed with what he's brought up so far. Only the first couple of deliveries, of course, but plenty of opportunity for him here to really make a name for himself in this tournament, you feel. Oh, well, the deliveries have been good, but this time the batting is better. Gets a little bit funky, does Adams, and well, that's kind of been the story of the tournament. Everything's been pretty much behind square. And not because of edges. Normally that's what you'd expect. This time around it's meant to be down there. Nice shot for Adams. That will be the first boundary, then a finals day. Good start for him. Found form though at the right time, you'd argue, wouldn't you, after yesterday? 250 plus scores, which will certainly help his stats, of course. One thing that hasn't really been discussed is the old MVP shout. Someone that you've got to, and it's not really been a batting heavy day, or week I should say. It's very much been the bowlers that have often performed at a higher level. It's going to be a wide though. As I say, the bowlers are performing better. Chuck in a filthy wide, why don't we? Yeah, a bit of drizzle is expected throughout the day. Just first real signs of it here this morning. Of course, the cube is, well, for those that have been here, it is open. Open plan is how I like to put it. And again, back of a length. That's that length that really, really is tricky to get away. That heavy length. And Adams yesterday probably would have been pulling that for 6, but just I think with the overhead conditions and also just the fact that there is a bit of a breeze, and I'll tell you what, it is blowing. I don't say it's a breeze, but it's definitely a bit more of just a basic wind. It looks to get funky again, and we'll turn this round the corner. It's a good way to end the over. Then it'll be a couple of bounces and 4 runs. It's not a bad one for either side. 11, probably, if they continue at this rate, they're going to get to about a pass total. But it will be 11 without loss then after the first. And these are the total stats, of course, powered by our partners at HL Software. You can see there that maximum rate. It dropped to just 8.8 yesterday at the start of yesterday's play, but back up to 9.3. You can see there, though, of course, the total runs. Will we get up to what could be 4,000? You never know, but at the moment, I reckon we might just fall short of it. But good to see a couple of the NCCA boys just turning up, of course, and they're probably thinking 3 days ago, some of these lads were playing against Sussex, and if they were in this weather, they probably would have been playing. But here we play, and we get the game going. Mather, well, I'll tell you what, Mather, this man is a bit of a club legend already, just simply off the basis of this week. Played superbly well in that last game for them, in that last over thriller. And, well, that was, of course, if you look back on it, if you go back to comms, all you'll hear is Vinny saying, come on, I want you to chase this because I want to, we've got a booking. But, yeah, Mather was able to restrict them, wasn't he? Did a great job at it as well. Here is Mather then. Oh, and he's taken a tumble. And they're going to turn and take on the single as well. Well, a direct hit here. I think he's comfortably in. There's a slight appeal from Mohamed Ahmad, of course, back behind the stump. So no Sanjit Sandhu. And I know Vinny, that will upset him. And in fact, I just think he's, in fact, just sulking in the corner a little bit just because Sanjit's not playing. And Mather just having a word there with the ump. Just maybe not too happy with what he's come in there. He went full pelt into it. It is, I have mentioned it. I know I get the nickname the Weatherman, but in England it's kind of hard not to. It's all us English do is we will just sit there and discuss the weather. It's a great topic conversation starter. They're not happy, is he? He's just saying. Now you have to feel though he did come in full pelt, and the umpires are out there talking. Of course, I know in that last game the rain did stop, but it was just that heavy. I left that ground after the third game, and I was in central London as I had to pop in, and that heavy rain was sort of just flowed right through the city from north all the way down to south, and you could almost see it on the train as it was going, sort of ripping through. What's happening here, Mather? Is Mather not going to finish his over here? He's not a happy chap. I'm not too sure if he might have picked up an injury here or if he's just not happy with the conditions of the wicket at the moment. But nevertheless, they're going to change it up here. So I reckon they're probably going to go to Rashid Malazda here. Now, Rashid is a good in and did miss out on a couple of the last games, but was so crucial for them in more than just one way though. With bat and ball, a genuine all-rounder. There's a few of them in the tournament, but genuine all-rounder. Scored a couple of runs in a game when no one else around him could really get a start. Nevertheless, though, he's going to have to come on and he's going to finish. He's almost got 5 deliveries, but it's essentially a full over. But I wonder if we'll have to try and get a little bit more information on that one on Mather as to what the situation is out there. But if he doesn't go on to bowl anymore in this game, that really could be a slight victory for Spencer. So 12 for none then after that first delivery of this second over. It is Malazda, and he could pick up a wicket here, and well, it's Mather underneath this. Oh, and he's put it down. Oh dear, he's almost tipped it over the bar. He doesn't. Well, he's definitely not injured. He might be now on the back of the head, but yeah, he's taken one there. He might have to have a little look at him here, because that one is sore. Yeah, that really he was pedaling back, and the momentum just sort of took him head over heels realistically. And he'll probably be annoyed that he didn't catch it, but look at this. It's a genuine, oh, that's not nice. That is not nice at all. And, well, if he wasn't injured earlier, but now I reckon he's going to be the old concussion test here. And you can just see there that they're giving him a minute here, and it's the right thing to do, because he went down with some force. And listen, he's a tall man. It's a long way down for him. You can just see, just giving himself a moment or two here just to have a look and just to get things going here. And it will be a good time just to bring back, or welcome for the first time, I should say, Vinny Sandu into the commentary box.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Well, I mean, he was a little bit concerned, I think, about his footing. So he said, look, to be cautious, I'm not going to continue this over. The universe works in mysterious ways. The very next ball, he has a hanger, and that is look, at least, you know, this is pretty lush turf here. So that's something, but I don't know if we can show this again. So here, see, he doesn't have his hands really to break his fall too much, and then bang, that's definitely something that, I mean, rightly so, getting over there, and the concussion protocols will be put in place for Adam Mather. You hate to see it, but it's not the kind of incident you want to see too much of. But does give us an opportunity maybe to welcome you into the commentary box for the first time. Want to give a warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Charlie Hunt on finals day, the first ever ECS England. Charlie, I know you just came in, and we'll talk about that, why that is in a moment.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to say a big thank you to Sarah Dawson and Julian, of course, who have made us a beautiful lemon cake for us and the crew. So thank you so much. Honestly, I've been humbled by the support we've had this week.
Unbelievable.
They've been absolutely incredible. And I know it's pretty hectic. I haven't got over there as much as I would have liked because of the crazy pace of the games here. Obviously, people realise that once they get here on the ground. But that's very, very kind. I want to thank you for your hospitality, and we definitely will give that a good home. We might even get over and share that in a little while. Tim Reedman is in as well. Said hello to me before the game as well. So hello to you, Tim. And hopefully you want to keep enjoying this adventure with us here on ECN. It's been crazy so far. Charlie, why don't we have a look at what's coming up today? Because we can show you today's schedule, which actually kind of lays out how it works. And I had a few questions about NCCA and why are they in that game.
Yep.
I'll come to that in a minute. But Twickenham Spencer here playing the eliminator. Wimbledon finished top, so they get double chance. And look, the reason is that, well, the NCCA obviously essentially the crux of the England 11. So the clubs here have essentially been playing for I suppose, the right to challenge NCCA for the English supremacy. So that's why NCCA go into Qualifier 1. And the question was, why don't they go into the eliminator? It was because we wanted to guarantee that they would play at least 2 games. So that was the thinking. So NCCA will play 2 or 3 because I guess the idea of them being in the tournament, you don't want to just play in the one game. So it is a bit different, I will say that. But that's just the way it's going to be today. Wimbledon versus NCCA should be a cracking game, by the way. Now, look, out there, I think Adam Mather's coming off the field. I think it makes sense. He's just being sat up. And that's Yoz over there with him. Now, Yoz, I know a lot of it was talked about my maiden. And I don't want to be the first to bring it up. But other side of the coin, Yoz, wasn't he an absolute gun at sixes? Genuine
gun. And I sort of had to sit there and I think, well, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some sort of cricketing pedigree behind him. And he turned around and he said, yeah, when I was younger, I used to play Lancashire twos and just sort of ramming around with a couple of, legends of cricket back in the day. So, yeah, he was gun and did very, very well. And I did see Tim. I met him and he sort of tried to stop me and I said, Tim, I'm on a one-way ticket, and it's an express ticket to get me into that queue.
Okay, let's talk about this because I did say, look, as long as you're there by the first ball, that's fine, because you had an appointment, didn't you, with your dry cleaner?
Yeah, it was a rushed appointment because I dropped a catch and I got grass stains all over me. I'm completely open to it. It's okay. And I turned around and I said, okay, I went in yesterday and I said, I need it for realistically tomorrow, as we're going to continue Malazdat once more then. And this one just gets through. And I turned around and I said, look, I need it tomorrow. She said, when do you need it? I said, morning. She went, okay, 9:15. I said, okay, I'll do 9:15. That's fine. It was okay, but I thought 9:15, bang, straight away, off we go. I'll get here for past. I got 15 minutes. Perfect. Turn around, not there. I said, okay, where are they? She said, oh, the boss has taken them home because they had to do it at home for some reason. Tries to get funky, misses out on this one.
How soiled were these pants? Trousers, sorry. Where it was.
There were some grass stains. And so, yeah, I ended up waiting about 15 minutes. I think I got here with 20 seconds left of the intro.
You did well.
I was out of breath.
Running?
And then turn around and brought up the old recap as well.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Just put that on the old CV. That's going to be
I've had to do it on occasion, and it is tough because when you're talking, you're not breathing, and when you're a bit puffed out, you need to breathe.
Exactly.
Corey's the master, actually,
is he?
Especially at the Carter Oval. You got the stairs to the commentary box. It's a little bit, on Gladiators, the travelator at the end.
Especially if it's if you're going at the wrong time and it's wet potentially, that could be a bit of an issue. But listen, here
I never doubted you. I knew you'd be here.
It was touch and go for a bit though. It was slightly touch
for the trousers, or just you getting here?
Both. Gets funky and gets all of it. I reckon this might go all the way, and it has. It's covered by quite a fair distance. What a shot that is from Adams. Gets the old swivel on it, and it goes all the way. 6 runs, first maximum of the day.
Well, to use an Ian Chappell quote, left-handers should be shot at birth, because how can you do that? He's a right-hander in a left-hander's body. He's just played a genuine hook shot for 6. But Adams is talented. Good to have him back. Takani in the side. Troy Johnson in the side as well for Spencer. It's a pretty stacked top 3, isn't it? Also, happy Peacock Friday to everyone. I like what you're delivering in the Peacock Friday. It's got my first glance of it. But yeah, the light drizzle. It's traditional for this part of the world, I'm told. It'd be boring otherwise, Charlie said, as he's just putting 3 or 4 more layers on, getting ready for the last ball of his second over. Malazada. That's full toss, sliced away through the offside. It's a teaser, but really well fielded. That's a great piece of work out there. I think that's Angus McKenzie, who lands pretty heavily on the elbow as well. But, it will take us to the end of this second over. So 23 without loss after 2. Malazada finishes Mather's over. Mather finishes in the tent at the end of the over. He's getting the expanded concussion test. I think it makes sense. Honestly, just my instinct there. It's not good.
No.
It's not good. It's more than a glancing blow. It's a full force headbutt of the ground. Anyway, this is how things finished. As a brief look there anyway, but you can see that Tunbridge Wells missed out net run rate. Like I said, they were tied on 14 points. So you got these two teams, Twickenham 5-2 versus Spencer 2-5. So you might say, well, this is an obvious one. But when you look at who Spencer have brought back in, particularly Johnson, Dakani and Adams at the top, suddenly looks a lot more line ball, especially when you take someone like Adam Mather out of the equation. I highly doubt that he's going to, well, certainly not bowl again. And we know he can bat, but generally bats down the order.
He's a decent number 10 though to come in, wasn't it? It was some good hitting when he did, and yeah, I think realistically T10's that game though, isn't it? Anything can happen. As far as he's going to come in, then he's going to take the last over of the power play. This one is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and well, a little bit of a loosen up as far as he just lofted this one up, and he said, "Here you go, Nakani," and he says, "Thank you very much."
I've got a bone to pick with you as well. Regarding your perfect timing to leave the ground last night.
Oh,
we saw
by
you
the way,
with your bag just off
did you film me?
Yeah,
brilliant,
just
great.
wandering off.
Like a little
not a care in the world.
Yeah, but I have to say, and I'll come back to it. Off the pad, they're going to take a single. That's good running. Oh, look at that, by the way, style points. Did no one make the old reference to, oh, is that the kid from Up? How has no one made that reference? With the bag on my back as well?
You looked
Wilderness
you looked
Explorer.
content.
I was.
We got hit with a storm that I would characterize as violent.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit worried we were going to drown more electronics. Like you said, open plan cube.
I like this, the T10.
And it was proper coming in that side and that side. The
that's
wind
a nightmare.
was just coming straight in our faces. Oh, that's pretty close. It's gone. And Adams is going to have to go. Tries the trick shot once too many for 8. I think gets smart, gets full, gets straight, and he gets his man. It's 28 for 1.
Yeah, full and straight, but I think it's the quicker one as well. Darts this one in on the toes, and, well, that's not the shot that you want to be playing to that one. It's going to be a big wicket to get, though, as well, in the context of this game, as the drizzle now starting to come in more and more. And, yeah, now Vinny's turned around and said, yeah, I need to get the covers on. Not the covers on out there, the covers on the electrics.
Yeah. My computer has lasted 11 years. And actually just got a note this morning saying that it will no longer have support for Windows 10. And so
You're still on Windows 10?
It works.
Good Lord.
It's a good Windows.
It's a good Windows. All right, come on, bit of teamwork here. Let's try and get... Oh, no, we got wires.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Spring. Spring.
Well,
got to
put
answer.
out the old call to Spring Media if you want to come over here, if you want to save your stuff. Anyway, this is going to be a one bouncer out to deep mid wicket. Johnson makes an appearance at number 3.
Yeah, again, good in for them. They need to kick on, though. They've had a decent little start here, but...
Oh, this is one of those
You're
puzzles.
really...
That wire's there.
You want to bring that all the way through? Now that's going to be into the onside. That's going to be 4. So Nikani continuing after the wicket falls. With it. Oh, dear. I have no idea.
What would a with it be?
I don't a whip it. It's a quick wicket.
I've been reflecting on our conversations when we commentated 2 days ago about the wildlife.
You're
of
still
London.
talking about that, right? Okay.
Gilet?
Go on then. Yeah.
Is that what am I saying it right
Yeah,
now?
gilet, yeah.
Gilet?
Gilet, yes.
Gilet.
This is a puzzle, by the way. I'm going to get it. You might have to take
I
over.
reckon the tape's not going to work too well.
I didn't see that.
I wouldn't untape that either. That's not
No.
gonna stick.
No, because then it might go the whole.
Imagine a
9
world
yards.
where we had an inside commentary box. These are the things that I...
And aircon.
These are my fantasies.
Aircon.
I'll tell you my fantasies, all right? I don't mind.
Oh, good
Oh,
start.
wow.
Eugene.
You know, Berger fires it in. Well, that was a double Berger with the lot, really. Hands free, hold the hands. Just basically says, not offering the fingers, I'm just going to let the core do the work. And have a look at this. Immediately regrets it. But Eugene, I had him pegged as my favourite player of the tournament.
You
Pretty
called it
early.
early for an MVP shout.
He hasn't let
Very
me down
early.
either.
I think the only thing that he let you down with is the fact that he's missed out on a couple of games. Then he might be up there.
Yeah.
But
He's resting himself. Oh, look, good news. Mathers come back on the field.
good. That's
Yeah,
always
okay,
good to
so
see.
he's been cleared. Oh, that's brilliant news. Obviously didn't want him to be concussed, and obviously they've made the assessment and said he's all right. Or someone's fed him the answers, one or the other. Anyway, speaking of Berger, it's Berger o'clock in over number 4. Pretty sure it's 34 for 1 after 3.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. Let's just make... There you go. The old clock's just... Someone put 50p in the meter, please. Thank you. Eugene Berger then. Good
I know
start.
you were with me 2 days ago when the intelligent cricket people were here.
Yes.
And let's just say it was getting a bit raucous down there. I was a little bit worried about the health of the supercomputer. But Eugene Berger comes in to roll out a bit of his off spin.
Yeah, it's tricky off spin to get away, actually. And he gets it right. And this one into the onside. He's going to get all of it. And that one will go the distance. Well, there you go. That's going to be another Maximo. They've not exactly flowed with them, but that's going to certainly help proceedings.
Yeah, pretty much taken off the stumps. I was going to say, get a little bit of skid here with the light drizzle falling. But Johnson, well, he showed us earlier in the week, he's a good hitter. Puts a family of 3 in danger over there. But luckily, it was over them. Crashes into the bench.
Yeah, big shout out to Rico, by the way. Of course,
Yeah.
travelling over to Cyprus. And yeah, I know that he's looking forward to completely different weather, I'd assume. And I reckon that's going to be a scorcher out there.
Early morning ECN dramas. I know that you
Yes.
might be oblivious to this.
No, I'm aware. I'm aware.
Visa issues.
Yes, I am
coming
aware.
into Kent. One of our ECN crew who's remained nameless.
Yeah, we will remain nameless. And talking of sticking at it, well, this is a lovely shot. Johnson comes back in the squad and goes back-to-back Maximos here.
Go ball, go ball.
It's going, eh? It's on the next fairway.
That was an absolute monster strike from T-Joe.
Are you friends with him like that?
We have an understanding.
TJ.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
can't call him that. I don't know.
Us big hitters, we have our own kind of
Us big
language,
hitters.
so
Sorry, should we go back to Mr. Maidano? Did you see what I left?
was
Did you
actually
see the
hitting
present?
the ball too hard for the machine to register.
Did you see the present, by the way, that I left you yesterday? Top of the screen? Did you see that? Yeah.
Saw that. Very nice. Thank
Good.
you.
Yeah. I was going to sit here and turn around and try and maybe put a few more up.
You missed out on the Pims though. We had the Pims out
What, in the wet?
during the rain.
Yeah, class. Who's the real winner there?
Always a time to celebrate. Berger, try not to get mushed out of the ground again.
Gone for it. And has he got enough on this one? The Don's underneath it. Yeah, it just gets over him. It was a teaser into the wind as well. And there's not really too much that the Don could have done. Oh, no, don't tell me that I should have gone and got that.
Yeah, that was right in the Charlie zone. And it's just where, I mean, I know you're trying to climb the ranks. Certain other commentators, Charlie, certain other commentators might have ripped the headset off and gone for that one,
No.
certainly in your zone. But thanks for not doing that.
Priorities. Got the priorities straight. I didn't miss the first ball. I'm not going to miss one now just for a catch.
So going on your London pronunciation,
Yes.
if Berger was playing for Wimbledon, would it be pronounced Berger?
Berger. Eugene Berger. Oh, this is through the covers. That is a solid shot from Dakani. It doesn't get much better than that. Comes down the track, meets it halfway, goes into out through cover. That'll be a lovely shot to end the over. And it's a good one at that. It will go magical. Well, Berger, he's not going to be too happy about that one. 24 off it, 58 for one after 4.
Yeah, these two dining out on Berger. And it goes magical, 24 off it. Having a look at the run rate so far. Now I'm going to try and actually get into the chat for the first time now. I think the drizzle's cleared sufficiently. But I want to say hello in advance to everyone in there. And of course, we've got some of our chatters at the ground today as well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were hoping for some good weather. And, well, to be honest with you, it's not. But still
It's
get
not-
down here.
It's not bad. It's what I would
We've
call
had worse.
average.
It's classic. It's very English. It's quintessentially English is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two different types of winter. Don't be embarrassed. It's just
I tell you,
what it is.
we were talking about it last night. I'll come back to it. This is a little paddle scoop from well, T-Joe gets this one away. We'll go for 4. Oh dear, he almost takes the kid out there as Mackenzie has to go collect this one from the wrong side of the rope. Ellis goes 2-4. It's actually not a terrible delivery, if I'm being honest with you, but it's the old paddle out on it.
Could be the kind of morning to put some helmets on your children.
Yeah, big time.
If you're
Might be a shout. And yeah, 50. I think it's something like predicted 51 days of rain this summer in the UK.
only 51.
Only 51.
Oh, great.
So we might actually get 1 or 2 games in throughout the summer if you're lucky. Anyway, Ellis though wasn't a bad delivery. It swung away, but was equal to it with the old paddle was Johnson. And now miscue into the onside. Mackenzie will get down. Gets the old long barrier out.
The other thing with Mather bowling one ball, if he
Mhm.
does bowl again, which potentially he might, or he'd be able to at least, he could only bowl one more over because that one ball counts as a whole over. Whether he does or whether he doesn't, I know he's a little bit concerned, I think, with his footing. We see it in European Cricket Series all the time on the artificial. You can't run in full pelt. And you can see what Ellis is doing here. Just come a few steps. That's a cutter, and that's lifted up over the top. 1 bounce 4. So Dakani gets in on the action, and there's Jared, who's filling in for Ian Ramage in the match referee position today. Unfortunately, Ian had to go for the personal engagement, but yeah, good to see Jared getting
I had a
on.
weird dream. This
Ooh.
is a really weird one, and it was.
Okay.
I'll come to it after this. Into the onside, and there's a fielder out there, but he gets over him. It's a little bit disappointing. He was sort of on the 3/4, I'm afraid, and well, unfortunately for the fielder out there, he gets the outstretched hand, but it goes a long way over him. 6 more for Dakani. Yeah, my weird dream was that I was out on a night out in London, and there was a remix, and all the remix was just Ramage. It was just Ramage. It was
That's a hit.
It was just
I know
D&B.
I know that you're in the industry, so
It's true. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm definitely not. One song does not make you in the industry. That's like saying you commentated one game, and now then you say put on the CV you're an ECN commentator.
You can turn your mic off any time when we're having private jokes. Anyway, here's the next one, which is going to be blasted before Fix the Gap. And Will Dakani moves to 30 in just 11 balls.
Very good. Very, very good from Dakani. Again, through the covers, very strong. Of course, on mid-wicket, I should say. But no, it is covers.
Dakani gives me LeBron energy as well with the 23. Just comes in, starts lighting it up. This is a brilliant start for Spencer. Walking stick 77 with a ball to go on the 5th.
Yeah.
Ellis, for all his good graces, has gone into the dirty 30s with a ball to go in his spell.
Been a terrible over, though, which is the more the frustrating aspect. The batting's just been pretty equal to it, and that will be the close of that 5th over then. So it is the halfway mark. It is 78 for 1.
Let's welcome you again into the Cube. It is Peacock Friday, Finals Friday, first ever in the ECS England.
It is there. It is there.
Hold on.
Get the quarter zip out.
Is this a quarter zip? And yeah, that's the Peacock effort from you. But you were telling me yesterday that that's
It's an
the way to
ECN
spot
quarter zip.
a posh person. Are you posh?
It's an ECN quarter zip.
Look at that.
Look,
That's
what's going
very
on here?
aggravating.
What's going on here?
Can't always do that. But that's a bit of a throwback. Charlie Hunt looking fantastic. Hope you're peacocking as well. Great 24 hours of cricket coming up here in England, of course. Portugal tonight. Phil G doing a great job. He says last night without me tonight. So I'll be there with Phil tomorrow.
But I think he's looking forward to getting out there with a partner. Now listen,
yeah,
I know.
it's always more fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that doing, what's he been, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
He's done 3.
He's done 3. On your own for 3 is a good old stint. He's
Yeah.
done very, very well.
Mocktails by the pool during the day, commentary at night. Sounds like a tough life.
Not in that first week. They had some interesting weather, didn't they? But I think now
Yeah.
it's like 35 degrees.
They had on night 1 in Portugal, it started absolutely horning down about 2 minutes after the final ball. Anyway, 78 for 1 after 5. Time for some Angus McKenzie and left arm spin in the 6th.
This one is for the pad first up. Bowled well yesterday, didn't he? Picked up a couple. Got a 4-fer in there at one point as well. So no stranger to picking up wickets in these middle overs.
I like Mackenzie's moustache as well. He's got
You're jealous.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a throwback. Is he part Australian? I feel he should be with a moustache like that.
It's getting more and more sort of popular. I couldn't get my words out. And I tell you what, there's Mather again. We've got to have another one here.
Well, Mather should be.
He's down
fielding.
again.
Yeah. To be honest, did his head get a bit of the ground again? But this time the front of his head.
Let's have a look. No, I think he's okay.
Just the jarring though.
It's not nice. Oh, that is proper. Yeah, not nice.
If a tree falls in the woods and everyone's here to see it.
Anyway,
Are you watching ECN on a Friday morning?
Johnson, 25 off 7. That one out the front of the hand, and it's going to get slapped and going to go for 6. As Patrick Nixon knew straight away that was sailing over the rope. Flat and hard from Johnson. Races into the 30s off just 8.
If you're fielding, you're so happy this is into a gap because I don't know if at this time of the morning with these conditions, how hard would your hands have to be to take that in front of your face?
I have to say, I reckon Dave B with the odd hand warmers out. That's probably not a bad shout. At the moment, though, Mackenzie gets slapped into the onside for 6. What's the response? This one goes for the leg break. Doesn't quite get it in the air, but not able to get underneath. This one was Johnson.
Can I make you a promise now? Because I'm so happy to have you now.
Maybe.
Now that you've finished your degree.
Okay, yeah.
From commentary school.
Yes. Flying colours, I was told.
Not all of our commentators aced commentary school.
Comes down and gets it. That's going to be 6 runs into the onside yet again. So taking Mackenzie to the cleaners at the moment. And he's probably thinking, well, maybe I'll go join Charlie at the old dry cleaners.
Yeah, that one might need to be fetched. I promise you now, I won't get it for you straight away because we are going into what you call summer. But I promise I'll get you your official ECN commentator hand warmers.
Ooh, official?
That I brought. I bought for Rico and Corey late last year because we were doing Barcelona.
Okay. Genuine official. Okay.
Genuine official.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
I will hold you to that. It's on air. Oh, this one down the leg side, but he's going to get a little... nothing on this. And it's going to be a couple of wides. They come back, they'll turn and go. And he'll make his ground just pretty comfortably.
I'll even let you borrow mine. Have you seen these?
No, I've never seen these.
Okay, these
they look like the old
USB hand
nunchucks.
warmers. Put your hands in your pockets. Give them a couple of minutes to warm up.
The old nunchucks you used to have on the old Wii.
And they work pretty well, so if you go like this,
Uh-huh.
then you can use them as one, and only heats the outside. This way they'll heat two. There you go.
You look after me sometimes, don't you?
I try. You deserve to be looked after. And Nish as well. I'll get him some because I know that Nish is back with us after being busy for a few months.
At the moment, though, what's happening here? Are we looking at? Oh wow, they are getting warm already.
So there's 4 settings. I suggest 2. That's mainly because
I don't want to burn
ended
my
up with some
hands.
quite serious burns after.
Did you
a couple of
actually?
days. Don't put them on 4.
Forget you've got them on. This is going to be down the ground for 1. That'll be the close of the over. It goes for 18. It is 96 for 1 after 6.
Hello to everybody out there. Hello to Jules, who said we're actually up to 403,000 subscribers now.
I tell you what, that day that we hit 400,000, I think we gained 2,000 in a day.
Netherlands,
It
Ireland,
helps.
Scotland was huge actually.
Big time.
We had some big numbers on that. Obviously, it's kind of worlds colliding. Cricket worlds colliding.
These
They're
are
amazing,
nuts.
aren't they?
These are really bizarre. But I tell you what, I'm disappointed.
Because?
You said you were going to think of something, because what do we do for 300?
Yeah, we did it yesterday. We did the Pims and the strawberries and cream. That was Rico's idea.
Now I genuinely am going to go on a strop.
Oh, you want to do the ice bucket again?
Yeah, in a sauna. Well, all right.
I think we've been through enough this week. Takani moves to 40 with a single.
Oh, dear. Good little spell this, though, for Spencer, isn't it? And
Can I just notice
maybe
that the win predictor has
Gone.
malfunctioned?
Are they back on the...
Intelligent
Are they
cricket. That can't be a coincidence.
Are they here? Are they actually here, genuinely?
They were here 2 days ago.
Are they still...
They left their mark on the competition.
Some of them still haven't got home yet. Did you see when we left, by the way, what they were
racist?
This one up in the air. Has he got enough on this one? Dixon is interested, but a get over his head. Johnson now carrying on the onslaught here. It's another 6 runs, and the spinners are getting taken here. Ow. That's really hot. Can I turn it down,
You
please?
can go... What, 2's too hot?
Yeah.
You're squeezing it too hard.
I think I am.
No, you're not meant to squeeze. Just let it come. Let the heat come to you. I'm going to leave it on 2. But now this won't be 2. This will be 6 more. As Johnson lighting it up. He actually passes Ducati with that now. Maximo says carreras más. What a shot from Troy Johnson. T-Joe on fire.
This is where I find out you've actually not spoken to him yet, and it's just you being you.
On the circuit.
On the circuit.
That's what he's known as.
What circuit's that? That's going to be a wide. Interesting where the keeper is here, by the way.
At night in London, if you go down certain boroughs, there's like a power hitters. There's like secret street power hitting.
So Foz told you all about
So
this
I've
then,
seen
Yoz, sorry.
T-Joe and I are big players on that.
No, Yoz told you all about it. This one up in the air, Vinny. No, not coming all the way. It's going to be 6, though, as that one is going to be his half century as well. 1 and in it is for him, as course comes in back into the lineup, and he's brought a 50 up off just 12 deliveries.
Well, don't say no. It's time for T-Joe to go, and he brings up his 50 off just 12 rocks. He's going at more than 4 a ball, and Spencer are on fire in the rain here in the eliminator.
All right, George Michael. Wake me up before you go. Oh, that's Go Gadget. See you later. That is the biggest of the week. It doesn't matter where you put it, because Johnson's just going to take you on. That's the biggest one all week.
That ball might break in half. I've never seen such unnatural wrist speed from a human. Look at how he just launches on this. That's gone easy 100 plus.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh, that's filth.
What a shot.
That is filth. Fari just sort of turned around and said to his skipper, just went, I don't know.
Calls his shot like Babe Ruth and then just goes, watch his hands. Boo.
But can I just say, why is the keeper, what's he doing? Why is he not standing up here?
I got my theories. Anyway.
I don't. That's well bowled. Nice full wide Yorker. That's the end of the 7th. It's all happening at the moment.
You couldn't believe how far that went either.
1, 2, 2 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, so the keeper being back to like a brisk spinner, when you don't think that they're a charger, you can cover more of those thicker edges. So you can cover a bit more ground. So I can understand that considering how hard he's swinging.
Yeah, but at the same token, if he's stood up, then he's not going to be batting 3-4 foot outside of his crease.
Is that where he hit it from?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, good
anyway,
point.
This is what's the current state of play, of course. The NCCA will be taking on Wimbledon in that first qualifier.
So interestingly, Wimbledon are the only ECL team that are still in the competition.
That's crazy. Yeah. I don't think anyone would have picked the fact the likes of Hornchurch and Tunbridge Wells not to be here today. Slapped down the ground as Mackenzie will come back, and the Don, you can't take him out of the game.
Well done by the Don. But it's going to be a really interesting kind of ECL versus ECC.
Yeah.
Kind of, let's see where these teams are at when they play each other. One thing that we gathered from the Western Shield was, some of the people that were kind of ECL players hadn't really played ECC.
Up and away, and Johnson just carries on where he left off in the last over. DeCanny, by the way, he's 40.
That's probably...
Look at the chest. There's a rocket that's landed. But DeCanny, by the way, 41 off 18, not going at snail's pace, but he's just getting singles and going, yeah, here you go, Johnson, off you go.
Pays to pay attention if you're in the fan zone today, front row, as this one's taken out seat A9. Put a grizzly-sized hole through it. Nabi's a good example, I suppose. One that because he doesn't play international cricket.
Got him, gone, chops on. It's a good comeback, but it's very muted celebrations because I think they already know that there's been a fair amount of damage. And there you go, the old bird comes out. I said a bird is the word, says Mackenzie. And that's going to be the end of Troy Johnson. That's a good bit of hitting for him, though. And the score will, of course, be now 129 for 2.
Yeah, good innings by Johnson. Just gets a bit of an inside edge. Maybe slides on from Mackenzie. But what an impact knock that is. Going for 62 off 16. 9 Maximos and a 4. So that's 10 of the 16 balls disappearing. This is how he went.
Can I just say my pockets are on fire?
You can downgrade it to 1 if you want. It'll last longer. The battery's a few hours.
Is it?
So just keep pressing the button.
Okay.
Don't press them too quickly in a row, it'll turn off.
Okay, I think I might have just turned it off. No? Okay, we're still on. See, I may be young, but sometimes even the simple technology confuses me. There we go. I'm on now. Well, here's Hauler. And Hauler's no stranger to hitting sixes. He's not going to pick this one up, though. That'll just be one. Hauler, of course, the only bowler this tournament to bowl a maiden. With a double wicket maiden, in fairness, as well.
Didn't get a second over, did he?
No, which is... I'd be furious, by the way. I'd be throwing everything out of the pram. Up in the air, over the top, on the offside again. Far out there, just going to be 1.
I suppose the only way you can do better is to bowl it in the negatives. But it reminds me a little bit in France. We had a couple of times, I don't want to name and shame anyone, but batters being late to the crease, 5 penalty runs and then making less than 5. It's basically worse than a duck.
It is essentially, actually, that is true. Oh, well, there you go. I told you Hauler's no stranger to it. And he just picks up where Johnson left off, really. First, second delivery for him goes from Maximo to finish the over. 8 down then, 137 for 2. Yeah, there was wasn't there 2 in one game yet last night in Portugal?
Yeah.
The Coimbra Knights.
Yeah, Coimbra Knights versus Ourash. Yeah, they had a 10. They were starting 10 runs behind, essentially.
It's horrible, that isn't it? That's so horrible to start.
Gotta get that. It's sometimes.
Gotta get out there though.
Notice one of them was in the 10th over, and so when the wickets start falling quickly, you gotta be ready.
Yeah, and there's often you'll find that, especially teams around Europe, they'll be sharing equipment and sharing kit. So it's often one goes in and it's very quickly. Quick, give me your helmet, give me your pads. I need them quickly, otherwise I'm going to get out.
I can pick them a while away now when they're going to be late, and it's often a scramble and they're trying to put things on as they're running. Time. Right? Malazada bowled partial over, but he's going to start the 9th with a wicket as DeCanny falls for 42. Twickenham trying to fight back here towards the end of this first innings, 137 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get because you just felt maybe he's just going to sort of take on the role of the big hitter after losing Johnson. But yeah, both big wickets back in the shed now. Malazada, what a delivery that was though. Just held his pace back, just let the ball sort of do the talking. The in-swinger onto the middle stump, and he will go.
Done by lack of pace here, isn't he? Really. It's good movement. Sends the bails flying.
There you go, look.
I love to see the supporters in the background.
It's class, isn't it? It is class.
Really nice.
It's
been such a great experience being here,
great
the community.
Week. Well, now pace on, and this one just going to get hit by Mansfield. Ooh. David Mansfield.
Haven't these two been good as well in the middle order, so it's all kind of set up for them to be able to finish with a bang.
Yeah, a couple overs of some bashing, of course. But yeah, good morning to everyone, to Shohag, to Jules, to Rob as well, to Mesnil, Helix, Christopher, and everyone in between. Good morning to you. Hey, I of course left, but how did Maya go yesterday?
Oh yeah, Maya was great.
Awesome.
And happy birthday, Maya, by the way.
Ah, there
Maya
you go.
Actually has his birthday today, so it's great to meet him. And yeah, travel a long way.
Came down a long way, didn't he? Yeah. It was a genuine Yorkshire accent as well. I loved it. It was class. Yeah. Okay, once more then. All up, looking to go large, and will. That is a beautiful pickup, but is he going to get enough on it? No, and it's going to be gone, as that will be Ellis out there who takes the catch. And I just thought he picked that up cleaner than he did, but unfortunately it's 6 and out for Hawler. It's 1, 3, 8 for 4 now.
Well, F-Ho tries to go the T, Joe, but comes up just short. And unfortunately for Hawler, it's a short stay at the crease, just the one Maximo and his 7.
I tell you
now,
what,
138 for 4.
I reckon if you could make these smaller now and turn around and went to every club in the UK, we'll give you a bunch of them for a cheap price. You'd make a fortune.
I know.
You'd
But the
make
funny
a
thing, so these, I won't mention
want
the
them
brand
back?
name because they were in negotiations with me about being an official ambassador.
I'll give them back to you.
But
My hands are quite warm now.
but so they're not that expensive. They're about, I think, £30.
Yeah, but
they're
still,
rechargeable,
but if
right?
you could make ones that were sort of, oh, do you know what, pouches in the pocket and then you slide them in. Oh,
But I have to tell you
Onto
something
something
quite funny.
okay. Well, this one is up in the air. You might have to wait. This could fall safely. He's going to make up a lot of ground here. That is a great catch out there. He gets the old roly-poly out for Mackenzie. And that's a superb catch. I think that just moved at the last second with the wind. And, well, I believe that might just be a first baller. It is, as Chris Booth comes and goes. It's going to be the old golden Derrick if we get time. But Malazda picks up another, and well, that's a good wicket to get. So that's 3 wickets in 4 balls now.
Yeah, pretty impressive. He's done a good job. And Booth, unfortunately, has golden Derrick for company. As it's the first duck of the day, 138 for 5. Hat-trick opportunity as well. Angus Mackenzie looks a bit like an extra out of the World Series cricket biopic with that Mo. Like that little roll and stick the landing. 17 hat-tricks in season 2024. Could this be number 18? We haven't had, actually, to be honest, we haven't had a Hall of Fame incident yet in England.
No, even though the bowlers have been dominant, they haven't quite got over the line. Here we go, hat-trick ball then. Oh, and he's going to swing hard is Martel Evans, and well, he probably almost thinks he got him. Yesterday, I have to say, by the way, the lads from Spencer, they all sort of walked past. They were saying goodbye. They didn't think they were going to be here this morning. And Martel came and said hello, and he said that a lot of his family and friends out in Jamaica are tuning in. So a very warm welcome to all of you and to everyone else, of course, around the world. Last delivery of the over. And again, he's just going to drop and run. And, oh, I'll tell you what, this could be a sensational bit of fielding. This is going to be close here. And out of nowhere, Malazda could have just done what could be some of the best fielding you'll see.
That's a fantastic kind of throw on the run, on the dive. Direct hits are always interesting, aren't they? Felt like he should have made it, but let's see what the pictures say. He's going to be...
Oh, that's a matter of frames, isn't it? Well, good luck to Jared who's stepping in today. That's just a matter of frames, because that's when you've got to go off when they're dislodged.
Yeah, I think it's not out, but it wasn't the greatest bat slide ever, was
No.
it? I said he should have made it, and he probably should if he'd extended. But I think, to be honest, that's pretty clear to me that he's just in time.
I think they might just want to double check again. No, yeah, going to be not out, and I think that's again it's just a matter of the frames, really, isn't it? Maybe if they're, if we had that one frame in between, maybe it would be something different. But that's all you can go off.
I think the moment the ball actually first hits the stump, he's just out. But I think the right decision's made. Great effort by Malazada. And here's his full over. He takes 3 for 2. And the score 139 for 5. A 1 over remaining. And
Eugene.
well, burger for dessert. You don't often see it, but that's what they're going with.
That's what you had when you went to the
surprised.
markets, didn't you?
We didn't see the Don out of all this.
Yeah,
in this innings.
holding himself back. But at the moment, though, they're going to go with the Berger himself. Eugene Berger then, last overtime. Martel Evans on strike. And the old Caribbean flair about this one. That one's gone along into the into downtown area. And Eugene Berger, not the happiest of chaps at the moment. Martel Evans goes large.
That was a proper launch from Evans, wasn't it? And I suppose we saw him batting up the order a little bit earlier in the tournament. He's broken the scoreboard there. I mean, that's how hard he's hit it. He's probably hit that into the production van. Yeah, Martel, hello to all his family there. Hey, World Cup coming up in just a couple of days' time.
Yeah, starts Sunday?
The 1st of June. So what's that, Sunday?
No,
Saturday.
Saturday.
Sunday morning in a lot of markets.
time zones coming
But it
into
is,
I guess.
it's Saturday night in the US. That's a ball that's not worth finding. I'm telling you that much. Martel's pretty impressed with himself.
He likes it, rightfully so as well. Can't blame him. It was a good pickup though, wasn't it? And he's a tall man. He's got boats for shoes and give it the old levers as well.
Caribbean's a place we could do some ECS cricket.
Oh,
No,
could you
certainly
imagine?
getting behind it?
Could you imagine? Have they got their own T10 or am I imagining that? I feel like I might
They've had I've seen some cricket from there,
Yeah,
but nothing's quite ECN until we go there.
No, well, no, of course. Oh, now gets the old. He's put everything into this, and he's going to get 4 here. I wonder if we're going to have a look at this one because watch the backlift. Look how high he goes up here. It's a lot of power behind this.
Yeah, it's a proper chop down job, isn't it? Goes bang, knocks it into the pitch. 4-8 goes the full Sydney Harbour Bridge on it as well. Goes straight under him. Cuatro carreras más.
6 and 4, hungry for more, as Rico would say. Eugene. Oh, this is a proper chip, bit of a 9-iron into the onside. I'll only get 1.
Just kind of ran away from the ball rather than towards the ball and was forced to just kind of improvise. Mansfield only had to face the 1 ball so far. 150's up for Spencer, 3 balls remaining.
Oh, well, he's going to be gone here. Eugene will pick up a bit of a consolation wicket, but the 150 already up. And Mansfield again. Well, Mansfield will probably be fielding right in front of us in about probably 25 minutes time, but at the moment he's just going to have to make that long walk back to the shed.
Yeah, good stumping as well, because it was pretty close to the off stump. That can be a bit distracting, but yeah, the keeper, Muhammad Ahmed, good to have him back. Takes it well.
Some of the NCCA lads are just getting a bit of a warm up in. They're starting to get their sort of oomph about them. They're looking a bit chilly. They're looking a little bit concerned.
Get ready.
Yeah. Of course, the skipper. We'll touch on it now. Scored 70 against Sussex the other day. So in that, the NCCA Challengers, I think is what it's called. Eugene Berger then. Oh, this one is going to get launched, and the Don is furious with this as well. I think he wants him to dart this one in rather than just lofting it up. And, well, as for Jaffrey, he comes in, goes large to start.
Yeah, it's all set up for Jaffrey. He loves it, doesn't he? The AJ Sports fortune dines out on this.
Not Nick Mohammed. Okay, then.
Jury's still out on that one.
Last ball. And he's going to go for it. Don't think he's quite got enough, or has he? Yes, he does. He picks the gap, and it will be back-to-back Maximos to finish then. And it ends up being a magical over at worth 23 off the last over, and they are going to get up into the 160s. That is one of the highest scores we've had in the tournament, and what a time to set a total of 162 for 6 off your 10, as everyone sort of came in. No one really took many deliveries. They all sort of came in, hit a couple of boundaries and went, and that will certainly help. I think the highest we've had is about a 186, I believe, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And that was Wimbledon, of course. But yeah, that certainly is going to help Spencer going into the break here. Bit of the old psychological warfare. Let's have a look at the highlights then. This one was put down pretty early on as I had to ramage my way through. And well, that was the big moment, though, of course. Mather went down with a bit of concussion, had to take some time off. And of course had to eventually did come back on, and then almost was back in amongst the injuries. But Mackenzie was really good out in the field, actually.
He was really good. I think he bowled reasonably well as well. 4-8, got that one right, didn't he? Went forward, darted it in, challenging the batter to pull off that reverse. Eugene Berger, well, he's an excitement machine, we know that, but unfortunately got a bit of tap in this game, didn't he? Ended up in the naughty 40s. And Mackenzie, I thought his left arm spin's a bit of a wild card factor. Eventually got the wicket of Johnson, but wasn't Johnson good while he was there? He really lit it up and set the scene for this large total in the eliminator.
62 off of 16 for him, and Decani supported him nicely though with 42 off 20, and yeah, it ends up meaning that they finish on 162 for 6 off their 10. And this one though was a good catch by Ben Ellis. Came in, bowled well, didn't he, for his first time here on the network. Coming in on finals day, never easy for them. For anyone to do, of course. But Malazda, credit to him, though. He had to come in, of course, after Mather went or decided not to come back and bowl. As Vinny plugs the old USB hand, one was back in. And, yeah, Mackenzie, though, that was a great catch, wasn't it? Just moved slightly towards the back end, and he just thought here maybe this could have been almost a moment of brilliance off his own bowling. But Malazda just eventually was not given out, and it was probably just down to a frame difference, really, wasn't it? Good work, though, by, of course, our production crew here, Spring Media, of course, and Berger picked up a wicket this time around. A bit of the old consolation, just stuck in the webbing, of course, for Mohamed Ahmad. And, well, there you can see Eugene again, but he got a bit of tap in the over, didn't he? Went for 23. There were 2 big sixes to finish off the entire innings. You can just see there top left, some of the NCCA boys getting a bit of a warm-up in, of course. Got to stay warm. It is a chilly one here at the moment. And, yeah, coats and everything being worn by everyone. But it's going to be an interesting setup here. 162 means at Twickenham, as if they need 163, of course. And one thing you've got to remember, though, folks, as well, is that you have to think that Spencer came into this underdogs. They didn't exactly do very well against them in the entire group stage, but Twickenham, they've got it all to do at the moment with 163 going to be the target. The 2 really going to Canny and Johnson. This is what I mean. Everyone came in and sort of hit a couple of boundaries and then didn't really chew up too many deliveries. Mather, of course, went for just that, not that one delivery, unfortunately. Malazza, though, came back 3 for 13. He's the pick for me. 163 the target then. It's a pleasure to have you all coming here. It's finals day here in England. You're watching it all unfold with myself, Charlie, alongside Vinny Sandu right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Rains Park Sports Ground here in the beautiful southwest London. And it's a pleasure to have your company again. It's the second half of the eliminator between Twickenham as they take on Spencer in this one. Of course, Spencer with a very promising start, finishing on 162. Of course, what a day to get a couple of big ins back into your lineup. Johnson, of course, going well for his score of a very quick fire 62 off just 16, 9 sixes in there as well. Of course, he was supported by DeCanny, but now it is all about getting the job done with the ball in hand. And well, Troy Johnson yet again is going to be involved. He'll take the first over. This is the bonus point equation. It's pretty much not really relevant though, realistically. And it's at this point where you just kind of it's win or lose. It's do or die for both these sides. And well, there you can see Johnson with the tea towel. The tea towel was bought on the first day, by the way, about on Monday, as no one was really expecting to need one, but this is England, of course. Opening up, though, looks as if it's Dixon alongside Talbot, of course, and we are looking forward to going to be, you just feel that this is going to be one of those games where, and this, especially in this second innings, good start, they're going to be up with the rate, but, of course, wickets early on for Spencer, and it could be lights out for Twickenham. Eugene Berger, of course, going to be crucial as well. Here we go then. Here's the response then. And into the onside. Fielder out there, but it's going to be a long way over his head. So we'll start with a sixer by Dixon, as this is 2 full, 2 straight from Johnson, and he gets a bit of his own medicine from Dixon. That's a great start. 6 runs to start us off. In the slot off the pads. Thank you very much, says Dixon. That's a good way to get your eye in, of course. That will certainly just calm those nerves potentially. Just settle him down a little bit. Johnson, though, not the best of starts for him. Let's see that the drizzle has eased off slightly. Coming up to, of course, 11 o'clock here local time, and currently it's going to be the coldest day. I don't think we're going to get above sort of 15 degrees with a bit of wind as well. That's much better. That's where it needs to be. Back of a length. Don't give him any width either, and he'll struggle to get that one away. But good to see the chairs slowly starting to fill up on this Friday, of course. Oh, this one is a little bit frustrating. Dixon probably wanting to take this on, but misses out. Talbot at the other end, though. He can certainly give them the whole 9 yards, just off the queue end of the bat. We've had a few of them. There's been a fair... Actually, I think this might be the most in a week's of cricket's worth. Oh, it could be gone here. Oh, dear, oh, dear. That's going to be a missed opportunity from Chris Booth. I wonder if he does. I think he does. Yeah, he comes a long way out. Doesn't get back in time either. He would have been gone. So that's a life very early on for Dixon. Booth with the gloves did have a moment or two yesterday where he just lapsed to concentration maybe. Dixon gets an early life though. And now he's going to make them pay into the onside. However, picks out the fielder. So that'll just be the single. Means Talbot will get on for his first delivery. Oh dear. Well, I often talk about it, but tone setters, how crucial are they? And that one for Spencer, probably not the best of starts. Of course, Chris Booth and Gus Grant, they sort of up and changed the captaincy role for Spencer. Oh, now he's going to get launched. That's a lovely shot from Talbot. Well, both openers getting off the mark with sixes, and that one the better of the two. Goes into our over extra cover, and that is going to be 6 runs yet again. Maximo here for Talbot. Talbot, South Africa, his home nation. And that's a really nice start. Into wind as well, by the way. That's some shot to take on. 14 already off the over. Of course, they need to be going at 16s, or just above 16s, to take this down. But you just feel a couple of early wickets are what Spencer are going to be hoping for here. Oh, this is coming away, Vinny! Oh, there you go. And that's why you have the old protective layer. Where's that gone? Well, Vinny is in the comms box. He's not quite going to be on there just yet. But I tell you for free that one would have, that was an ankle breaker. And where have we got it? There it is. Okay, there's Mansfield comes and gets it. Vinny's going to come back. Oh dear, what a shot though that is. That will be a magical over to end the first. Then 20 come off it, and that's going to be 20 without loss after one. And well, your mate Johnson's come back and he's just looking at you. Vinny's trying to work out what he's saying. 31 matches then since a golden ball. At the moment, though, I'd have just heard that slightly, but here's the skipper then. Grant's going to come on. Gus Grant! They're going with spin. Both first two. This is just going to be squirted into the onside. They should turn and go. It's good fielding, though, out there. Freddie Horler covers a fair amount of ground. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware, but Mayo's back again, by the way. Mayo's still here. And, we get to wish him a happy birthday in person, which is nice. Grant though, a bad start. It's tricky to negotiate. Goes wider once again. I'm telling you, I reckon we've had about 20 over the course of this this week's tournament. Just right off the queue end. Get the old Ronnie O'Sullivan out. And again, not really out of the middle of the bat, but that's a great bit of work from Mansfield. He's probably thinking of maybe getting the arm in, but just doesn't pick it up. Bit slippery maybe, the old hot potato. That's, again, come through for just another easy single. They need a quiet over here after 20 coming off that first. Oh, someone just... Who was that? Oh, walking in front of the camera, but nevertheless... Oh, looks to go large, and well, if you're going to swing hard, this runs away. Avid Jaffrey, I'll tell you what, get this going in slow motion, because this is one of the best moments I think we'll have all day. Off he goes, you can't stop it. Oh dear, that's a horrible feeling, because you know for a fact that you're going to be on right on camera, and I tell you what, save that one, because that one's going to be going everywhere. We'll go again. This is, what a bit of fielding this is. Could be a chance here. Oh, it's a bit of a wayward throw after an excellent bit of work. I wonder if we've got this one more time here, because this is sensational. Avid Jaffrey, remember the name. Well, what an over it's been though. Just 6 have come off it. This is going to be it firmly. This will be 4, so it goes for 10. And it's still not a bad over, though, from Grant, but that one just a bit too full. Dixon going to pounce on that one. 30 without loss after 2. Here we go. Let's have a look at this one again. He sets off, and you can tell straight away his head positioning's taking it down already. Oh, dear. Jaffrey aka Nick Mohammed. He knows. It's a horrible feeling, because you know you're going to be watched by a fair few people. That's how we got there, folks. Well, we saw it once. Maybe we'll see it again. No, yeah, we will. Go on then. Put 50p in the meter. And you can see there, Wimbledon, they haven't lost a single game yet. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of their first game, of course, against the NCCA. That'll be interesting, won't it? But Twickenham and Spencer, of course, finishing second and third, respectively. Troy Johnson's going to come on then and finish off this power play. Went for 20 in his first. Well, this is the shorter ball, and this one's up in the air. The wind's moving it around. Mansfield doesn't put them down, though. That's a really good catch, and a great comeback from Johnson. Darts this one in. The pace on being the more popular option at the moment. Picks up a wicket here. It's the first one to fall. Talbot goes 6 now. Look at that. It's like a swarm of blue, isn't it? As that one is going to be the first wicket to fall then. It is 30 for 1 here for Twickenham. And that'll be frustrating for Talbot, as he's going to go. Gets a start, 15 off just 5, but yeah, it's an unfortunate way to go. Good catch though in the deep by Mansfield. You can see there, it was just that shorter ball. I think just caught him by surprise, really. Not able to quite get anything going there. That's disappointing for him. But nevertheless, Don Manuelge, the skipper, the standing skipper. No, Carlos Nunes, of course, who is the usual first-team skipper for Twickenham. Not here. He's on MCC duty out in the Netherlands, taking on a Netherlands A side. But at the moment, the Don, he's led well, in all fairness, comes in at 3. And the field changes. Of course, Zaki Rullo, expect to see him with the ball with his left arm pace. Just comes up into the ring. And follows him, and he's involved in the game. Here is Zaki Rullo. I assume he's going to be a leg by. Giving us runs. A little inside edge onto the pad, potentially. Dixon, he's got to stick around here. The last thing you want to sort of be finishing the power play with is sort of 35 for 3. Or that's where you sort of end up looking at an uphill battle, of course. Well, if you know what the story is as well for these two sides here, folks. If you lose, you're out. You're done. And if you're going to get into the final from here, you've got to do it the hard way. Well, this is thumped into the onside, and that's why Dixon has to stay around. That is flat, that is hard. That is 6 runs as Johnson again goes for the shorter option, but this time equal to it is Dixon. Just see here, look, just picks it up cleanly, doesn't he? And it actually gets over that rope pretty comfortably as well. So Grant, after a good first over, he's watched Johnson just not really hit the mark with the ball. And of course, out of those 62 that he sort of got them, he's already given 27 of them back off his own bowling. Bit of drift here, but it doesn't matter, as this one is gone large yet again by Dixon. Well, even the umbrella's not going to protect you much against a flying grizzly. 6 more. I'll just watch this here. Watch the delivery and watch the grizzly here just move through the air. Look at this. That genuinely goes away. And it's in the arc though, isn't it? It's in the hitting arc. Well, there's conversations between bowler and skipper, but if I'm the skipper, I'm just saying stop bowling it into the hitting zone of Dixon. 26 off 10 now. 120 needed off of 44. Still in the driver's seat, Spencer, but a couple of big overs, and they're right into the thick of this are Twickers. Of course, well, Vinny was asking about the posh side of London, and the posh side of London is very rugby, big rugby fan base. The old Ruggers and Twickers. Not Twickenham, it's always Twickers. As, again, that will just be hit into the onside for 1. And, well, I know that a couple in the fan zone have been disappointed that they haven't taken any catches yet, but there certainly is options and chances, I reckon, later on today, especially with some of the calibre of players on show. Don taken, that's a brilliant catch. And Johnson, you can't keep him out of the game for long. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he leaks a fair few runs, but the Don goes for 1. This was hit firmly back at the fielder, back at the bowler even, and makes no mistake of the return catch. And you can't keep Troy Johnson out of the game. This was middled from the Don, and this is a great reaction catch. It sticks in that right mitt, and that's going to be the end of the Don. So it's an interesting power play, runs flowing pretty freely, but 2 wickets falling in there as well. It's 44 for 2 after 3. The Don, he's frustrated. He didn't get underneath it. It ended up just going flat. Well, now you are looking down the barrel of what is a big uphill task here for Twickenham. And then straight out of the power play. So 3 overs a spin. You can see the comparison there. Ahead of the rate, but with those wickets falling, of course, they ended up losing a cluster of wickets in those last 3 overs, did Spencer, but already 2 down here at Twickenham. New batter, though, thing is, though, we say that they're losing wickets, but the new batter is not exactly someone that struggled. It's Francois Foray who comes in at 4, and they are going to go to that left-hand pace option. It is the youngster, 18 years of age, Zaki Rullo. Lefty, but skiddy, though, not the tallest. Of course, not the tallest in comparison to Grant, but certainly has got an opportunity here. If they pick up Dixon here, they're well into the thick of them, into that middle order. A couple of more, and then well, it's a simple equation, isn't it, really? I'm making it sound very simple. There he is, 44 on his back, just 18 years of age, Oriakil. He's been very, very tricky to deal with for some batters. Good start, good pace, and a bit of swing away. They'll take him on, and just gets through. He'll just come through for a single here. 118 off of 41. Francois Foray is comes out to the middle, and It's a tricky situation to find yourself in though, isn't it? You've got to just imagine that the thing is with 163 needing being the target, you just got to keep going. You can't really take an over just to sort of nurgle yourself in. And he does take it on, and this one just too straight from Oriakil, and Foire gets off the mark with the boundary. I'm pretty sure that's every single, apart from the Don, 3 out of 4 of the top 4 have come in and got off the mark with boundaries. This is 4 from Foire. Just helped it on its way though, and of course the left-handed Francois. Oriakil, not a terrible delivery, just too straight onto the pads. Now finds the outside off corridor, but gets spanked over his head, and that is going to be 6 runs. Oriakil 4 and 6, looking slick as Foire. That's certainly going to help his proceedings. Thump though, it's that sound off the bat. It doesn't get much better than that. Any ASMR purists out there, they know that the crack of leather on willow is one of the better sounds, especially in and around any cricket field. Oh, this is up in the air, just short of Grant. Again, scamper through for 1. And just picking up again, and I think it's the first time that the wind's actually been forecasted. It's always so it's either been dry or relatively dry, or it's been wet. This time it genuinely was just forecasted just to be windy throughout the entire day. So something to negotiate for all those involved. Dixon goes up in the air, and this one, oh, just out of my reach because I can't take my headset off, but I wasn't far away. And, well, Dixon, once again, likes the look of this one. It's full, it's in the arc, and he says, thank you very much. That's a really nice shot. They can see there, picks it up nicely. Oh, I tell you what that was about. I reckon that's about a foot away. I wasn't far. I'm only small, so you can't blame me. Last ball then of the 4th. Oh, it's not going to be. Oh, this is lifted. This is going to... The keeper does well to get something on this. There is a bit of pad on this, in fact, so that's why it lifts up. And that will be the end of the over then. It is 4 overs gone, 63 for 2. As Mr. Maximo himself, Mr. Maiden, maybe. Vinny Sanduch will always be back in the box.
Well, I'm fair like a maiden, so I'll take it. That was a good stop, wasn't it? By Booth.
I needed you 2 balls earlier, Vinny.
Yeah, the old...
you saw how outstretched the wire was.
There is I think a clear rule needs to be, if you're going to rip the headset off and try and take action, you have to hold it, otherwise you lose your job.
Oh no! Well, listen, I already put my job on the line yesterday.
Corey's was a very viral one in Malta.
Oh,
George,
but it was but he took a
and then
ridiculous
10, 12,
catch.
15 seconds later, Nish, what a catch! Nish wasn't even in the box.
Yeah. Brilliant.
These are ECN moments. If you don't know what we're talking about, you probably have no idea. Here's Hauler for the first time in over, number 5.
Double wicket maiden a little bit earlier. Could pick up one here, and he probably will, and does. There you go, Hauler. The main man himself gets the big man in Dixon. It was a nothing shot, just didn't really pick it up. Just sort of helped it on its way, didn't commit to it, and now he's back in the shed. And that's a big change in this game. 3 down now.
What about some of the catching so far? I mean, that's a fairly regulation one. But that one by Johnson off his own bowling was a real stinger. Just losing resources here. They do bat deep. We know that with Twickenham. I mean, even if you go down the bottom, guys like Maith have been batting 10, so they shouldn't run out of batting. The real question is just, can they keep going at the rate required? They're pretty much there at the moment. Hauler strikes immediately. Well taken out there.
Yeah, we've still not seen Eugene Berger, of course, and you know he's not even got the pads on. He's still got the old wind jacket on. He's not looking too concerned at the moment. But well, out comes Malazda. Malazda can certainly give it a whack.
I mean, I'd love to have the budget in European Cricket Series. Someone like Berger should have his full-on robe, and his helpers will eventually decide when it's time for him to take that off. A bit like the NFL quarterbacks, you know how they look after them when they're off the field?
Yeah, I see what you mean. All out, what a start. Almost has a second. That's good delivery, good stop though, good take by Chris Booth behind the stumps.
Ambitious stumping appeal with both feet grounded behind the line, but I like where he's thinking.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
By the way, I want to say big thanks to Sarah again for that lemon cake, which will be devouring at the end of this game.
Yeah, I saw you. Well, this is up in the air. This is probably going to fall short. Johnson sprints in, but won't get there. Have you opened it yet?
I haven't yet.
Shall we open it?
could be-
I'm not saying
It could
eat
be
it,
anything in there.
but should we? Do you want to open it? Go on,
Have a peek.
give it a little peek. Lemon cake is my favourite. Is my favourite type of cake, by the way. Oh,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Has it got the glaze on it as well?
I have to work
Oh,
out how
it
many
does.
pieces are there, and
4 for me, 4
we're
for you.
gonna have to make some tough choices.
If you're not here, you don't get it. Snooze, you lose. Oh, gets the old reverse sweep out on this one.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 13 pieces of lemon cake.
You go 7, I'll go 6. My body's a temple.
No comment. Gets a scratch on this.
Hey, hello. All right now, settle. Far 8, 11 off 4. Again, cuts this one, but straight to the fielder once more. And, well, it's often a giveaway. I reckon Mansfield might be coming on to bowl in a couple of overs. He's changing the old. He's got one spike, one trainer.
Yeah.
I like this. If he slips off that right foot now, I'll laugh. Oh, it almost comes his way, but that'll be the end of the 5th. It's a good over from Hauler again. Not quite a maiden, but does pick up 1 for 1. It is 64 for 3 after 5.
It wouldn't even be close to the first time we've had odd shoes on the network this year. It's happened several times. You can see that we're here in England, last day of this series. And tomorrow, Cyprus will be starting the Encore series. So we had one in January, a bit more of the summer feel, I think, in Cyprus, as June gets underway tomorrow as well. Rico Full and Nish will be back tomorrow, Nishay Butt, to take you through the action. We have a 14-day series there, and then 2 days of ECIs, and even 3 days of T20Is overlaps with the start of Czechia, which is the 17th of June, I should say. 3 days of women's cricket before that in T20IWs. The CE Cup is women's this year, as this is pulled away, and a brilliant catch low down. So Mansfield, well, the tyre change does the trick, and Twickenham in even more trouble now. Mulazada goes for 1 at 64 for 4.
Yeah, what a catch that is. Low down in front of him. Has to make sure he gets the old fingers beneath the ball, between the ball and the grass, and does exactly that. It's your man again. It's Trojo.
Yeah.
TJ? Trojo?
TJ.
TJ.
Oh, Trojo's way better.
Hey, that's why they pay me the big bucks.
I don't often reverse like this, but Trojo,
Thank you very much.
Charlie Hunt, you're bringing something to the table. I like it.
Trojo.
Trojo
The
is
Trojan horse.
way
How have
better
we
than
not done that, by the way?
Tijo, I think, is an actual name. Isn't it Tijo Thomas, played for West
No
Indies?
idea. No idea.
Pretty sure.
But how? The Trojan horse.
Trojo.
Trojan. Bojo. That's just funny. Anyway, Mansfield, again, both spinners picking up wickets with their first ball of their overs. Oh, this is mistimed. This will just be one, as this is the keeper,
Because,
Mohamed Ahmed.
I mean, Trojo eventually can take this to the bank. Imagine all the Trojo merchandise that he can get going, the T-shirts.
He'd have to get it trademarked pretty quickly. Sort the old copyright out on it.
Yeah, he's smart enough to do that.
Tell you what, talking
Good
of
player. What about that 6 he hit where he just whipped the wrists on it and launched it into orbit?
filth, absolute filth. Well, far 8 goes into the onside, into the wind, but gets enough of it, and that will be 6 here with 4 down. Fare's got to go berserk here, isn't it, if they're going to get up to anywhere near this?
Need a succession of magical overs. I don't know. They found a way to win ugly sometimes, though, Twickenham.
Burger. Get his pads on. He is. Yeah, told you.
Yeah.
He's opened the batting at times.
Yeah, no, they got the depth. It's just it's a magical run rate they need to go
Yeah,
at.
it
20
is.
plus.
Yeah, it's just the situation that they find themselves in. Well, these will certainly help. That is thumped over the onside, and that will be a couple of bounces into the old bushes. That's another 6 back-to-back Maximos.
Oh, well, Mansfield had a good start, but cops a bit. 4A is a real key, isn't he? These guys, he play a lot of action cricket, or indoor cricket as they call it. Now, is that Yoz doing a really good job on the retrieval. He's a man for all seasons. I noticed he has got
Big
the long
hands.
trousers today, though.
Big hands.
Yeah, he was known in his former profession as Big Hands.
Yeah, he was. I don't even know if we can actually say what his former profession was. Might give away.
It's classified.
Yeah, it is classified information, isn't it? It certainly is. Mansfield, though, he's started off well, but that 6, those 2 6s, not exactly going to help.
Magic Yoz.
Magic Yoz. Yosington, wasn't it? Magic Yosington.
Matthew Yosington.
Magic Yosington. Mansfield needs to get it right. Slightly better and good enough, and there you go. 6, 6 and out for Francois Foire. It's a great catch once again. in the covers this time around, and that's Jamie Soanes who takes the catch that time. And again, another one falls here. Just losing wickets at regular intervals, not what they need here.
These look easy, but let me give you the 4-1-1. They're not. It's not an easy day to catch. It's kind of slippery, it's cold, it's brisk. That was taken so well. And 4-8 cannot believe his luck. He has to go on walking, 677 out for 23 off just 9, 77 for 5.
Yeah, the difference is that they had Spencer had 2 batters that stayed in for, and got some consistent runs, and then everyone around them came in, a couple of boundaries, and off they went. But this is Mather, by the way. I don't know what number that is. Is that 1, 7? Not sure. Anyway.
I think the 7 with one of the head knocks he copped. The tape actually was moved. That's a good take as well. That could have easily gone for 5.
Mather, he was thinking about taking it on. He's probably annoyed that
they've elevated him. They've said, look, all right.
Has to. Levers.
Have a go.
Levers.
Didn't the head a burger.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh dear. Well, if you're going to swing for everything, that's got through everything. That's going to go for 4. That's going to be 4 byes. So good take the pull before for Chris Booth, but this one gets through everything.
Yeah, Booth's a good keeper. I've liked to keep him all week. This one, I bet he'd love back. Just beats him on his inside. 2 for 14 and 4 byes off that over. Just your regular ECN over. 82 for 5 after 6.
85 needed off 25 now. They're up at 20s and over. So magical from here on in. It's almost impossible at this rate. You can see there, though, but you've got Eugene Berger to come in.
I think they can still do it. I still think,
think so.
We've seen it done a few times. You need basically, it's like lining up the lottery numbers. You need like 4 in a row. Magical overs happen. You just need to have them all in a row. I guess if you can get a magical, it makes the next one not as unlikely, because it means you've got a batter or batters there that are launching it.
Still think that the bowling is strong enough to restrict them to.
Should be, but there's been many instances where we've seen games won from here. Give him 3% at the moment. How about Jaffrey? And his fielding before reminded me of like a land mammal where his head was too heavy for his body, and once his head went. Yeah, do we have it?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, this is earlier on. You see how he's leading with his head? It's too heavy. He just can't catch up and wipes himself out.
It never gets boring. Oh, dear. He knows.
I've got
it
several
as well.
things I could compare that to, but I won't right now.
There's
anyway,
a fair few.
I love the clutching the ankle at the end, as if that was the problem.
To the onside. That's got through everyone as Ahmad gets this one away. That one is rocketed off the pads. The old flick of the wrist. 4 runs.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again. And yeah, of course, what I mean by that is this. Oh, yeah. I don't think we'll get sick of playing that, actually.
No, that's a classic.
Would Jaffrey rather show that or him getting clipped away handsomely for 4 by Mohammed Ahmed?
Oh, now thumped but straight to the fielder. This field, don't take the run. It's a dot ball. Dot ball's a gold dust hit.
So like if you had, I don't know, some sort of weighted helmet on and you tried to run. That's kind of what it reminds me of.
The head was there and there was no stopping it.
Gravity did him.
There was no stopping it. This one up in the air. That's going to be 6 runs and away it goes. That's a really nice shot again from Ahmad. And well, again, just proving he's no slump, but coming in at number 7.
You got to go win the battle with 20. Okay, so 10 off 3. Sometimes I start looking at half overs at this stage. So can you get 10 off 3? Break it down into more manageable chunks. That's what you need to do when you've got a big problem.
Yeah, you can't get too ahead of yourselves. You've got to take it ball by ball. There's no point thinking if we don't get 20 off the over, we're out of it. You've got to take it ball by ball. Jaffrey, though. Oh, this one just sits up. This is straight to the fielder, though. He's got the field set for this, hasn't he? He knows that they're going to look to take him on. They're going to give it a go. But that's just doesn't get the elevation.
That's the frustrating one, because that's one that probably is hittable, and he's 100%. Picked out the fielder. Even if he gets in the gap, he gets 4. If he gets over the top, he gets 6. Anyway, Mather, let's see if he can move the needle.
Just 4% on the old win predictor. It's back in play on the pad, and a dot ball is just. It's just that every time it's a dot ball, it's a dagger into the hearts of Twickenham at the moment.
Shows you how quickly your fortunes can change, hey?
How? By the way, we'll get to have a look at it after this one, I'd imagine. Oh, that's a dot ball. Oh, I tell you what, he was waiting for this, was Booth. He was waiting, and there was a bit of back foot movement. Now this one could be interesting here. I know you got two two keepers in the box here. Let's have a look.
I reckon it's not.
But it goes late. You watch.
Does it actually lift? It's a slide. It's a slide.
Wait. Now. Ah, he missed the chance. Missed the chance. He's
No
fine.
one was that interested. Umpire didn't care either. But that's the end of 7 overs, and it's 93 for 5. Excited about the next game, Charlie? Is that where you're getting at?
Was just what I was getting at. Look at that squad, by the way, for the NCCA. Dan Lincoln, of course, captaining the side once again. Fresh off that 70. Big names in there. Rishton, Greatwood as well, Sturgis, Sam Young as well. Some big names.
Niels Priestley, just looking at that, I think might be the only player we haven't seen before. Everyone else we have.
Short into the onside. Fielder out there. And I think, oh, hang on a second. Well, look at that there. Is there any, there's nothing underneath that. He doesn't change it from when he takes it. I reckon this one may have just got a bit of ground here. He doesn't, just going off body language. I'm not too sure if we even get much conclusive evidence off that. Just going off where that is though, look, there's nothing underneath it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but how close were his hands to the floor? That's the other thing. It's yeah, we don't get a great shot of it because obviously the camera's moving pretty quickly as well. There's the oh, okay.
I reckon
took a left turn at Albuquerque there.
Yeah, I reckon this is going to have to just be the on-field call that they stick with it, and they're going to go with it. So he's going to have to go, and I guess they're going with the honesty of the fielder out there. He said,
look, I'm pretty sure I caught it. Umpire's obviously satisfied with it. Obviously, there's no video to really contradict that narrative. So it's going to be a 6-wicket down. Twickenham really up against it. Although if there's one man that can save him from here, he's striding to the crease. They're going to need a burger with the lot here to get out of this jam. 93 for 6.
Well, let the big boy eat. That's what they're probably thinking. And Eugene, well, this is going to be some skeptical, I think, some spectacle even. Paula, it's another wicket for him, by the way. This is into the onside, and yeah, well watched by the fielder. That'll just be 1. 2 for 2 for Hauler again. He's been so good.
Yeah, getting the most out of this service as well. It's got a bit of grip for him. Mixes up his speed well. A bit brisk there. Did you bring a big jacket today?
I don't have one. Ooh. I don't have a big ECN jacket.
You don't have one?
Nope. Nope.
That's an oversight.
Nope. There's also no point in ordering one now.
You'd say that. But
No, but there isn't, though, is
yeah,
there,
that's
realistically?
True. That's why I'm not going to buy you hand warmers.
Exactly, there's no point.
There's
There's no point getting it and then having to then, move back from London to wherever I go, trying to drag that everywhere. Well, speaking of dragging, that's gone a long old way. Mather on the fourth time of asking. This one is going to go all the way, and off he goes. It's nice to see that the crowd's starting to build up here.
Yeah, and so it's a brilliant strike from Mather. Yeah, Ian mentioning we haven't seen Priestley yet for NCCA. It's going to be hard not to call them England 11. That's essentially what they are. I still think they're wearing the England 11 strip.
I think they are, but I reckon we call them the challengers because that's what
they're being called, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going by. On that fantasy we saw NCCA, but I think we go by challengers. And I like it as well because this one, this is a nice shot, by the way. They need a few more of these. It's just going to trickle over the rope 4 more. But I think realistically, that's what they are. They're coming in. They've got 1 day to do it. They are the challengers. They're coming in to sort of ruffle a few feathers here.
NCCA challengers.
It's a great little. It's what they're doing though with it is very good though. It's very positive, especially for that. I mean, you've spoken about it before. That sort of link just between the sort of minor counties, second 11 sort of level, and that pro level. Into the onside, 1 too many maybe. He doesn't put it down. It's the Trojan himself. As Troy Johnson takes another good catch, deep low down to his left. And that's going to be the end of Mather. So 6-4, hungry for more, not to be. He'll go. And it's now 7 down, 104 on the board.
Yeah, clear schedule. Trojo, he'll be needed this afternoon. What a rise from the ashes for Spencer, who, to be honest, didn't even win a game for a long time in this series. I couldn't believe they didn't have a win after a few games, but they've snuck in. They're partly weather assisted, but now they've rocked and they've shot Twickenham here in the eliminator.
But how many times do you see a team sort of lose at the wrong time and then they go on to sort of fumble and fumble the bag? But, taking a bit of time to get going, and then they've just kept on pushing here. And it's just the case of momentum. That's 3 for Hauler, by the way. This is a great little spell. Last delivery And what could have been? It would have been the best way to end a really impressive spell for Haller again. I think he knows that he's probably expecting him to take it, but it won't be. It'll be a great over, though. Picks up 2 in it, only goes for 11. The score, 8 down. It is 104 for 7. Look at that. Not far away whatsoever.
Would have been an incredible way to finish his spell with 4 for. But anyway, I've got good news that our CEO Roger has already sent me a message saying Charlie gets his jacket.
Get in.
Don't know when. But,
yeah, in the next 3 to 5 business months.
Well, I was actually going to take mine off the tour a couple of weeks ago. I thought, just as a precaution, I'm going to keep it. The Estonia, as we know, can be pretty cold.
No, you definitely. There were times where you wanted it though, 100%.
Yeah,
Even in that when I was there was definitely a few chilly days. But no, I think realistically now until probably maybe November, it's not really going to be needed. I was
think.
The gilet does the job.
Need probably several. Gus Grant's going to come over and over number 9. Really, this game's as good as one, you imagine. I was in, I think it was Piccadilly Circus or around there, and there's a Swiss kind of area. A little monument that I took a photo of, sent to Roger the other day.
Oh, hello. Asking the question. I think this is it. It's going to be pitching outside leg.
Seemed like it must have been pitching outside leg. Oh, he wants to review it. All right, you want to review it?
Yeah, good. Look at this. Okay, come on then. Pitching outside leg. See you later. Go away.
Well, Gus, that's one review you're not going to be getting back, my friend. That's pitched a mile outside leg stump.
That's probably one of the more unsuccessful ones you'll ever see. Now, once again, into the onside, but just can't find the gap, Berger. That's. I reckon that's like, who was it that Shane Watson, wasn't it? He was the worst with reviews.
He was a trendsetter of how to burn reviews.
It was just anything that even if it was definitely out. Yeah, we'll go upstairs. My wicket's worth everything.
Opening the batting.
Ellis, he properly reached for this one.
But
why called?
Yeah, legend still has it that Shane Watson is still playing around his front pad somewhere down in Australia.
Tricky one.
Probably okay, actually.
Tricky one.
Get something right.
Yeah.
Help him out, though.
This is up and away. This has got snow on it as it re-enters the atmosphere. It'll be a great catch. Oh, shells it. It was a tough chance out there, and I think he knows it. And disappointed that he puts it down. I think that's Wilder Canny out there.
You know what? At this stage, I'm glad he attempts it. I mean, these guys, they're pretty decent cricketers, but that's one that I might be pretending I didn't pick it up and letting it hit the turf.
Well, the thing is, you can't look up and say, oh, it's the sun, I've lost it to the sun. You could blame the clouds.
Yeah.
White on white, I guess.
Yeah, the English players aren't that used to blaming the sun. I've noticed that.
No, that's true, actually. No, but the English players also have got the crazy-looking sunglasses, the wide brim hats.
Oh,
I mean,
wait till we see NCCA.
Oh, I know. No, I've watched enough. This is what's this come off? This is going to go towards the rope here.
It's taking a piece of burger.
It's taking a bit of bat, bit of willow.
He's got a little touch on it.
A little glance off the hip from Berger. Bit of class to finish that.
It's going to be a shame to say. I hate finals days in a way because you have to say goodbye to the players and some of the teams that you really bonded with during the tournament. So
Berger being one of them.
Yeah, definitely. We'd love to take Berger on the tour with us.
Tries it again. That's a great take from Chris Booth. That'll be the end of the over, and it will be the end of 9. It's 111 for 7. Yeah, listen, Twickenham, they came into this complete unknown, wasn't it, for them and for everyone? No one really was too sure if they take to the T10 format, and well, they certainly have. They've looked like they've enjoyed themselves as well at the process.
I think that's what it's all about. Haller with 3 for 12 has been great. 2 for Trojo and David Mansfield. I know that Ian, who from the Premier League Cricket Show, the podcast, has sent me in a bit of a scorecard showing what Priestley is capable of.
Oh, what a catch I've just taken there, by the way.
Oh, okay. I was looking up the play and the ball hadn't been bowled yet. You caught the towel.
Look, that was...
Towel would have got in the mud.
Yeah, see?
That's brilliant. 52 required off the last over. It'd have to be the big bang.
This one is up in the air. Jojo is just going to trundle on round. And just be some celebrations from someone. I don't know what. And yeah, it's the classic.
Celebrating your catch. Yeah. Bad time for my internet to go slow because I'm trying to pull up this scorecard.
This
is apparently with Andy Richton and Toby Greatwood bowling.
Oh, okay.
This is what Priestley's done something.
Okay.
This is for Staffordshire.
In the minor counties.
Yeah, hold on. How many viruses?
How many cookies? How many cookies do you want?
I feel more like a burger than a cookie. Allow all.
Oh, cheeky again.
We'll just wait 3 or 4 minutes.
That's okay. Oh, this is up in the air. This is probably going to split the field, is it? No, there's Trojo yet again. Good teamwork out there as well, by the way. And again, just going to be the one. Have we got it yet? Maybe? No?
Yeah, we'll maybe have it by the start of the next game. Thanks, Ian, though, for sending it through.
Yeah, love the stuff they're doing out there, by the way, on that on the Premier League show.
On my phone at the same time.
Ellis, look where he stood, by the way. He's going to get 4. He swings right across the line of this one. But this comes off the outside edge and races away.
Internet's not really enjoying the conditions this morning.
Neither am I.
A little bit in and out.
Neither am I. Yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, with Dan West and Judith coming around that we'd end up seeing some sun, but maybe not. Maybe? You got it here?
147 off 66.
Uffed.
When was this
Is
game?
this for Berkshire or for...
That was 21st of May last year.
Against Berkshire.
That's against good bowling, yeah.
Another one. Jaffrey. Oh, dear. You can't,
Look,
he's having a torrid time.
At least Jaffrey doesn't have to chase these, because imagine how many times his unusually heavy head would have pulled him down to the ground level if he had to chase it in this area. All right, yeah, Nils with 147 not out. He's listed at 3 for NCCA. Looking forward to that.
Ooh, that could be fun, hey. I mean, of course, no Harrison Ward, mostly due to the blast sort of kicking off for Sussex,
yeah.
But yeah, so I reckon you might see him at the top. Look at this, by the way. Oh, what a pickup that is. And that's going to be the end of the game, though, and it will be the end of the road for Twickenham as Spencer, they are victorious here in the eliminator. They beat Twickenham by 35 runs. Spencer will take on either Wimbledon or the NCCA Challengers in the second qualifier later on this afternoon, of course. But credit to them, they did it the hard way. And again, I think it just comes down to the fact of realistically winning at the right time. They took a bit of time to get going in the tournament, but they're hitting the strides now.
So this is where we're sitting. Spencer have come from the clouds, haven't they? And there's been plenty of those. They're the first team through to qualifier 2. They'll take on the team that doesn't win the next game between Wimbledon and NCCA. You're right, the Challengers will be here to challenge the teams that have qualified to be here on finals day. That next game is coming up in around about 15 minutes time right here on ECN. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights then. There was a mountain to climb, bit of a trend, teams wanting to chase, but it was a huge chase that they were facing, wasn't it? With Spencer setting Twickenham 163, and despite kind of being on the pace early, they fell away. And speaking of falling away, well, Jaffrey struggling with the 9.8 metres per second of Mother Nature there. But in the end, the Spencer team will be the ones smiling with that result, which keeps them in the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Mansfield, I'm just happy we get to see him again, just because I like knowing when he's coming onto bowl, because he switches from his spikes to the trainers. That was a great catch for Troy Johnson, though. And again, he had a great game, and to be honest with you, I'd find it pretty tricky to go against him for player of the match, realistically. Runs, wickets, catches and fielding, all amongst it, really. So good to see, though. And listen, credit to Spencer. They really, really have done well here to be a strong Twickenham side, it has to be said. Yes, they've had a couple of ins that haven't been there the last couple of days, but they're still, of course, they're part of the crew for Spencer, and they're doing a great job of it. This spell, though, from Hauler, yet again, very crucial.
He seems to put the ball in challenging areas, doesn't he? And forces the batters to take risk, and backed up with good fielding as well, as Johnson was able to pouch. That ends up with the player of the match as well. Trojo, he'll get to pose for the player of the match picture as well. That's yeah, right now you can see that Spencer, they're certainly pretty bullish about their chances. They seem to be hitting form at the right time.
It could be for them, but credit to them, though. It was a big victory for them, so they will be victorious in the eliminator here this morning. So yeah, confirmation that we know that they will be coming back, of course. This is what's coming up, though, in around about, well, not very long at all, actually, just about 13 minutes time. Wimbledon taking on the Challengers from the NCCA.
Yeah, and so Wimbledon winning the toss, bowling first, so we'll get to see the NCCA team batting first. Lincoln and Young listed open with Priestley, the new addition, at 3. And then Hindley, who's a real jack of all trades. David Scott as well, interesting sideline there, because he's a former Wimbledon player playing against his old side, this time the NCCA. That game coming up, like I said, in about 10 minutes time. We'll be back with you for that one. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and For Twickenham, it was always going to be rough, wasn't it? 163 required. They end up on 127. Dixon got them off to a good start with 4 Maximos in his 34. Forey also started brightly, but 23. They just found a way to get out, didn't they? And have a look at that. 7 catches taken in total by Spencer. And they end up getting the win. No one really able to fire the way that they would have liked. Disappointing end for Twickenham, but it's certainly been great getting to know them a little bit. We certainly hope also that we can see them again on the network, whether that be in the European Cricket Series or maybe even at the big dance, the European Cricket League, Champions League of European Cricket. Hauler had a haul, didn't he? 3 for 12, just going at run a ball. Apart from that, 2 for David Mansfield, and Troy Johnson caps off a pretty good game with 2 wickets of his own. Gus Grant pretty tight in there as well with none for 17 off his 2 overs. Jaffrey, well, he certainly gave us a moment to remember, didn't he? When he had a few issues chasing the ball down to deep third. So 35 runs the margin here, Spencer. They do go on to the later stages in the day. Twickenham, hopefully, they are able to enjoy the rest of the day in perhaps another way. But Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We'll be back with Qualifier 1 after this short break. This is England, and this is the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Now it's time for Qualifier 1 here on ECS England Finals Day. Now the prize for the winner of this game is a straight path through to the final, but the team that doesn't win this game, they're going to have to go through Qualifier 2. I know no one wants to do that. So we have Wimbledon here. Now they got through by topping the table in the qualifying with a 6-2 record. They're taking on NCCA, that essentially is the England 11 that are the current ECC trophy holders. So it's going to be a really, really interesting game. NCCA, of course, they haven't had to go through qualifying. They've automatically qualified for this match right here. So we know we'll see them at least twice today. So Wimbledon against NCCA. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Jared has the two captains.
Wimbledon, the home team, you'll toss. NCCA, away team, you'll call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a heads.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, Wimbledon won the toss and they're going to bowl.
So Wimbledon, the hosts, have won the toss and elected to bowl first. Interesting decision. I think I wasn't expecting anything different. I think that at this level, a lot of the time, the teams that bat second, they can kind of pace their innings accordingly. So I think both teams would have bowled first. But it means we get to see NCCA, of course, led by Dan Lincoln. We recently saw Dan do some incredible things. His century in the Western Shield, for example, was absolutely incredible. He was captaining the British and Irish Knights, who ultimately won the first ever Western Shield in Portugal. And look, former ECC MVP Andy Richton's in there. He's another one to watch. Like a lot of good players. Also, I think a chance to have a look at a couple of new players to ECN, perhaps as a little bit of a dress rehearsal for the ECC. And the thing is, the NCCA, National Counties Cricket Association, which essentially is the kind of border between professional and amateur cricket. I think that they're doing some really exciting things around that at the moment. And essentially, the England 11 is picked from that. So the players they bring in are a great audition for them, potentially, for the European Cricket Championship. Wimbledon, though, 6-2 through the initial stage. I think that they're going to give them a really good run for their money, and they have been playing, and that always helps. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the first ball. Qualifier 1 on the way. NCCA have been sent in by Wimbledon. Over to Charlie Hunt to take you to the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Rains Park Sports Ground here, southwest London. It's been the home to what has been a great week of cricket. It really has. 5 days of sensational cricket all around, really. I don't think there's really too much to complain about. There's one thing, and you can hazard a guess as to what it is. I won't mention it, but yeah, it's a pleasure to have your company here. Let's have a look at the two lineups then. Sam Baldwin comes in for Wimbledon. I know he is a pretty big in for them. And of course, well, we know a lot about the challenger side for the NCCA. We know what Lincoln's about. We know what Young's about. The only one that we haven't really seen too much of is Priestley. So looking forward to seeing what he can bring to this side for them. Of course, listen, the only reason there's a reason that he's there. He's obviously a pretty decent cricketer, and looking at some of the stats that he's got, according to Ian from the Premier League show, I think we know that we're going to be in for some interesting hitting here. They won't be too upset being put into bat realistically. They won't be too upset whatsoever. And yeah, it's going to be Sam Young alongside Dan Lincoln to open up the batting for them. It looks as if Sam Young's going to take the first delivery here. And you can see there's Limbs himself, Charlie Whipple, who'll have a big part to play in this. No Gert Oosthuizen, he isn't in the side here. Of course, Gert is essentially actually here for coaching purposes for Wimbledon throughout this season. Got roped into play, and he had a pretty good time of it. But he's not here. He's busy today, so there'll be a couple of different options for Wimbledon. But the challengers, though, you can see there, they're down as NCCA on paper, but yeah, they've opted for the challengers logo. Look at that, 53% place 47. So they've got Wimbledon being a pretty interesting battle for them. It is, of course, Wimbledon, a Prem side in the Surrey Championship, Surrey Prem. So, you know, and the Surrey Prem is a league that, now speaking of which, I say there's no Gert. He's just come on the field. I can't write this. Anyway, Gert says is in the side. I tell a lie. He is here. He's turned up. He's got a beanie on. He's in and playing. Let's get this first qualifier underway. The challengers of the NCCA taking on Wimbledon. Here's Ollie Pike. And we're going to get underway with 4 runs as Sam Young gets his account underway into the offside. Just leans on this one, over the top, 4 runs to get us underway. A bit of a rush start that time around, wasn't it? And straight into the thick of it. But a pleasure to have your company here today. As we know, this is set up to be an exciting day of cricket. Goes for it. Hasn't quite got it. There's a fielder out there. It would be a great catch, but has he done enough here? No. It's just a little teaser for Whipple. He did so well to get a hand on this on the half volley to stop it from, or trying to stop it going towards the right, but unfortunately couldn't get enough on it, and it will be another boundary. So back-to-back 4s. This is a good look at it. It was just blocked by the view of the wicket there, but you can just see there, just agonisingly close. But it does go for 4. So a good start for Sam Young. Not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he gets enough on it. Of course, I think our Wi-Fi is not exactly loving life at the moment with these conditions. Short over the top. You can't bowl there, I'm afraid. Up and over the top, and it's the first Maximo for the challengers of the NCCA. Sam Young again, 4-4-6. What a nice couple of deliveries he's had so far to yet again get going nicely. But it's a poor delivery. If I'm being totally honest, it's a poor delivery. You can't be bowling there to players of this caliber. You really can't. And that's going to certainly get them off to a nice start here. 14 already. Pike's got to get it in the areas. Well, he does, but this time it's going to hit away into the offside. That one races along the carpet. That's going to be another 4. So 4 deliveries to start us off. We've had 4 boundaries already. I like this, and couple of questions already in. Tim saying, is this the same Dan Lincoln that played for Dorking Wanderers in the National League? It was. Recently played at Slough Town the season just gone in the National League South. Up and again this time. Doesn't get all of it, but he's getting in enough. It's going to be 1-2 bounce 4. This is destructive stuff from Young at the moment. Pike just can't get the right line at the moment. Another boundary, and they're already going to be... well, you just feel maybe the option to go for Pike not quite clicking here. As realistically, all Speller could do was just go and chase it. Now he's going to try and overcompensate, and it's going to be into the onside yet again. Oh dear, when it rains it pours, but they're not bowling well here is Pike. It's another loose delivery. It's a Gundy one, and he's going to be very, very happy to take this on. Here's Sam Young. What a start this is. We're probably going to see a supersonic over here in the first for the NCCA. This is a great start for them here. Can he find the right area? The answer is no. That's going to be a wide, so it does already go supersonic. Pike under a serious amount of pressure already this time. And you just got to feel, this is not a good tone setter. Up, up and away. That's a beautiful pull shot. Got all of this one into the fan zone yet again. And what an over to start us off with the NCCA. They mean business here. It's a supersonic. It's 36 off the first. It's 36 without loss after 1. Well, this is how Wimbledon, of course, got here. They finished top of the table. And they are currently under the pressure from the challengers. What a start. 36 without loss. Ollie Pike, not too sure how much we're going to see of him again. And then they're going to go to 6 for 8. Charlie Whipple limbs himself. He's going to come on, and he's going to take this second over. He's got Dan Lincoln in his sights. Well, there's an interesting look as we'll try and come back to live action. Dan Lincoln then. It's a good delivery from Whipple early on. Gets the wrong one in. And a direct hit. This is interesting. Lincoln cops one earlier. That one's going to be a little bit of a sore one. Don't rub it down. Don't rub it. See there. Just tucks him up slightly. Look at this here. He is looking, but it's an interesting one. He would have probably made his ground early on. So he'll get a single, and rightfully so. He just brings Young back on strike. Through the offside again. Chases on for the fielder in Speller. And Speller will get there this time. And again, just going to be a single. Nick Cucker, of course, with the gloves. Michael Turner still in the side, though. But yeah, Gertrude Stayson is in the side. there was a bit of a communication error on from that respect. Genuine leg spinner, and this is going to get through. This is a really nice shot once more. Just leans on this one. He picks the length early, and Lincoln just plays this nicely into the offside. This is an outrageous start from the challengers here. See here, just very still at the crease. Looks like he's got all the time in the world. And listen, he's in form. Coming off of a very good 70 against Sussex in what was a bit of a warm-up for them going into the Blast this weekend. And again, carves this away. Can't find the gap, though. That's going to be a dot ball. A welcome dot. Whipple still not a bad over, realistically. Only gone for 6 thus far, but that damage in the first over is brutal. Full and taking it into the onside, and he's going to get enough of it. That will be 6, and the umbrella might not save you as it's raining runs at the moment. And we're in Rains Park, of course, and Lincoln takes it on, gets enough of it. That's going to be 6 more. Lincoln, no stranger to the playing conditions on the European Cricket Network. Captain the England 11 in every time we've seen him, and he's done superbly well at that as well. Of course, he'll be comfortable though with Sam Young, but of course no Harrison Ward, who we normally see with the challengers over the last couple of weeks. Genuine outside edge, and just plays all around this one, and it does get a little bit lucky. It gets over the top. It'll only just be 1 though. There's that's Adam Slater doing the fielding there. And again, the damage already done though off that first, realistically, as we'll get to the end of the second. It is 49 without loss. Good time to welcome back to the comms box, Vinny Sandy. Well, Vinny, you missed the first over, but I'm sure you were probably wandering around and then just hearing 6 after 6 after 6.
Yeah, well, I wasn't around for the Battle of Britain, but I'm sure the audio was pretty similar because there were things landing all over the spectator area and beyond. Wimbledon finished top of the table. That's why they get the free passage through to this game. Challengers doing more than challenging really at the moment. They're off to a cracking start, 49 off 2 overs. Billy Sewell is going to come on, try and get that breakthrough, but it's not coming yet. And that might have got all the way. I think it has. Maximo, the 50 up in only 13 balls. And the thing with this NCCA team, they're a team in form as well. They've been playing cricket at a very, very good level, and it shows.
Yeah, and that recent sort of setup of the challengers side, and yeah, they played against Leicestershire and they played against Sussex as well, and got a few wins under their belt as well. So just closing that gap, that's their goal. But at the moment, putting a big gap between themselves and Wimbledon.
Slower ball, could see some sort of variation there. The other thing is this power play probably can't end quick enough for Wimbledon right now. They are under attack. Yeah, just that confidence, isn't there, of the NCCA side. Wimbledon going to have to pull their socks up pretty quickly. Inside half of the bat sets a bit of a task for Steve Reeves out there. The fridge.
It's stuck, isn't it? I like that. I'm glad it's stuck. Yeah, a bit of a looser shot. This from Young.
There was an original fridge.
Actually,
the original fridge, it was actually in Australian football. They actually called him the refrigerator. Not just fridge for short.
Yeah.
Just because he was pretty well built and was liked running through people. Round the corner, this beats the fielder in the circle. It's going to be 4 more. It's just a little bit of a touch shot there from Dan Lincoln. But the original fridge on ECN, Fiaz Ahmed, he played for Jandra Brescia, and he actually had the longest gap between appearances on ECN.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. But he played in the first ever ECN series, which was ECL 19.
Okay.
And he wasn't cited again, I think, till ECS in 23 in Milan.
There you go.
So it was basically 3.5 years. Played off the back foot, played nicely, and that is going to run towards the boundary. It won't quite go all the way. Lincoln moves to 25 in pretty quick time.
He gets that one away nicely, though, doesn't he? And but early on, Lincoln, and it's not as if, you know, I mean, you might suggest that some of the players that you see in an ECC coming off the back of a busy season, maybe a little bit fatigued, but at the moment, loving life.
Yeah, keen, but this could be gone. It's dropped. He decided to go fingers up there. That's Charlie Whipple, and it's a stinger, but Lincoln gets a life on 25. Still disappointed again, tries the change of pace. I like the variations, at least trying to make something happen. But that one hurts in more ways than one.
Not the person you want to be dropping early on in an innings. And well, he almost took off a specky earlier. That one, probably the simpler of the two.
Chases what would have been a wide, I think, here, Young. But it's the end of the power play, and what a power play. NCCA 65 without loss after 3. Yeah, so Fairs Ahmed of Janjabresha played on the 29th to 31st of July in 2019 in the ECL. And then played again on 27th of April 2023. 1,366 days, or 3 years and 9 months between ECN appearances. There is a pretty random ECN stat for you. And he's known as the fridge.
I do like, you are the brain that has all the stats. And I have to say, after not commentating with you for a while, it's good to refresh my memory.
I would have traded them all for at least one run in that over at Sixers the other night. Anyway, this is straight up in the air. Surely this is getting taken. It is. So Lincoln gets dropped last over. Only costs them one, really. Speller breaks through. And the first wicket goes down, 65 for 1.
Yeah, that will do the confidence nicely for Wimbledon. And Lincoln, after being dropped, doesn't end up being too costly. I was a little bit worried when the fielder took it away from the keeper and Hucker, but nevertheless, makes no mistake. And the first wicket falls, then Lincoln goes 65 for 1. And, well, there you go. This is what we've been waiting for. I've been looking forward to this. Priestley coming in at 3.
Yeah, look, it's the kind of catch. It's probably a keeper's catch, but the thing is, the keeper does have to run with the flight of the ball, and on a swirly day, that's a bit difficult. So, yeah, I think it was a bit of a sitter for the fielder anyway. So really could have gone either way. At least they communicated, and that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, Priestley then. Here we go. Left-hander coming in at 3.
Yeah. That's not a bad shot to start. He just caresses that one over deep. Mid wicket for 6. Maximo Nils has arrived.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it, for Priestley? Again, just looked very confident, and rightfully so. That one nicely played into the onside.
Computer game cricket at its best right now.
The old stick cricket.
Stick cricket, live action. The Onyx bat.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of those before.
Special mystical powers. This is hit pretty hard as well. It's about 2 metres from Gert, who had no chance of hauling that one in. 6 and 4. This is a guy, looks like he hasn't had his breakfast because he is hungry for more.
That was thumped, and yeah, Gert almost just sort of looked at that.
Imagine if that wasn't Gert, what would have happened?
I don't even. It doesn't matter who's there. I don't think realistically that's one of those that if you get something on it, you're either going to break that bone or something else.
It's a bit of a worm burner. Anyway, Speller has the right of reply, and he just surprises Priestley with a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, well, just a little bit of a sigh of relief maybe after getting thumped onto the onside 2 times.
Pitches up. Hey, well bowled by Speller.
Yeah.
He's just been whacked a couple of times, but he's kind of steady as you go with his approach. So, I mean, it is a cracking start, but let's remember it's only a start, and Wimbledon have some very good players as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting contest, this one.
Nice shot. Good shot selection here as he just punches this one behind point for 4 more. Ends the over, 1 for 14. Not a bad one by Speller, all things considered. It's 79 for 1 after 4.
Not a bad one, but you just feel that over just already putting them well ahead in the context of this one. But yeah, you can see there on that win predictor went from, what was it, 3% difference, now 78% for the NCCA challengers. So a bit of an interesting time of it to come up for them. But yeah, I mean, you've also got to look at what they've got with the bowling department for the challengers. You know, Rishton, of course, back in 2022, I believe, was the MVP in the ECC, of course. And it just shows you that a lot of talent on display here on a chilly Friday.
It is chilly, if that's what you want to call it. Anyway, Fridge opening up over number 5, hit in the end. Mistimed, though, by Young. Good players, they still give opportunities. Not everyone hits everything in the middle of the bat.
I think Gert just sort of forgot that the wind was there a little bit. That one just went over.
Went into the freezer compartment, that one, didn't it? But wasn't able to reel it in.
The old fruit and veg box.
Hello to Birdie, who's watching from Hornchurch. By the way, we didn't really get a chance to say goodbye to Hornchurch, probably, or Tunbridge Wells for that matter. But we want to say to them, they're two teams we really enjoy having on ECN, and it's a shame we won't see them on finals day. But I'm sure they'll be tuning in, wishing them all the best for the season ahead, of course.
Yeah, big time, absolutely. Long way to go.
Yeah, well bowled. Well bowled. Gets through the keeper, though, and they'll sneak through for a bite.
Yeah, good running. Very good running. Yeah, I remember speaking to President for the Wimbledon club, and he said as much as he sort of didn't want to see Hornchurch through from a Wimbledon perspective, he wanted to see them on finals day just because of the punters they bring in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hardy lot. Lifted up leg side, picks out the fielder, though. So things just come back to normality a little bit at the moment. I want to say hello to Sue Guppy, who says, morning, Vinny and Charlie. Still
Hi, Sue.
looking chilly in Rains Park, but dry for now. Yes, Sue. Love your work
Cold,
as well.
though, yes.
Really loving the interaction we're getting with the punters in more ways than one. This is just a lean back, flat back smack from Priestley, who has announced his arrival. He's 20 off 8, and this one ends up banging into the sight screen.
What were those stats again, off the top of your head, that you looked up earlier?
140 something off
Not many.
70 balls or something like that. This is going to send the bench clattering as well. Maximo, as Priestley will move to 26. And at the end of 5 overs, their challengers, well, they're up to the challenge so far. They're 94 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Peacock Friday, Finals Friday as well. There is a peacock under that quarters in.
Hang on a second. There you go. Look, it's the regular at the moment.
Can I just say to the Dawsons, thank you so much for these pieces of lemon cake. I've saved us the last 2.
Oh,
That's yours.
I'm not going to say no. Oh, look at that, by the way. Look,
Peacock,
Derek's here.
happy Peacock Friday, of course. Peacock Friday duck. We haven't seen a Peacock Friday duck yet. So
Cheers.
maybe you'd like to eat yours first, because that's polite. And I also already had a piece. Let's go back to the action.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. As this is up in the air and taken. Well, there you go. Things changing pretty quickly, and it's going to be Young that goes. He started in ominous fashion. But yeah, just kind of up and over the top. Good start, as could be a slight bit of drizzle that's come in. But anyway, it will be the second wicket to start the 6th over. The score's 94 for 2. Oh yeah, I forgot that Charlie's eating, so I'll just hand it back to myself. But I'm sure we've got plenty of new viewers. I've started to be a bit of a weather swami, and this just has a different feel. Uh-oh. And by different feel, I mean windy. I'm actually tempted to go early computer away. No, you think we'll be all right? Charlie thinks we'll be all right. How's the lemon cake, by the way? It's good. I'll turn you on for a second. You give us the 2-second review.
Very good. 10 out of 10.
Agree. Anyway, Boyle. Yeah, it's another one hit towards the field. This one's going to go over the top, though. Maximo! David Scott. Well, I was expecting the crowd to be coming out for David Scott. Wimbledon through and through. Has moved on now, but he returns to the scene. And he starts with a 6. So that was pretty close. Look at the diving effort there at deep mid wicket. Now Boyle comes back well. Jack Boyle leading the side. And I think he's really enjoyed his ECN experience so far this week. Very talented player. Can hit the ball a long way himself. And speaking of that, this is up and this is out of the ground as well. So Maximo. Scott doubles down. Hundreds come up during this over as well. Boyle goes the journey.
Go on then. Take a minute.
Back.
Yeah, take a minute. Go on. You have your
Welcome back.
second slice.
The thing is, I offered it to everyone. There was one left over, and I thought, you know, the nicest thing to do, I could cheers you with the lemon cake, and also, it's an end piece as well. Oh.
Some would argue the worst part. Some would argue the best. Good stop. Very good stop. As that's a really good bit of work from Adam Slater. Haven't really spoke about it. No. It's only one Boyle in the side. Only one. And which is slightly frustrating, because I was doing a bit of research and I found out that Matt Ball is actually the nickname that he's got from his home parent club here in the UK, Three Bridges. Susan Boyle, not here. Big shame. This one is away through. As I think the cube might be about to take liftoff at the moment, though. Scott, well, we're on screen. We're not quite catching up, but that's going to be another 4. And that brings up the 1-1-1 for 2 after 6 then. And, well, it's all going. We're losing connectivity. We've lost Vinny again. And at the moment, it's just not clicking. I've just seen a sight that I don't think anyone will ever want to see. I don't want to know. Vinny's just sort of miming words at me, and I don't really know. I'm just going to let him do what he do. Anyway, we'll continue on with the cricket, though. Looks as if they're going to go back to Mr. Jonathan Speller. And, of course, Jack Boyle picking up a wicket, but going for a couple of 6s and a 4. Yeah, no Matt Ball. That's a big miss at the top of the order for them. That really does change things in the grand scheme of things. Here is Speller then. Good stop by Hucker. They'll come through for a very quick single. Priestley ends up on all 4s, and it's all going on here at the moment. Bit of lateral movement. Hucker doesn't, just sort of jumps at it rather than with it. Well, there's Weir. He's very, very busy down there on the angle on that 45. Now this is up in the air. Oh no! Oh dear, you can't be putting those down. That's a real shame. That's a big drop. That's not what you want to see. Now you see that. Oh dear, That was Jack Boyle, of course, and now over the top this time. Who put him down, and they're going to continue on the onslaught here. Yet again, another 6 runs then. And all of a sudden, things just not going too well at the moment. That's going to be Scott, who got dropped. And well, now just going to continue the onslaught here. Another 6 runs, of course, into the 100s already at this point. Oh, dear. Yeah, if you are going to make the journey down for the afternoon session, bring blankets. Not for you, for me, please. This one, that's going to be fine. Steps well across this and goes over the top of the stumps. No issue with that one. There you go, 120 up now. You can see this here. Over the stumps, no issue with that one. Oh, this is a really nice shot, and he's got all of it as well. That's going to be Maximo for Scott yet again into the onside, and picks up all of it. That's again just plicked away. NCCA already moving on to what could be one of the biggest scores that we may see in this tournament. This is really nice stuff at the moment. No matter the conditions, they're still just seeing ball hit ball at the moment. Once again, Speller. Oh, that is ridiculous. That is out of this world from Scott. Just stand and deliver stuff at the moment. And that one is up and away. See you later. 6 more, and that is a brilliant shot yet again. And this is just unbelievable at the moment.
Well, I've come back. The weather assessment, settled down.
It's fine. Relax. It's England. We'll do anything. It's all okay.
I would characterise Scott's batting as violent, based on what I've seen from him. This time he goes a little bit backwards. It'll be 1 bounce 4. So Speller has fought hard, hasn't he? But kind of bites off more than he can chew in that over. And up to 7 overs. It's 136 for 2. ECC 24, pretty exciting. The first time we've had 2 divisions, and England 11, the only team to auto-qualify for Championship Week.
Break down Group 2 of the Challenger Division for me.
Wide open is how I would characterise it. I actually think Greece are a good shout in that group.
Cool.
But 2 teams get to go through. Tim Barker, who was playing for Spencer this week, plays for Luxembourg, by the way. Czechia, they'll be disappointed if they don't go through, but 2 teams go through from each of those 2 groups into what's called the playoffs, which is like their champions 3 days.
I love it, though, by the way.
It's a really good concept.
Oh, wow.
And it also means the champion, or the Premier Division, I should say, with the top 21 teams, is going to be really competitive.
Oh.
And here's Charlie Hunt to take you through the rest of the 8th over.
Brilliant. Again, Vinny's had enough. He's had it. This is going to be hit firmly. And the fridge gets round as well. Steve Reeves. Vinny's had enough. He's had it. He's back in the bag. He's gone. He just turned around and he said he'll be back on air in Portugal. Okay, well, I wonder how that will go down. Whipple once more then. A bit of a Gundy ball, that one. He got away with it though, didn't he? And another one, but this time not going to get away with it. Gerdu Stazen's not going to get there. That's going to be another boundary. So 4 more yet again. And, well, Whipple, this one just again too short. 6'8", all limbs from Whipple. But at the moment, yeah, violent is probably the right word at the moment. I can't believe this, what I'm seeing here. Vinny's packed everything. What's going on? I can't believe. No, it's not. You're fine. You're jumping the gun here. I'm telling you, you're going to be absolutely fine. You're going to be putting all this back out in 5 overs.
I've just done with
precautionary
my protocols.
work.
Yeah, precautionary.
Oh, no.
Whipple gets too short, but it might pay off. Another drop catch. We haven't seen this at all, have we? That's Jack Boyle, the captain out there. A deep square. And well, at least he drops it forwards. This is another golden opportunity. Yeah, not an easy catching day for sure. It's frustration for Wimbledon.
Yeah,
They've had their chances.
This is not what you want, realistically. It looks as if he's going to go again.
Nicely done.
Well watched.
By Steve Reeves down there.
Very, very well watched. That's not easy down there at the moment.
You can't even see it on the back of Reeves, but he's got a proper tea towel.
It is a genuine
like
tea towel.
Like a genuine kitchen tea towel. Oh, this is lifted up. That is out of the ground. Maximo. As Scott moves to 46 in no time at all. 149 for 2 after 8. And despite what Charlie said, the drizzle is coming into the box, and I'm going to phase 2 of my winding down of operations.
What's that? Moving to a different area?
What we've learned is that water and electronics, they don't mix.
Oh no, obviously.
And it's fine for Spring Productions, who are a multi-billion-dollar organisation. They can just keep wheeling out more and more stuff. But once my laptop's gone, that's it.
but talk to people about how old that laptop is, by the way.
I got my laptop in 2013.
Yeah. Scrambling over to my
lets me
side.
cheat off his screens all the time when I
I'm not Rico.
And you never will be with that attitude. Anyway, a fraction short, lifted up over the top. Maximo Priestley sends this one halfway to heaven as the NCCA pass 150 with 10 balls still in the bank.
Yeah, this is pretty outrageous hitting at the moment. He's picked up the mice. There's nothing there.
Do you think one day we'll just have cube cam and it's on 24 hours a day so you can see what we're talking about?
I think that'd just be concerning if they did.
The numbers be like, tell you what, cube cam 24/7 with Corey, and it'd be pretty good.
I've still never done a game with Corey.
I did say a few years ago when we in Belgium,
yeah,
you said, could you? And I shut it down pretty quickly.
I don't know. Listen, we've both been to comm school.
Yeah, but he went to like a different comm school that was more like military school.
I actually did go to
you'd like to commentate with Corey. I said, no. Just because he's a bad influence.
No, I think...
But Corey, to be fair, he's matured a bit.
Absolutely. He's 35 now.
Which means he's still quite immature. Anyway, this is drilled away. Well, there's a chase. I love the efforts of the spectators. Watch this one get chased down. There we go.
I know.
A bit of pace there.
That kid was behind me as I was running in to get to the cube this morning.
That looks a little bit like, aren't you 5 years ago? Look at this. On the chase.
5 years ago.
Yeah, how old are you again?
22. I'm not 18 anymore.
4 years ago.
Brilliant, thanks.
I like the hat. It'll protect you from the rain today as well. And look, thinks about, am I going to get the distance? And a pretty good throw. One hopper back. Anyway, this is another one that someone's going to have to fetch, as it's going to be leg side Maximo, as Priestley engaged in a pretty intense one-on-one race to 50. He'll get to 49 of just 20. It's the end of the ninth over, 165 for 2.
186 is the highest score we've had. It was Wimbledon, of course. They could be getting there at the moment. A magical over would certainly help their way on there towards that 186. Who are they going to go with the ball here? I think.
See, look, this is the rain again. We're back.
There you go.
Oliver Pike went for 36. How did that
that's
one
not fun.
slip through my
That wasn't fun.
first over?
That was horrible.
It wasn't the pure 6-6s though, was it?
No, it wasn't.
No,
Somehow we
I
got
think I
there.
would have
though.
noticed that.
Somehow we got there. They're going to go with Steve Reeves to bowl this last over then. 20 will get them to 185. Here we go. Last overtime.
First one's lifted up. Fielder comes in, does well to smother it there, Jack Boyle.
There's a lot of jumpers with no numbers on there. That's all I'm
Yeah.
going to say.
Okay.
There's two no numbers at the moment, which I'm trying to
Where's
work
yours?
out.
That didn't look like Jack Boyle to me either.
No, it's the Jack ball is currently about to run
Yeah,
across your
yeah, that's Jack.
screen. There you go. There's Jack.
Long way away from
Meow.
Yeah, all right.
You've gone portable. This
Yeah,
is
I'm operating off
comms.
a
This
skeleton,
is
yeah.
comms on the
Going
on
back
the
to
road.
find the first over. Priestley on 49. Gets hit in the shoulder. Spitting delivery there from Reeves. Shows that the fridge has got a bit of heat as well.
It's not raining, by the way.
That is right. We see when you say it's not raining, you just mean it's not raining that much.
Exactly.
What
I'm English.
What a country.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a weight movement there. First I went 4-4-6. 4 off a no ball, 4-6, wide 6.
Yeah.
36.
Bit of everything.
Not hypersonic though.
No, boring. Oh dear, the cap's fallen off.
Right, that is up in the air. It'll be 50 for Priestley. And it will end up going to the rope as well. So he brings up his half century off 23 balls. NCCA up into the 170. Still 2 balls to go.
I love that. Lincoln's just walked past us. He's heard us say it's 50. He's gone to the boys. Oh yeah, 50. What about? They've all looked at him and gone, what? 50? Oh no, it's okay.
It's come quickly, and he might actually rob Scott of an opportunity to get a 50 as well. And it's
That'd
gets
be
one this
horrible.
ball.
Scott against his old club as well.
Run.
Oh, he's
No,
okay.
I won't. So
Sounded
hey, credit to
interesting.
Reeves though. Look at his figures. He's conceded 19 off 11 balls bowled. Pretty decent given the
You take it.
what's been happening to some of the other Wimbledon bowlers.
It's-
Last ball of the 10. Seatbelts on. Hit along the ground though. Probably should go for 2. I think they're happy enough with the one in the end to protect the Red Inkers. And NCCA burst onto the scene here in the ECS England. 171 for 2 off the 10. What a good partnership that was. Wimbledon, look, I know it's not easy conditions, but they did elect to field. They did have some opportunities. Now, whether it would have saved them runs or not, and we'll never know. Sliding doors moments in there. But one thing's for sure, they are chasing a bunch. At least they do have the double chance. So the loser of this isn't out. But Wimbledon, you know, they've got some pretty good bats of their own. And they'll feel that if they can hit their straps, maybe we could see a 170s chase here in Qualifier 1.
Yeah, maybe. Let's go ahead and have a look at these highlights then. And well,
You
yeah.
see, I'm like a pelican. And I won't go into that too much. Great work by Spring Media as well. And it shows you how wide angle that camera is. Maybe Cube Cam is the future. But what about some of these missed opportunities? They weren't swallowed, were they, Charlie? This one was, but there were a few that did go down.
Yeah, they certainly were. That cost didn't end up being too costly, but that cost didn't, yeah, interesting. The drop didn't prove to be too costly, but it brought Priestley, though, out to the middle, and he went ballistic, didn't he? First time we're seeing him, and, well, it's hard not to be impressed. This one, though, another one where we almost lost it, but it was a good take by Weir down on the 45, and, of course, that brought Scott out up against his former side in Wimbledon. How frustrated will he be not to get to that 50?
Yeah, but it keeps him hungry. Who knows, these two could easily meet later in the day, potentially in the final, but... yeah, the Sixers kept on. Oh, you want to say it one more time? Yeah, see,
Yoink.
when you don't, if I was an octopus, I'd have so many hands. Really, Charlie, you learn a few things. You will here in the Cube. And eating hands-free is one of the skills that you do have to develop if you're going to reach the top tiers of ECN commentary. Okay. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard. 171 for 2 off the 10. It was Young and Lincoln that got the NCCA team off to a cracking start. 38 off 13 for Sam and 26 off 11 for Dan, the captain, who will also be behind the stumps in the second innings. Priestley did reach his half century, the only batter to do so. David Scott with 47, probably deserved a 50, didn't he? He came out and absolutely torched them against his old side. We didn't even see guys like Henley, Hemp, Ballows, Rishton, former MVP of the ECC. Bowling-wise, well, it ain't pretty, but Jack Boyle did take a wicket off his over. I also think Reeves, for me, he was the best of the bowlers.
Yeah.
He did pick up a wicket, none for 20 off his two. Speller did pick up a wicket, also tried hard. Whipple, I think, again, he could be proud of his figures, none for 26. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll look to see if there's any more lemon cake that I can guzzle before the second innings. 172 for Wimbledon to go straight through to the final, or will it be NCCA to grab the auto qualifying spot? Really sad to hear Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series England. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, welcome back to Rains Park Sports Ground here in southwest London. It's a miserable southwest London today, but the good news is the players are out in the park and we're getting set for the second half of this game. Of course, the first qualifier this time around, and of course it was a very, very good start for the challengers as they eventually got up to a decent total, of course, in that first innings. And it's going to be an interesting one. 32 matches since the Golden Ball. But at the moment, it is, of course, going to be certainly an interesting one. Well, we're going to have to get the old cloth out on that camera. Yes. The rain is in and around the area. There isn't too much that we can do about it. It's just drizzle, though, so it's not too drastic at the moment. And you can just see that at the moment we're almost ready to get things going, as this is going to be Toby Greatwood to start us off, as this is Michael Turner. This is off the pad, and this is going to be 4-leg buys to start. So that's a positive start this for Wimbledon. It would be a pretty mammoth chase this of a 172, and you can see there Lincoln not able to quite get to this one, and it's going to be a bit of a wayward start for Greatwood, just on the pad, a little bit too straight down the leg side. And that one is going to be 4 to start. Once more then, what's the response? It's a full toss through the onside. There is a fielder out there and does the hard yards. Gets that one away. So realistically though, this chase is going to have to be a pretty decent start, of course, off this power play. They're going to have to make the most of those fielding restrictions if they're going to be able to get up to this 170. Of course, no Matt Boyle, but they've still got Jack, of course, Jack Boyle. Maybe Susan's long-lost cousin. Lovely shot. Fielder out there, though. Has just done enough that time around. Good fielding out there. Sam Young, of course. Well, he enjoyed his time with the bat, didn't he? Got out in slightly frustrating fashion, but nevertheless, he of course had Scott and Priestley who came out after him, and well, they certainly just continued in fine form. Realistically, both getting one getting a 50 in Priestley, the other one just falling short. This is a short arm jab into the onside. Again, this time good stop though. Tom Hinley. It's mid on. The tea towel, the tea rag is in big high demand here this morning, it has to be said. This is up, and away. This is a lovely shot. First Maximo of the innings then, and it's Turner. The old uppercut. Yeah, the old 1-2-3. That's Greatwood. Goes short, goes upstairs. Well, tell you what, Turner's home, and he takes this one to the cleaners. Nice shot. Just helps it on its way. And this one is, again, just played. As for the on drive, doesn't quite find the connection. It'll be the end of the first. It's 12 without loss after one. Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network. Now joined back in the cube by Vinny Sandu.
Great to be back. Well, we've seen some pretty big mountains climbed recently. We had that 177 Golden Ball in Estonia, didn't we? So who's to say we couldn't go 171? Time will tell. What I can tell you, this is a proper London drizzle day, isn't it, as well? Just kind of drops it, just wandering around. This is the tail of the tape so far. Winner of this game goes straight through to the final. Loser will have to play Spencer, as this first ball goes very, very wrong. Well, Sturgis comes in. He's played we know pretty well, but let's just have a look. This is bounces once there. Where's the second bounce? Oh, it's way past there. That's just going to be a 5 wides. I'm not sure if you saw that, Charlie, because you're busy trying to cover everything up. It was a strange one. Sturgis, I mean, you've gone from playing cricket on turf to artificial. It's just different. That's what I will say. Anyway, welcome back, Tommy. This one's a lot more reasonable, lifted up over the top. And that's gone for 6. Maximal, so 11 to start the over. You know what they say, the longest journey starts with the smallest step. And Wimbledon, they're stepping in the right direction at the moment. Nice shot by Boyle, helped away over 45.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, though, and we said that when it gets down to interesting times, you've got to take it ball by ball. I think in the same context that can be applied here. You know, you're up against a strong side in the challengers. You just got to take, over by over, ball by ball. Don't worry about the rate you got to be at. Just take it as it comes realistically. Don't stress yourselves out over it early on.
Play's important though, isn't it? This is hit with a straight bat just outside the grasp of mid-off. It's going to run away for 4 despite the Superman dive from Nils. Wow, I like that. He was optimistic. Certainly got some good slidage there, didn't he? 4 runs though.
He clearly isn't the one that's going to have to do the cleaning of the old clothing later. Look at that. That's like the old slip and slide. It probably is like a slip and slide out there.
A long time before that time stopped, that he was never going to stop before either. Anyway, lifted up over the top, no timing, back and caught. Well, that time it's a stop, drop and roll job from Priestley. So Boyle's going to go for just 11, and that's a big blow to Wimbledon's chances, I think, as they lose their captain 27 for 1.
Yeah, that'll certainly just please Priestley, won't he, after that slip and slide. But this one, though, is a good catch, and it is the old drop and roll, isn't it? And that's a nice way to pick up the first wicket, though.
Just got a bit high in the bat, didn't it? And Sturgis, he's recovered from bowling on the pitch next door to just slowly getting it right. Nice catch by Nils. And takes it very, very well. Yeah, so have a look at this. We've got the TVs out as well, by the way. Now, we're certainly hoping the rain doesn't kind of hamper our plans to give the viewers the VIP experience here at the ground. I guess time will tell. Sturgis, smart. He's just coming off a couple of steps here. I just think that's the smart play. But this is flicked away. Whipple comes out, and he'll get 4. So, yeah, good start for him. I think it's important that the bowlers, I suppose they have to adjust to these conditions. You can't expect to kind of run in off 30 yards and be hitting the crease with the kind of velocity that you might be able to on a turf pitch when you've got spikes in dry conditions. It's just all about being adaptable. Sturgis, despite taking that wicket, he has gone for 19 in the over.
Good start for Whipple, isn't it? Steps across. It's the old levers out. Limbs himself.
Limbs Incorporated.
Good one. Very good. Yeah. A little shout out, by the way, to the LOC and the volunteers of Wimbledon.
They've been so great. Thank you so much.
Big shout out to John as well. John's been class.
Yeah, Whipple's the kind of guy who could peer into your treehouse just by going onto his tiptoes.
I think he's greedy. I'd love some of that height. He's just being greedy,
careful
really.
What you wish for.
No.
Door frames, a bit of a problem at that height. This is coming our way. Cube bound. There's no equipment to protect anymore because I've put it away. So that'll just be whacked away. Good shot straight through the line there from Charlie Whipple. Takes us to the end of the second over. 35 for 1. And look, right now at least they're on the pace.
Yeah, there you go. There's confirmation that Wimbledon, of course, finished top. And Twickenham second. But look at that. Even though the 7-point difference there for Twickenham and Spencer, they were really able to... Spencer able to get one up on them. And well, this is going to be fun here. There's Rishton, MVP of a couple of years ago.
Now I've heard that he does insist to be called MVP by his teammates at all times. Andy, he's a great guy to have on the network anytime. Anyway, let's see how he goes here in over number 3. Well, first he doesn't go. He does a lot of work with juniors as well. He's all round nice guy.
I remember writing that article that we did for him for that MVP.
Long way across. Oh yeah, tell us more.
No, because I was, for that ECC, that 22,
yeah.
I was behind the scenes. I was helping with some different bits.
We couldn't keep you under wraps for too long though, Charlie. You had to be heard.
Had to be. Unfortunate for some.
So tell us about this MVP article. Was it a bit of an expose?
Maybe. Nah, it was just a pretty simple one.
Peeling
really.
back the curtain on Rishton. That's one thing. I thought I would have had more tabloid attention here. I didn't even see one paparazzo when I went into town the other day.
Yeah,
should have worn my suit.
You did.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Or a purple one. Shot, by the way.
Down the ground for 4.
You tried. You tried your best.
Rico gets stopped at the airport.
Did he?
Yeah, after the ECC when he came back to visit his family.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good on him.
That live here.
We had that in. We had it in Belgium. Remember? We had it in Belgium. People came up to us and said, "Oh, you're off the TV, aren't you?" We went, yep.
They got great questions like, "Who are you and what are you doing here?"
Yeah, quite literally. You're off the TV, and I think they thought we were a famous actor, but no, cricket, wrong way. Anyway,
so you get Bruce Willis sometimes. Yes. Weather will do things to your brain. Anyway, here's Rishton. Well, this is up and out of here. Just misses his Yorker, and it's adios pelota maximo. Well, Turner turns burner here. Just pumps this one straight up and out of the ground. That's a biggie.
yeah, low full toss, but gets underneath it, and Rishton just missing his mark here. That's be a little bit frustrating for him. Those shoes are very bright, by the way. They're definitely some new shoes for him.
You know what they say, though? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if one team can get 170, bowlers struggling a bit with their footing and also struggling with finding strategies not to get moosed out of the ground every ball.
Huh.
Game alive.
That's interesting.
Oh, something happened.
Yeah, I'll talk to you after this one.
Better. Almost hits that Yorker.
So
Talk to me. You got a breaking news? You got something hot off the
it's
press?
not. No, it's not breaking news. Well, it isn't. It isn't.
Go on.
Shout out to my dad, by the way, Ian. He's
Hello,
watching,
Ian.
and he sent me a text. He said, years and years ago, many moons ago, I played cricket on that ground for the London Stock Exchange.
Really?
There you go.
Wow, I bet there's bit of money floating around for those games.
Yeah, have a look at side on here. He wants to. Bearing in mind, by the way, he's 6 for 8. Do you reckon we have to maybe just look at that?
No, Rishton very clever. Grabs a hat.
Oh, that has to be a no. He's so tall. That has to be. That has to be a no ball. Oh, they're not even. Oh no. I think that's a no ball. He's 6 for 8, Vinny.
Yeah.
He's 6 for 8. It's got to be. Oh, it's not. Wow.
Well, we haven't actually seen too many of these, so I don't think they've really calibrated. That's a 50-50 for me. I mean, like, if he's standing up, it might be hitting him in the you know what, which is below the waist. That will be the end of the over. And we're going to get a little bit of mystery spin now from Tom Hindley.
Left arm.
First one's not going too far. That's the thing with these kind of 17 and over kind of chasers. You have one over that doesn't really go to plan. You've got to catch it up elsewhere, and that becomes quite difficult.
Yeah.
Lifts up, and fielder will take the catch. That's well held down there. And that is Rishton down there, deep backwards square. So Hindley strikes, and Whipple, unfortunately, falls to a left-handed version of himself. The score is 47 for 2.
Yeah, that's certainly a little bit frustrating for Whipple. Just couldn't really negotiate the spin of Hindley. Didn't look like he had too much of an idea, but he will go. And that's going to be another wicket to fall, though. Disappointing for Whipple because, well, he hit a nice couple of shots. You can see there. Don't have to be an expert in body language to find out his feelings on that one.
Yeah, true that.
Tab on it, Wagwan.
I was trying to learn more of the language. Give me some other London expressions that I wouldn't know.
Have you that what I just referenced? You know Jeremy Clarkson?
Yeah.
So they did a thing where they tried to test out on their program. They looked at this is Reeves who's come in, and this is carved away, but great stop, backward point, really good work, keeps it down to just nothing. So they did a test of like the best first car for new drivers, 17, whatever. Yeah. And he drove it through, and he did an impression of what he thought 17, 18-year-olds sounded like. I'll show you. I'll show you in the break.
Okay.
It's a good one. It is a good one.
Let's lift it up over the top. Nobody back. Sweeping on the offside. So Reeves is open for business. That's where he did some of his best work earlier in the series. Remember that team catch that he initiated?
There's been a couple of those, though, isn't there? And I think that's kind of to be expected. We see it a lot of the ECC and ECL, and realistically, same sort of level here. So, yeah, you're going to see those sort of moments of fielding realistically.
I'd love to interact with the chat at this point, but I put all devices away. So I'm just going to say a blanket shout out. You going to get yours out?
I'm going to, portable version, though.
Okay.
No, I don't want to try YouTube Premium. You've got that, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a bargain.
No.
All right, lift it up and out of the ground. Maximo! These carreras. That one went so fast, there was no way we could track it. But can guarantee you it's 6 runs. Okay, YouTube, admittedly, I don't need to say nice things about them. They do take a fair percentage of revenue.
Yes, they do.
But let me also tell you, YouTube Premium is... I watch a lot of it. I don't want to watch ads, okay? No, it's definitely...
Waste of money.
That's not... Hey, thanks YouTube for facilitating us to go global every day. Thanks very much. Careful who you make enemies of. Nah, for me it's worth it because I watch a lot of it. Because also in my free time, I don't really have time to watch actual shows. 57 for 2 after 4 overs. I don't really have time to go and watch stuff. So I just watch I watch things, 5-minute videos, 10-minute videos.
Yeah, but see, that's now just the digital future and the age that we're in.
That's what
everyone's attention span is pretty much nothing.
Correct.
It's like, I'm pretty sure the stats, like, I think it's like 9 seconds.
Yeah, or less.
Probably less.
What did Corey's is?
I've only met him a couple of times realistically. I've never actually spent that much time with him.
You're lucky.
Oh, poor Corey.
Poor
Ruddy.
Corey had his birthday this week.
35.
And he got the ultimate present. He was worried about the Wednesday and how he was going to pull up if the celebrations got out of control, which I'm not saying they did because I wasn't there. But he had 2 washouts on Wednesday.
Yeah, what a lucky man.
Happy birthday. Anyway, it's time for over number 5. Just fallen off the pace a bit, haven't they? That rate required is heading up towards the 20 and over mark. 19.5 at the moment. Time for Reeves to make a stand as we're getting a little bit of Connor Haddo here.
I'm going to have to go to the dry cleaners again. Look at my trousers. It's happened again, look. I don't even know how. Well, I do. It's just the wet.
Lifted up over the top, and that's going to be 6. Good striking from Reeves. Maximo. Wimbledon just hanging on, hanging in there. Need to keep attacking. Nothing to lose here in this chase. Either heading for the final or heading for a rematch with Spencer there. Traditional rivals.
Would be interesting, wouldn't it? But Haddo at the moment, he's, well, get the old tea towel out.
Can I give you a fun wardrobe Mr. Maximo fact?
Go on then.
I get my trousers 4 or 5 centimetres higher up my leg than normal suits would be.
Sorry, try that again.
Well, watch out, watch out. There's a Tortuga about and Hemp tastes the grass and has to fetch it 4 runs. Tortuga. To be honest, can I interrupt? You only meant to say Tortuga on that.
Tortuga.
You see? That's how the real song goes.
Yeah, but this is the ECN remix.
Everything's shorter.
Run it back.
Okay. So, let's just less fabric to get mudded.
So
there are times
do you
where
get them taken up?
Taken up.
Yeah, that's the saying.
Smart.
Yeah.
Well, they're not they're custom made. So
all right, mate. All right. We're not all looked after like that sometimes.
Yeah, you will be. No, I've actually put in an order for you, believe it or not.
What colour?
Yeah, you'll see when it gets here.
Oh dear.
Last for the 5th.
He's left it.
Has he actually hit it?
No.
Despite trying to leave it?
No run.
Well, Haddo goes for 12 at the moment. That's a big win for NCCA. It's 69 for 2 after 5 overs. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Charlie Hunt with me. Great to see kind of a little bit of a clash as well between ECC and ECL worlds, which isn't something you generally see. But one thing's for sure, the challengers, NCCA, they've come to play today.
Yeah, they certainly have. They're certainly looking as if they're on for what would be a pretty nice victory to start their day off here, of course. And, well, I talk about the conditions, and it doesn't look great.
I'd call it consistent. Anyway, here's Greatwood coming off a short run as well. It's pretty wise at the moment. Rocks in, and that one is going to get through as well. So 4 runs to start the over. And, well, we are a little bit worried about the television sets that have been put down in what I would call the hitting zone.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. Of course, yeah, good to see Dan Weston and Judith here, of course. Pleasure to see them. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. This is going to be caught. What a catch. Brilliant catch by Sam Young out there. Deep mid wicket like a goalkeeper. Launching himself to his left and pulling in a hanger. The fridge, unfortunately, is closed in Qualifier 1, and Wimbledon now 73 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, you mentioned goalkeeper Dan Lincoln. Of course, a pretty decent goalkeeper at that. He'll be happy with that one, to see that one go down nicely. Good catch out there by Sam Young. And that is the end of the fridge.
It's a catch that probably at this level is regulation if it's normal conditions. But the conditions are anything but at the moment. It's a proper hands in your pockets day. And for Young to be able to pouch that and judge it so well, shows you what a good fielder he is. Greatwood gets the benefit of that and goes upstairs first up. Oh, it's called a wide. I don't know. This one looks like it went straight over. Yeah. Has it missed the leg stump? But then is it between the body and the stumps? Bit of a grey area there. A bit unlucky to be called. Anyway, we'll give him a break. Next one is up and out of the ground. Watch the TVs. Maximo. Oh, I tell you what, our fan zone have been incredibly lucky in one sense, but also some pretty good fielding there.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of good bits of work out there at the moment. And
do you think if you hit a TV, it should be extra points, or it runs off?
That's a good question, actually. Matt, bonus points.
Weir backs away and punches down the ground just a single. Rate required's gone above 20. Still possible. You wouldn't imagine, though, with this NCCA attack that they're going to give up that many. But Weir's a guy that can hit the ball a long way. We've seen that. Good test for these Wimbledon batters as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a good test, you know. I mean, listen, they're playing the Surrey Prem, of course, so they're not exactly a stranger to some very high-level cricketers.
Exactly.
But, you know, these are some lads that are really pushing county squads.
Lifted up, inside out, long chase out there, an unsuccessful chase for Hemp. As Turner goes inside out, gets 4. So Wimbledon fighting on, they're not going away quietly.
Yeah, they know that they're still up here. They've got to get a couple of big overs in. And well, at the moment, Turner going nicely. He's been there since the start. We're coming in to join him. Probably got the likes of Sewell and Gert Oosthuizen to come in as well. Gert opened yesterday, didn't he, in that fourth game, right before it was rained off.
Good Yorker. Good Yorker. Greatwood. Pretty decent spell from him as he goes well under the required rate. 1 for 24 off his 2. And Wimbledon 85 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, I want to get I'm going to have to try and find Lincoln at some point, because I want to get the inside info as to where he's playing his football next season, or if he is playing football next season.
Get the scoop.
Yeah.
This is the one time to watch some of these England 11 guys without their giant sunglasses. You almost can't recognise them. And they do say you can see Dan Lincoln's sunglasses from the moon. Bit of moisture on the camera. It's still a drizzly kind of Friday morning.
I still don't get how they don't have any horrible suntan lines.
Good point. Henley comes back on inside edge onto the pad from Weir. Got to hit the go button now.
It's now or never, really, isn't it? I say never. They've got another chance if they lose this, though, do Wimbledon, of course, in that second qualifier.
Henley, along with some of his teammates, part of the British and Irish Knights squad that ultimately won the first ever Western Shield. Well done by Hemp. Out there. Gets
big applause.
Well, Hemp was known for 2 things at the ECC. Hitting sixes and getting hit in the head.
I think he's getting a bit of stick from the old fan zone as well, it's good to see.
I've said to the fielders there, you've got to protect the fans. You're their last line of defence. Okay, we've got the TVs now. They'll also provide a secondary line of defence.
The old bodyguards out there.
All right, Turner. Reverse, but misses. It won't be a wide. It was inside anyway.
Bit of spin, though.
Yeah, no, Henley's a really clever guy. Can genuinely turn it both ways. That's the regulation kind of leg spinner. Goes reverse again this time. The fielder takes a piece of it, but not quite enough. It'll be 4 runs. Thing is, at this stage, they need more than 4 a ball. So, okay, that kind of keeps the rate at bay, but you really need Maximos to bring it down.
Yeah, you certainly do. You're right. You just think that if they can't get things going here, it is almost a point of, well, do we get hit out or do we see it out in that respect? Because if you're not going to get 6s, then you're sort of just going to go down trying.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. Yeah, such a clever bowler. Kind of whippy, so he's not that easy to pick.
Yeah, it is really tricky. And I also just think the way he holds it as well, it's it's not the regular sort of in the fingers.
Tries the reverse again, misses out. Henley, brilliant spell from him, 1 for 15. 7 overs down, and Wimbledon 90 for 3. Just good keeping as well from Lincoln. He's very solid. Of course, has so many fumbles, but
Hey, he's a keeper.
He's pretty good gloveman. We know that. This is the tail of the tape so far. We know that Spencer are through to qualifier too. Does look like NCCA are going to book the first place in the final, and that would mean we'd have a Wimbledon Spencer qualifier too. Now that next game is starting in, what is it? It's actually about an hour and 50 minutes away.
Yeah, it's a long way away.
We've gotten through this pretty quickly.
Are we? It's a long way away. Does that mean we can head back to the hotel and stay out of the rain for an hour?
It's actually a pretty good idea. But anyway, I'll be here mixing with the fans. But
No,
make sure you join us.
Of course.
Yeah, Fallows, not his best effort first up. Bit of a filthy full toss, but not really collected. Just one run. The writing's on the wall now, I think, here in Q1.
Yeah, it's not looking very positive for Wimbledon. Losing that ball on the last day is not what they would have wanted. He's led the side pretty well throughout the entirety of this tournament, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, we've been very lucky to see him on the network. Of course, big things expected for his future. Full toss again, just out into the offside again, covers a lot of ground. Does Sam Young, but. Yeah, just on that, I mean, listen, he's being picked for some big things, and he's expected to be in that sort of the New Zealand white ball setup in a couple of in just a couple of years' time. Again, just into the onside, just for one.
Yeah, it's really been great to see just a full spectrum of cricket on ECN. When you think about it, we've got, if you even in the women's setup, a lot of the native European players are picking up. For example, some of our women's players playing their first actual games, televised games, versus some pretty seasoned first class and international campaigners. One thing we haven't had quite yet is a test cricketer on the network. We've been close. I think we had a potential test cricketer squad in Rome last year.
Does Jonty Jenner not count? He's came on. He's been involved in a test match.
Substitutes aren't real people. Next you'll be telling me Gary Pratt is going to cap.
Yeah.
So you know that caused Jonty a lot of problems as far as playing for Jersey.
I can imagine it did.
Even though it was only as a substitute, it was a whole thing to get him eligible to play again for Jersey.
Doesn't surprise me at all. Can I just say, I'm really not happy right now. This weather's not doing good.
How smart am I putting all the electronics away? That was a good call, wasn't it?
The mine are fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm pro you keeping yours out because I'm using them, but yeah.
They're not. It's almost to the point, do we not put this back up on the side?
That would have been a good idea a few weeks ago. That's out. Yeah, hits him full and Turner. Well, that's a valiant effort from him, but Fallows kept it pretty full. That was a pretty easy decision for the umpire, even though he's round the wicket. It was kind of back leg right in front. Lincoln just marshalling his troops there. And another Wimbledon batter heads for the pavilion. I think that's pretty dead. So Freddie has his first. And a nice effort by Turner, but he'll have to go at 96 for 4 with 2 overs remaining.
Probably the easiest decision that umpire's going to have to make, probably. Doesn't get much easier than that. So, yeah, Sewell will come in.
How good have the umpires been?
Very good.
It's a different tempo. That's the word I'd use, tempo, doing this kind of cricket. Even the T20 cricket. There's a lot happening. There's obviously the use of the technology in a limited way. So you always wonder, okay, umpires umpire all the time. They'll have, obviously, the basics down. But how will they go under this kind of pressure cooker atmosphere? I think they've stood up really well.
Yeah, I think as well. You often get, I mean, listen, these guys are no strangers to umpiring. So, and it is often you'll get one or two that will come in and maybe not take to the format as well as these guys have. But no, I think they've done really well. They've been very open to the support that Ian's given them as well. Of course, Ian doing a wonderful job as TR. Of course, not here today, but yeah, done a great job in sort of leading them from the front. This drizzle's just so it's frustrating, isn't it? It is just it just won't go away.
It's like rain light.
No, it's the fine rain that soaks you through, Vinny. Can you name the comedian?
What's that? It's the fine rain that soaks you through. I don't think I know.
Peter Kay.
I love his misheard song lyrics.
Oh, it's so
That's
good.
one of my
that is so, like me and my first experience is, has he put it down? He has. That's a shame.
Rakewood gets 2 hands to it and puts it down. You're right. But anyway, Haddo will probably be the only one that cares about that.
Yeah, know that.
He would have had his wicket.
This looks wet on the camera now as well, by the way. It's looking very wet. But
Greatwood blaming the sun, perhaps?
what, the newspaper?
Nice try.
At this point, I don't think the other one's anywhere else. Good take.
When I was in England last time, what's happened to the old page 3? Has that gone away?
I'm going to go back to talking about Peter Kay and his misheard lyrics. I think that's probably the better topic of conversation.
Someone do an expose on that. Where's that gone? Oh, that's shot. Really nice slog sweep there from Weir. He's going to go down swinging Maximo. As Haddo goes the distance. 100 comes up for Wimbledon.
Yeah, nice shot. Picks it up nicely. And it's in the slot, though, realistically. Yeah, no, my first sort of experience of comedy was watching that with my dad. And, yeah, we were supposed to see him when he was going to do his first comeback tour. But it was back in 2018. Just when I was finishing my GCSEs, we were going to go see him. But he obviously didn't. But
nice poorly over from Haddo. That's also launched. That's some good hitting, isn't it, from Weir? He goes bang, bang. And that will take some fetching into the over. 110 for 4 after 9. There's some pretty good English comedians.
We
thought Jimmy Carr, remember, wasn't that Belgium?
Did
were you,
in Belgium.
You were
Yeah, I was there. Yeah. So do you remember when?
Yeah. Our question.
Samir Nayak. Yeah, that was funny.
we had some good times there.
Yeah,
we were the
good.
very back row as well.
We were right at the back edge.
That's the only time we've ever seen a comedy show together as a ECN crew.
Yeah, that was good fun. Oh dear, Vinny, we're coming off.
All right. Well, I guess that's enough. Either we've miscounted or we've decided that this is the amount of drizzle that we're happy with. And so that's going to be really annoying for everyone doing the numbers because this will now be a reduced game. So,
dear.
Yeah.
As if the break wasn't long enough, by the way.
They've said, all right, well, 10 overs, too much, but 9, all right, that's just the right amount. So I think they're going to cover this pitch. Obviously, you don't have to be a mathematician to work out that NCCA will win that game on the Duckworth-Lewis. But that is obviously it. The old T9 game coming out.
Covers coming on now as well, as we'll have a look at some of these highlights. And, well, we'll run the highlights just because realistically I think if the drizzle's going to pretty much stay the way it is, then, well, we'll probably see this game being done by the way of Duckworth-Lewis. But, hey, listen, we stuck at it for a bit, and this is an interesting one. Of course, these are the... This is the wrong innings. Is it? Or am I losing the plot?
I'm pretty sure this is the first innings.
There we go.
It could be here a while.
50p in the meter.
And just amazingly, the team's changing clothes there.
Oh,
but
dear.
yeah, you're right.
That took me. I was genuinely worried. I
had my eyes on the field because the fridge was storming out there to put the covers on.
Doing, doing.
But yeah, look, it was a brave effort, wasn't it? They kind of went with the rate for a couple of overs, but I think some really good catches in there. How's that one from Young to remove the refrigerator? And
the fridge.
Then, yeah, I think they used slow bowling pretty well, fellows. Able to break through with that one. Even the seamers, they're not running it off 30 yards. They're coming off a few steps given the conditions. So, look, everyone working hard to cover this pitch. I suppose it's sensible. But, yeah, you can see now that the next game will be Wimbledon versus Spencer. That is coming up in approximately an hour and 40 minutes. We'll be back. The toss will happen pretty shortly. And look, they're natural rivals, so it's always going to be great to see those two going head-to-head. NCCA, well, they've won their way through to the final. They will take on the winner of Qualifier too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, a couple of days ago, we had a little guest comms in Charlotte. She came on. I had the day off, or the game off, sorry. And I went and did a little bit of behind-the-scenes work. If you go on our socials, there'll be a little reel for you to go and have a little look at. But, yeah, maybe we can... get a look at that, of course. You got an extended break, so...
Sounds good.
Maybe go and have a look.
Also, you probably mentioned this yesterday, but Golden Ball Compilation Volume 4 is out as well. I haven't actually caught that yet. Can't wait to see that, including my favourite Tyrone in, I think, Golden Ball 32. Shetty! Is that Shetty? Shetty. That was one of my favourites. That was at Dresden a couple of years ago. Anyway, looking at this game right now, 110 is what Wimbledon managed in the end. Turner top scoring with 29. 20 is also to Steve Reeves. And James Weir, 24 not out. It's just one of those games where NCCA, they kind of came out, that opening burst really made it tough for Wimbledon to ever get back in the game. But they probably learned a lot from that as well. Fingers crossed that the weather's kind to us here. We'll be back in around about an hour and 40 minutes for the start of Qualifier 2, weather permitting. In the meantime, I'll get into the fan zone. Just a quick look at the bowling figures. Pretty solid stuff from NCCA. Wickets to Toby Greatwood, Tommy Sturgis, as well as Tom Henley and Freddie Fallows. And I wouldn't really go in the journey. Sturgis' over went magical. Had a bit of an interesting start to it, put it that way. But we'll take a break. We will try and keep warm. A cup of coffee as well as the drizzle's in, but hopefully stays away because we're only halfway through the day. First ever finals day here in England. Mini sounding Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hopefully we'll even be able to get back in there when we return for more action here live from Rains Park. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Star, okay? Okay. Hello, welcome back. We are at Wimbledon right now. I feel like we finally made it, and this is the VIP lunch. Come with me, come with me. Okay, so this is how the other half live. I've heard there's salmon with Pims. I heard that's the starter. So we've got the VIPs here, and come in. It's buzzing in here. So it is also time to start some cricket on the field. It's going to be qualifier number 2. Let me see if I get some attention. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the European Cricket Series. Are you having a good time here? Yeah! What a room. Some VIPs in here. And before I get kicked out, let's go to the coin toss because Wimbledon taking on Spencer. Like oil and water, these two teams do not mix, and only one of them can make it to the final. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier with Jared.
All right, Wimbledon, the home team, you'll toss. Spencer, the away team, you'll call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
Whoever bowl.
All right, Wimbledon won the toss and they're going to bowl.
So Wimbledon, the host, winning the toss and electing to field in this one. These two did meet twice, of course, during the group stage. In match 3, it was a bit of a washout, unfortunately. Spencer were in decent position after about 7 overs in that one. They couldn't complete the game. Wimbledon chased down 131 in match number 12. Got to say, both teams have some players to watch. I think that Jack Boyle is a bit of a key, if you like, for Wimbledon as well, a bit of a barometer of their batting. But what about Trojo earlier today? Spencer just sneaking into the finals, ended up with a big win over Twickenham to just still be alive in the competition. NCCA is waiting for them in the final. Well, I'm having a pretty good time here. And I know Charlie Hunt's ready to take, oh, hello. He's going to take you to the first ball. Well, I tell you what, I'm just starting to get used to this lifestyle. So, Charlie, I'm going to leave you. What I will say, thanks for being here. Great first European Cricket Series in England. Everyone, cheers. Over to you, Charlie. Let's get ready for the first ball.
I'm not too sure where my invite was to that part of the ground, but it seemed to have got lost in the post. Either that or the owl lost it en route. But anyway, it's a quick turnaround. It is Wimbledon taking on Spencer here. And, well, Vinny, very much correct in the sense these two do not mix. And we are almost ready to go then. So news from the toss then. Wimbledon bowling first. It's what they've done pretty much the entire week here. Let's see how they go as they're going to stick with Oliver Pike. It's game on here in the second qualifier. And a bit of a slip and a slide for Pike, but in comparison to the, it's going to be a wide, in comparison to the start of his first over in the last game, he'll be pretty content with this one. But a very warm welcome back to the, of course, welcome back to the beautiful Rains Park Sports Ground. That's going to be 4 into the onside, or is it just going to stop? Is it? It will. Of course, down it, bit of drizzle. A little bit of drizzle throughout the course of that hour and a quarter long break, but in reality, it wasn't too bad. It kind of stopped pretty quickly after we left the field of play, but in all honesty, we're good to go, of course. Oh, that one just wide again. Pike came back in. He played on that first morning. Since then, he's been on hiatus. He's back here on a Friday, and he's having a pretty torrid time of it at the moment. He went for 36 off just the 1 over. Now he's gone to the old couple of pounces and in. This is going to be 4 again. It's Gundy bowling at the moment. And look at that. He's having a conversation with himself, and he said, I don't get it. What am I doing here? Adams gets the first boundary of this qualifier too. It's into the onside, and it will be 4. But a warm welcome to everyone, of course. To Ian of the Premier League Cricket Show, to Jules, to John Tucker, and to everybody in between. Pleasure to have your company here on the European Cricket Network, of course, coming to the end of what's been a sensational 5 days of cricket here in England. And this one's going to be a dot, of course. But nevertheless, Adams and Dakani, a pretty crucial partnership for Spencer. They'll be looking to try and replicate a 160 odd, of course, after that first good outing for them in the eliminator this morning against Twickenham. Looks to get funky and will get it. That is a lovely shot. Just has to sort of reevaluate this one halfway through, but does enough, and that'll be another boundary. Once again, it's behind square. You can just see here, look, he just realises he has to go a little bit further than he was probably hoping to. But still, Pike, you've got to feel for him. He just can't get it right at the moment. It's just one of those days. Well, he's probably wishing he'd sort of stayed in bed and stayed in the warmth. 2 deliveries left in this first. Trundle's in yet again. This is better. Outside the off stump. We've got to put it. Don't want to go too straight. They will take you on. This time can't get it through the covers. Wimbledon, of course, they fell to a relatively heavy defeat in, well, eventually by way of Duckworth Lewis in that first qualifier. He's going to go for it again, and this time it's just a tickle, but it's ever so successful. That's lost in the banner, and it's going to be a 4 to end the first over then. And not a good start for Pike and Wimbledon, as Spencer 16 without loss after the first over. There you go, we'll have a look at the lineup. Joe Baldwin comes in for Wimbledon, as Gert Oosthuizen will drop out. And Spencer, of course, realistically, there's there's a couple of different runs this time around, and a couple of interesting looks there. Of course, Zaki Rilla will probably have a couple of overs where he has to come on and offer a few when they get out to field. And limbs himself. Charlie Whipple for the second. Bit of a full toss to start. Dekani will just place this one down the ground for just one. At the moment, though, this is looking pretty settling at the moment. Not a bad start, but goes wider of the crease. Just miscued over the top. This will spin away. Hey, here we go. Who's that? That's Joe Baldwin. That's a little bit of an interesting start. Good afternoon to you. He waves back. Watch this here. He puts the dive in, realises he's completely mistimed this. Here you go. Goes early. Oh, no, has to keep on going. That takes a bit of the old spin away. Biz away, spin away. Whipple yet again. Sticks to wide of the crease and goes wider and goes over his head for 6. That's a really nice shot from Adams yet again in the runs early on here. Just finding his rhythm is the left-handed opener for Spencer. He is finding a bit of form here. Needs a response to Charlie Whipple. Fuller, miscued, a little bit frustrated that one for Adams. Probably would have hoped to have seen that one go all the way, but nevertheless still was able to get a run for it. They're not getting dogged down here, are they? They're not sort of getting stuck on dots, really, which is more, really, that's where the game's changed, isn't it? Comes down over the top. That is stunning. That is one of the shots of the day. Thank you very much. As Dekani goes into out over extra cover, Seis Carreras comes down, does he? Makes it in. Look at that, holds the pose as well. That's the old 10.5 degree extra stiff shaft. That's the old driver down the fairway. Nice shot. Bit of the old fade. He'll be happy with that one. Take a bit of time to get that one out of the bush. Charlie Whipple, uncharacteristically going for a few runs here in this first over. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lurking golden-shoed warrior around the catching zone at the moment. He's walking in as well, but not going to get one there. They always say in the field, expect it to come your way. Well, at the moment in the fan zone, you'd probably argue you're in the hitting zone as well. A magical over then comes off of Whipple's first. It is 36 without loss after 2. Of course, not just cricket here in England. We've got more coming up as the Swans yet again back on your screens. They take on Rangers in some Group B action. Matches 35 and 36 coming up at 4:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time. 10 o'clock out in India. Looking forward to that, of course. And it will be Phil G's last night on his own. Vinny will be making the trip out early tomorrow morning. And here's Sewell in the third. Oh, this is so well timed. just onto the onside. It's a flick off the knee, really off the pads. Didn't really go for the power option. It's a really well-timed shot. Very wristy. There's just something about lefties who play that shot. It just looks more satisfying on the eye. He'll get 4 for his troubles. Needs a response, needs to go wider, doesn't stay straight, and it's going to be another 4. Oh, will it? No, he's there again. Here's Jonathan Speller. Covers a fair amount of ground to get down to that one. Yeah, long old way to go that in that respect as well. Yeah, good to see the VIPs there a little bit earlier, enjoying the hospitality. Slower ball, and again into the onside, but there he is again. And there's a name on a couple of people's lips, of course, in terms of the MVP shout in Steve Reeves. It's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout for the Fridge himself. Opening the door, maybe. A few tricks inside that fridge door. Oh, got him. That's a great delivery. That has cut him up into all shapes and sizes. Well, slice him up and put him inside the fridge, maybe. That's a super delivery from Seoul, and what a way to get the in batter over the course of the last couple of days, as that will be the end of, well, what is a very, very dangerous man in Adams. He will go. Look at this here. Oh, that is very, very good. Top of leg stump. And you can just see there his reaction. Does him all ends up. Does him a kipper. And that's going to be the first to fall. It is 42 for 1. It's a little bit frustrating, but it brings the Trojan horse himself in Troy Johnson out to the middle then. This is a good chance for him once more to, wow, kick on after a very well-made 60. 62 off of just 16 deliveries. And he's going to go over the top to start. That'll be 1 bounce, skids away, 4 runs. Good start once again for Troy Johnson. Such a big in, isn't he? Really, really is a big in for Spencer. Slower ball, but picked and launched. That is huge. Down the ground, not quite into the bushes, but a couple of bounces away. I think Vincenzo's off for this one. He is. Almost spot him. See if you can spot him here. And that's going to be the end of the power play. It is 52 for 1. Vinny just showing off here a little bit. That's the story so far. That's the story there. 52 for 1 then. Speaking of fridges, maybe just the, not quite there, but Jonathan Speller, he had a good time of it in the last game, didn't he? Bowled pretty well. He's the best of a tricky bunch. Oh, just gets through. It was a good attempt from the fielder at backward point. And that one is going to race away, and Dakani yet again just needs to stick there. These two were crucial in the last game for Spencer. And again, looking as if they're going to be a big partnership potentially here for the Spencer side. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandu in the commentary box.
Oh, I've had to hightail it back from the VVVIP. Different universe over there. And you told me to watch out for these kind of people earlier in the week. That was great to have them here, though. They're having a good time. I want to say big thanks to Eloise there for offering me the glass of champagne. She told me it was 0 alcohol.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, right here, right now,
Trojo.
Speller versus Trojo. Great battle.
It's the battle that we didn't think we'd need, and that is unbelievable. Well, there you go. Thanks, Mr. Watcher, as the Trojan himself in Johnson goes large, and that is one of the best shots of the day.
Wow, put your swing down, flip it and reverse it as Trojo goes. Yep. How about that? What a shot. You kind of gamble on the fact there's going to be a bit of length on it, but still brilliant batting. Well, set your watches to Trojo o'clock. He's 16 off 3 and motoring.
Oh, just a little bit early on this one. Into the pad, though.
Hey, so I also got to say big thanks to all of our ECN super fans.
Yep.
I know some of them saying, hey, come on, where's our invite? Where's our invite?
Where's my
But
invite?
I believe it was put on by one of our sponsors. Yeah, well, the thing is I would have told you about it, but
But you didn't.
also I wasn't invited either. I just walked in.
You just went in and said, I'm here now, I'm going to do my work. Thank you. Now I filled it.
You know this because...
Oh,
wow, there we go.
Trojan.
Oh, that's a great deke out by Speller, who looks like he's going to catch it, and then he pulls his hand out the way and puts Trojo in danger.
Ready?
He says, yeah, don't worry, I got this. Nothing.
Off the grill.
Concussion test.
Okay, Dakani 17 off 6. This is again just off the inside half of the bat. Covers a lot of ground. Hey! There you go. Joe Baldwin looking a little bit like the old Bambi on ice for that one.
Yeah, Joe Baldwin looks like he's just like a new model's been taken out of the box, but he's got no idea what he's in for here. Yeah, he even had time to kind of look incredulously at the turf. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over. And if the internet's back, I can tell you that the score is... Hold, please. It's not a great start.
I'm trying
to be honest,
I'm trying to work it out.
It's been a great day so
66
far,
for
despite
one.
the weather.
66
We've got
for
some
one.
of the England 11 crew, some of the NCC. Let's get them over here. I love it. It's very free range. Whoever wants to come in and out of the player area, it just seems that on a Friday you can do whatever you want. So I think these people, they are players, so they can come in.
This is launched into the onside, and there you go. Well, the old same story, as this is going to be 6 into the onside. And already, straight away, this is a good start to the over. And at the moment, though, Spencer moving into the 70s here in this 5th over. Of course, it is Stevie Reevy himself at the moment. 6 off his first. Is there a way to stop the inevitable Trojo at the moment?
Ooh.
Oh, this is thumped, and I tell you what, it wasn't an easy delivery to get away. It was the low full toss, not far off a Yorker, and I tell you what, by the barest of margins, he get this one away. It's thumped, and he almost takes out Dakani at the non-strikers. That's another 4.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous to be about it for many reasons at the moment. It almost takes Dakani's head with it, but Trojo on the go-go, 27 off 7, facing the refrigerator.
And goes for it again, and this is up and away. Seis carreras más, and Johnson, you just can't stop him at the moment. He is inevitable. He is the man.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be queuing up to bowl to him right now because this guy is on fire on a rainy day. Just a proper shot through the V. Ever since he got the Trojo moniker, he's grown as a player about 138%. And let's see what Reeves can do about it.
I have to say, behind me, it's a bit claustrophobic in here. It's got busy. Start charging. Up and away again. That's gone again. I tell you what, I might go and stand up there for a bit. I might take one eventually.
Well, it's the classic children's tale of Steve and the magical refrigerator, because this over's now gone for 22 off 4, and we're in supersonic territory. Here's the thing as a spinner, what options do you have when you're just getting moosed like this? I'm going to turn one a little bit more. I'm going to put a bit more on it.
He try and dart it in maybe right at the toes, but at the same token he tried that. It went for 4 past him, so it's a tricky one to negotiate. It doesn't quite dart it, but he's just sort of, again, in that full Yorker area. Good response.
It's good shooting though, isn't it?
It is. It really is. Look at that though. 39 off 10 is no small feat at the moment. It's all going on at the moment. It's all happening at the moment. Johnson, 39 off 10. Reeves trying to get out of this over. Right off the tone. No timing there whatsoever. Bit of a rash shot from Johnson. That'll be the close of the 5th then. It is 89 for 1 after 5. Well, if you come to the comms, but he's trying to hide. Rishan's behind me. He's trying to hide. They're all here.
Not
come
easy
on.
to hide
in
behind you,
come
Charlie.
on, you two as well. Go
Come
on.
on. We
Not
got
hiding.
some of
No,
the-
come on. In you go.
Well, they got
come
many
on.
names
No,
there.
you're not running away.
But
Come
look,
on, you
we
can't
said
do
it
this.
before.
I'll get out of the way.
Rishton,
That's fine.
AKA MVP, has to be called MVP all the time. Great to have you guys. Great to have you back. It's awesome to have ECN in England. Excited to see you on the park as well. Obviously, just nod if you're having a good time. despite the weather. Beautiful
Blink
country we've
twice
got
if you're
here.
being held under hostage. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Now, they were trying to get to the car because it's a bit warmer, but we stopped them in the cube. But, I mean, you probably don't have a preference who you're going to play. Obviously, you'd be happy no matter what. Happy to be out here. And let's just welcome the NCCA guys to the cube. Meanwhile, we're going to get back to the action, and it looks like this will be Ollie Pike who's going to bowl the next one.
And let these poor guys go to what they were trying to do in the first place before they were commandeered.
Once you get swallowed up by the cube, there's no easy escape.
Pike, after a pretty horror first start, this time a little bit better. Into the onside, well fielded out there. There's Limbs himself, all 6'8" of him at the moment. And it's going to be just a single. You can see here, look, covers a lot of ground, has to get down low, does well, does the dirty work, and replace that Vivid, Charlie. That's a big one. Pike, though, he'll be happy that he just doesn't see the ball fly over his head. Oh, and this one, that's a good delivery, that's better. Just asking the right questions outside the off corridor of uncertainty. Tick that one off the old bingo list. Hucker, good take though. A bit of lift off that one. Takes it nicely. Slower ball, but this time, does he pick out the fielder? Yes, he does. Makes no mistake of this one. Great catch out in the deep. Joe Baldwin, he's been in the old Bambi on ice out there. His first involvement of the tournament, but makes no mistake of this one. And it's a good time to get a wicket as well. Those two were just starting to find a bit of rhythm. But Ollie Pike comes back, and finally, after a pretty horrible morning, he's in the wickets and in the action. Almost slips out of the hands of Baldwin. Makes no mistake this time. And that is the end of Decani then. He'll go for 19. The score 90 for 2. Someone's asking, why was it a horrible morning for him? Because he got smacked a bit, that's why. He got smacked a bit. Anyway, 90 for 2 eventually, as that will get caught up with at the moment. But 90 for 2 then. Good time to pick up a wicket though, of course. Wimbledon favourites in this one, just due to their performance in the group stages. That's a better delivery. Finding the money now is Pike. Ooh, that's an interesting call here as Hall has come out at number 4. Let's see here. Yeah, that is a wide. Good call. Very good call. Got him, gone. I think Pike was really expecting it, but he takes a wicket nonetheless. And that will be the end of Hauler. And unfortunately, considering that the ball that he faced was a wide, that's going to be a golden quacker. And unfortunately for him, he has to go for not any runs whatsoever. No troubling the scorers this time around. And it's going to be another one to fall. So a good comeback here from Pike, 91 for 3. Good delivery, nice and full, isn't it, on that leg stump. See there, gets it right in the full block hole. That's where it needs to be. He's happy, he's content with himself. And at the moment, though, this is a good little comeback, though. Picking up 2 wickets in the over, not exactly a small feat. Is there a way, though, for Spencer just to steady the ship? You want to get the Trojan back on strike, 41 off 12 at the moment. He's just being stranded at the non-strikers. This is Mansfield, straight back to him. Again, Pike, good comeback this. Nice and full. Mansfield gets the, just pushes it forward. Oh, this one, what's this come up? He's a little bit frustrated that he's missed out on this one.
Q endage there.
Are you back?
I'm back. So I've been hobnobbing with some of the NCCA guys.
Breathing down the back of my neck there. That was fun.
You probably don't mind that a day like today. 91 for 3 after 6. Whipple goes magical in his first over, but he will come back here in over number 7.
I think they have to.
Did you hear the menu? I didn't hear the rest of the menu, but all I heard over at the VVVIP was they have salmon with Pims, which is a pretty good opener. Apparently it was a Wimbledon themed menu.
Don't like salmon. Don't like Pims. Short and up in the air. Well, I've said it a couple of times, he's got a lot of ground to wet to make up.
He's pulled the shoot there.
He genuinely is Bambi.
It might be Baldwin's first cricket match ever, just judging by what we've seen from him so far.
Bambi.
Watch him pull the ripcord here. Didn't fancy it, did he? And then he yelled,
hey.
oh, I love it. He's actually a pretty good player, I know that.
I was going to say, it's not exactly a stranger. That's, again, just pushed out for one. What are those conversations then? Because I couldn't hear any of it.
We talked a little bit about...
I heard you mention my name.
It's good to have Charlie back. I explained how you just graduated from commentary school.
So you didn't fancy
But
actually
it wasn't the same commentary school that Corey went to.
But you didn't actually fancy saying that I've just actually finished university.
That's what I said, though.
No, that's not. That's a good shot, though. Trojan lived a little bit dangerously that first delivery, but gets 4 this time around.
Well, if you'd been listening to our conversation properly, I did actually say that. Yeah.
I couldn't listen because I had headphones on.
Yeah. Didn't they teach you at commentary school when you put the headphones on you can't hear?
What?
Exactly. Who said what?
Okay,
when the wind picks up, I get extra nervous. But anyway.
Yeah, you really haven't set up, have you? You're
I'm on the skeleton so far.
Very skeleton.
Wimbledon clinging on to lead, but only just.
Up, up, and away. That's going to, the wind, I tell you what, will help that one, I'd say. That's going to be into the next fairway. And with that 6, he'll bring up another impressive half century yet again. So back to back for the Trojan. And it comes off just 15 deliveries.
Well, speaking to Gus Grant before this qualifier too, he described it as a David versus Goliath. And this is a guy who's about 6'5". So if he's the David, then
you got Charlie
Whipple, a pretty
on the
big
other
Goliath.
side.
Now, I have heard he's actually 6'10". That's what he's been telling everyone. We've been shortchanging him a bit. But anyway, there's a bit of length on this because that is launched. That one might bring the rain back. Maximo Trojo on the march here.
So he's 6'10".
No, I think he's 6'8".
He's 6'8".
But I think he's training for every inch, Charlie.
No, I think he's 6'8".
6'8".
I'm going to go
6'8's 203 centimetres. That's
tall.
Is he a 2 metre Peter?
That's tall.
He's not 2 metres.
He's tall.
I reckon he's a fake 2 metres. Maybe in heels.
Definitely tall.
End of the 7th over, and it's 110 for 3 after 7. Slightly better over for Whipple, only going for 19 instead of 20.
Yeah, not the best of times of it this time around with the ball, but he'll have a job to do with the bat.
I've got a question for you.
Okay, go on then.
Name a location you'd like to go on the tour this year that you've never been to before. You've been there. Try another one.
Austria.
Okay. You'll have a good time there.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Austria is one of the only places where they actually have wineries in the city.
I don't do wine. Oh,
You'll
maybe not then. Maybe not. I haven't done Czech, but that's too close.
The thing is, if you want to make it to the VVVIP,
yeah,
you need to start learning about wine.
I know.
I had a long time where I wasn't a wine person.
Yeah, that is true. No, you're not wrong. I've done a few sort of businessy things like at uni. There you go.
Here's
Bambi.
Baldwin.
No.
Let's see if he's learned how to walk yet.
It's Bambi. And
no.
That's going to be 6. Trojan carries on his warpath at the moment. Almost takes out a TV. Moves into the 60s, and that is just a brilliant shot.
Well, this one almost knocks the signal out. Sewell takes the step in when he shouldn't have, and it ends up going over him. Bisects the TVs.
Come on then, Bambi.
Charlie.
Yeah.
I'm sending you to wine school.
Oh no! What a shame. Oh, I don't want to go. Don't make me go, please. Oh. Okay, see you later. I'm Addy.
Once you get into wine school, it's hard. You never really leave.
No, I've heard similar things.
The Hotel California.
Bambi. Oh no! Geez. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's huge.
Look, if you've got small children with you, might be time to change the channel because this one will have a violence rating with Johnson at the crease. Oh, speaking of which. Nice little chase from the youngster there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually probably the driest period of the day we've had so far as well.
It's the only dry period of the day we've had at the moment.
How's the chat going? Is everyone still in the chat or is everyone here?
Yeah, Mandrake's here. Steve.
Hello, Mandrake.
Birdie. Sarah as well. Good to have you all with us.
Hello, Birdie.
Hello, Birdie. At the wind. Very windy.
Well, you know, one thing we haven't had, here's a classic jinx. We haven't had 100 yet.
No.
He's 71 off 19 with heaps of time to go. Made at 77.
That's up and away. And is that Jared out there? I think he's gone to chase that. That's gone a long old way. That is sensational hit. This is just absurd.
Well, how do you think Joe Baldwin's going? He's come in for Gert Oosthuizen, who I'm a bit afraid for Gert's welfare. He might turn up on a milk carton as he's gone missing. Joe's come in and basically been launched into another galaxy.
Okay. Birdie, you see what Birdie's put?
You're a Lamborghini kind of man.
Don't know what that
nice
means.
They're calling you a man.
Wow. Whoa, wow.
Jeez.
Wow to that one as well. This is outrageous. And that might be, again, I keep saying it every single time. I keep thinking they're just getting longer and longer and longer. This is unbelievable. Really is.
He's got this unnatural wrist speed. I don't know how he trains them, but he absolutely uncorks on this. Has one of these earlier as well where, I mean, if he'd hit it normally, it's going for 6. But when he winds up and gets that mat speed, it's crazy. It's 100 metres plus.
It's concerning. It really is. You've got to feel for Baldwin, a.k.a. Bambi. He's on running the risk of going supersonic here. 24 already off the over. He's come in for his first involvement.
Here's Joe.
Welcome to T10 cricket.
You know what? Things can change quickly, though.
No, not at the moment. The programming is very much regular at the moment. Yet again, another one. No, that's not just cleared the rope here, by the way. That's cleared the other rope on the next one as well.
Would you consider having a fielder on the other field just to save time with the clock to get the ball back quicker? That's what you'd be considering at the moment with Johnson.
You'd have to. You really would. You'd probably. I'd argue that's a 9 more than a 6. Oh dear. Some of these are just absurd.
What is he? I can't even keep track. He's 89.
He is 89. He's only 11 away. 89 off 22. We haven't had one yet here in England. Oh, Bambi. It's gone supersonic.
My jinx hasn't worked.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Ball.
Not yet. Oh, yeah, baby. Once more. There you go. 6 sixes in the over. And it is going to be 36 that come off it. Oh, wowzers. That is unbelievable.
Joe Baldwin meet ECN cricket. His first over he bowls. He gets hit for 6 sixes, the perfect over. Joe's also had some difficulty just standing up in this innings. And look, could we have our first ever ECN century on English soil here? I mean, look, we've only had 63 of them this year. Could we have century numbers? 64.
15 of them came in the last 3 weeks, by the way.
True.
Out in Estonia, which is absurd.
All right, he's not facing right now, though. Back to Mansfield, who's a plucky 1 not out.
And he's going to be 1 out as this is caught behind. And, well, that's one way to ruin the fun. As this time it will be 1 off 4 for Mansfield. And this time is certainly going to just maybe settle Wimbledon down a little bit. But Spencer already pretty comfortable here at the moment. They're getting up to a good total. It's 146 for 4.
Yeah, that's it. All happens in the night. Starts on a bright note for Wimbledon. Oh, what a knock from Johnson. He's really saved his best for finals day, hasn't he? Saw signs of it earlier in the week. So I've got to admit, I didn't know what a Lambrini was. It's a light and fruity perry or pear cider.
Oh.
I normally like cider, created by Halewood Artisanal Spirits in 1994.
There you go. Well,
Lambrini, man.
No, I feel like that a few years ago, the equivalent of that now is probably Echo Falls, which is rubbish.
Do they still sell? Do you ever have UDLs here in the UK?
No, that sounds interesting.
Before your time.
Definitely before my time. Look at this field, by the way. Interesting. It's just going to be 1. Okay, then. Here we go.
Right.
Speller, you've got to try and keep this down to a minimum, but you've got someone who's 95 off just 23 at the other end.
Trojo could make history here. He could be the Charles Bannerman. 47 years after the first Test century.
Yeah, he's going to go for it, and he gets it with a one-handed Maximo. What a way to bring up the 100, and the Trojan doesn't. He just brushes it off. He's not even too concerned. That is outrageous. 24 deliveries. He reaches the century. He tons up. It's the first one here in England, and what a time to be alive. That is sensational.
What an innings from Johnson. What an innings. This is as clean as it gets. Just can't bowl to this guy right now.
No, you wouldn't.
A 24 ball ton here in ECN England, and they're not finished yet.
Goes, gets it, and once more it's 6 again. This is unbelievable, by the way. Out of the last 8 deliveries he's faced, he's hit 8 sixes.
I reckon they're going to check his bat. I reckon he's corking it. What's going on here? I mean, that was just a push, and it's gone about 80 metres off the stick. Speller doesn't know what's going on.
15.
This score's predicting 180 chase at the moment.
15 sixes, by the way, in just his single innings at the moment. And we've still got 8 deliveries to go. This is unfathomable thinking at the moment. This hitting is sensational. It's clean as a whistle. And well, now, Speller, he's going to have a look and change things up here.
He's taking centre about 4 yards down the wicket. That's how confident he is now. Speller tries around the wicket.
Is this going to come to anything here? Yep, it's going to be into the onside. Whipple can't get there. It's going to be 4. And he thought he had enough on it, but Johnson is just hitting it to the parts where you can't stop the runs flowing at the moment. And it is a good time to say a huge thank you to Kroom, who was gifted 5 European Cricket Network memberships.
Kroom. Hold the phone. Wow.
I didn't get
Very
one.
kind of you, Kroom.
I didn't get one on fuming. This is going to just be dropped for 1. And he's just playing with Wimbledon at the moment, is Johnson. End of the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. It is 164 for 4.
Probably a good time to mention, if you didn't realise already, Troy Johnson does have 20 first-class matches under his belt, 2 centuries, including a best of 194 not out. And
that's why he just brushed that one off then.
Yeah, he's played. No, he's generally plays for Wellington. And, coming off the southern summer, it just shows. Look, New Zealand, they do get their fair bit of drizzle there as well.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
it's sometimes we call Tasmania the third island, New Zealand, even though I know there are technically 3 islands of New Zealand. Hello to everyone watching from Stewart Island, by the way. Anyway, here's Johnson with a 112 to his name. Sills coming back, gets the 10th over.
And this is up in the air. Hasn't got anywhere near enough on this, but it's probably going to be a blessing in disguise.
He could have got 2 so many different ways. They're going to get it on the kick.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Oh, there could be more hit. No, there won't.
Proper ECS. This is what England's been missing all along. Johnson probably could have run 4 if he'd run hard here, because he could have run 2 in the air. Then it got kneed away.
Unbelievable. Hey, listen, we've had everything. We've even had a double bouncer no ball, as we'll come back to live, and this is up in the air, and this is a teaser, but it's not going to matter. It's 6 more, of course it is. 120 up now, and well, even I think Jack Boyle's taken one on the shins there. That'll leave a mark.
Yeah, well, what does that make it? 172. At Wimbledon, they'll be chasing even more than they were chasing before. What a story, Spencer. 1 foot out of the tournament. They'd shaken hands and said goodbye to everyone last night.
They certainly did. Oh, boo.
I reckon Johnson's just having the time of his life. Like, in a computer game when you finally pass a level and you feel like this is just like a free roll now.
You get past the boss. And
yeah,
that's
now it's time to enjoy it. He's got the curtain call.
Oh, dear.
What number? He batted number 3 in this as well. It wasn't even opening.
No, sensational. That's well bowled, but equally well hit. He picks it. That's going to be 6 again. At the moment, it's just fetch and repeat for all of the Wimbledon fielders here.
Ooh, slow ball, picks it, hits it pretty well. Watches it. Just out of the grasp of the fielder. If he was straight in the line there, then maybe he's got a play at that. But anyway, here we go. 2 to come.
And again, this is going to be... Oh, no, don't take the 1. That's awful.
Deeks gets a chance.
If he gets out here,
how Deeks goes. He was pretty impressive against Pavel the other day, I thought. Some of his hitting.
I didn't see that. I have to say, I wasn't here for that one, was I?
Yeah, you were.
Was I?
Yeah. Oh. Last ball.
Okay. Uh-oh. There you go. The slower ball means that Sewell will pick up a second as Deeks will go for 1. But it doesn't matter. The damage already done. As yet again they get up to a very good score here to Spencer. Johnson comes back and absolutely loving life is Trojan himself. Finishes on a 127 not out off of just 32 deliveries. 17 sixes, 4 fours, striking just at the merely 396. Outrageous hitting. Well, this highlights package. We've had a couple where we've only seen a couple of clips. This one could certainly be the longer of many. There's even Whipple, who's been so good throughout the duration of this week. Even he struggled with almost two magical overs. He went for 20 in his first, just 19 in his second. That was the wicket though of Adams, and you thought, okay, maybe they could do some damage here and really impress themselves. But unfortunately, it meant that the Trojan in Johnson came out, and well, that just meant that the runs started to flow, and there were sixes going to all parts of the ground. This one was into the onside, and it was a great catch by Bambi down there. Well, eventually, though, Baldwin would come on, and unfortunately, it was a horrid time for him. That was the end of Hauler. He went for a first baller, and Pike was giving it the big uns. And then, well, here's Baldwin. And yes, you are correct, folks. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. 36 off his single over. And the very next baller, the first, it was a wicket, as that was the end of Mansfield. Trojan just sort of says, yeah, on your bike, son. Come on, get me back on strike. Which he did, and the sixes kept coming, and that was how we bring up his century that time around, and it was just ridiculous. Whipple tried to maybe get a bit of the flow, or stem the flow of runs, but he just couldn't get there, and Sewell eventually picked up a wicket off the last, and it does mean that they finish on 179 for 5, the second highest score of this tournament. Spencer, though, I mean, this is sensational, and rightfully so that he gets clapped off there. A really, really good innings from him. 60 in the last game, doubles up basically. 127 he'll finish on, not out off of 32, and it will be a really, really good start to this. Well, Spencer, they're looking to do it the hard way. If they win this qualifier, they go through to the final, and could they do the unthinkable if they get there? We'll have to wait and see if they find out if they can restrict Wimbledon here. They've got it all to do, though, haven't they, the Dons?
Yeah, they do. Well, Gus Grant, the Spencer skipper, was calling it David versus Goliath. Well, I think that David's landed some early blows here. What a knock from Johnson, though. Really turning things on in his 127 not out. 17 sixes in there. That's over 100 runs in sixes alone. A little bit of support from Daniel Adams at the top, 28, and Dakani 19 in there. Bowling figures not too pretty. Joe Baldwin, welcome to the ECN. None for 36 off 1. Pike was pretty good, though, 2 for 18. 2 also for Sill, who fought back towards the end. A wicket for Speller in there, but it really wasn't easy dealing with a guy who was on fire in the drizzle here in England. Well, we have seen a 180 chase once before, and really, when you look at the Wimbledon lineup, they've got some players that are probably capable of pulling it off. They know what they have to do, and it will be 180 for the host to survive in the tournament. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. Hope you're enjoying the action here. Some more big hits to come, I'm sure, in the second half of Qualifier 2. Join us after the break for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to this beautiful Rains Park Sports Ground here, Southwest London. Good news is the rain's staying away at the moment, but it raining runs in that first half of this second qualifier. Spencer finishing on 179 for 5. Little stat for you here, folks. Mr. Johnson himself, before the start of this second qualifier, 17 sixes in the entire tournament. At the end of it, he's doubled it with 17 more in just that one innings. Pretty incredible stuff from him. But at the moment, he's going to be now fixating on what he's going to bowl here. He's going to once again take this first bit of this first over, of course, as Wimbledon looking to try and get into what would be a very, very good final, no matter what, out of any of these two sides. It'll certainly be an interesting one, of course, that coming up later on today. But we have to work out who it will be. Wimbledon taking on Spencer then. Wimbledon need 180 off of 60. It would be pretty sensational stuff, wouldn't it? You can just see there he is, the Trojan in Johnson. Just setting himself up and getting things ready to go. Opening with spin here, of course. Not something that Spencer have shied away from. And we're going to get things underway. 180 needed for Wimbledon. Place in the final, up for stakes. And this is going to be 4 runs to start. Lovely from Turner. Just rides the bounce of this one. Helps it on its way. Cuatro to start us off. Nice bit of work to get that one through the offside. Will certainly help proceedings. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in all around the world, whether it be on Falcon out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Pleasure to have you with us. This is flicked into the onside, and there is Martel Evans to collect this one yet again. This one will just be a single then. So, yeah, pretty sensational stuff that last innings, really is. He's up there for, I think he's the highest run scorer in the tournament, is Johnson now, and he's been in the wickets pretty consistently for Spencer. So you feel, again, we mentioned it a couple of times, would certainly expect his name to be in the hat for MVP, depending on what happens, of course, over the next game or two. This is into the onside, and this is going to be 6 carreras as Boyle, the skipper, gets underway off the mark with a 6 into the onside. Not a bad start whatsoever, as just gets over the top. A little bit of an interesting start for Johnson. This is hit nicely, straight to the fielder. He's got a bit of the old, and he probably isn't going to be a fan of this one being a Kiwi, but the old Nathan Lyon about it. Just with the sort of couple of steps, then the slow down, then into the stride. It sort of reminds me of him. That's straight back to him. And he's sort of nodding his head, sort of saying, okay, a bit harsh to compare him considering the nationalities, but he sees it, I think. I think he sees it. I'm glad I'm not the only one. You'll have to let me know in the chat if you reckon I'm going up the barking up the right tree, maybe. And again, full toss, but this is going to be hit nicely. That's a really nice shot from Boyle. Bit of timing this time around. Good to see some spectators involved in the action, as that will be the close of the first then. Goes for 15. It is 15 without loss after 33 matches since that last golden ball. It was 5 days ago out in Estonia. It was a dead rubber, and chasing 177 somehow we got there, and it was an interesting one as well. It took about 7 minutes, I think, to work out who was out on that last ball on the run out, and then eventually, of course, it was Malta who were able to pick up the victory. So you never know. Listen, that was a 177. That would have been a record chase. 180 here. You never know. I don't think there's a tingle floating around the ground at the moment, but here's the skipper in Grant. Oh, that's going to be a no-eat. That has to be. It's just going to run away as well. And that's going to be another boundary. Let's check this one, though, because I have a feeling that this one is going to be... yeah, that's definitely going to be a no-eat for me. Pretty quick. It was darted in from Grant as well. Yeah, he gets on his tiptoes as well, doesn't he? They've got to be calling this, surely. Oh, they're not. Oh, dear. Well, he's going to get away with it. And it doesn't matter, even free hit or not, he's going to pump into the onside, and that will go the distance. So 4 and 6, looking slick is Turner as he pulls this one into the onside. And that's a really nice shot, isn't it? Just helps him on its way. And Evans, all he can do is just go ahead and collect that one. It really is. Good afternoon to everyone in the chat. This is mistimed, but doesn't get through. There's Mansfield. He was saying that he's very glad that he's got the Trojan on his team and he's not playing against him. And, well, you can understand as to why Vinny's getting nervous as the wind picks up. That's going to be a wide. Oh, hang on. Now they're calling a no ball. And well, let's have a look here. They're going to stick with a no ball here. That probably is. And you come around here. There you go. It is definitely a no ball, so it doesn't get away with this. We got away with the first one, but that no mistake this time around. So that's going to be your first warning, and this time it will be a free hit coming up. So turn up. There you go. Free hit signaled. I think he's just signaling that one to the. Oh, Grant's just saying, well, hang on a second, why? Well, the rules are, of course, ECN. A little bit stricter, maybe, than... Umpire's just pushed him away, by the way. He said, no, be quiet, get on with it, I've called it. Rightfully so as well. There you go, one more, just to make sure. There you go, and again, one more time. Get the old chiropractor, I reckon. Invoice for the old physio. Free hit coming up, definitely. Oh, it's an inside edge. This is going to run away. And, well, here we go. Is he okay? He does well. There's Abid Jaffrey. That's going to be does the fielding pretty nicely. Well, this is what happened earlier, as that one, of course, was well fielded. And this time around is able to do the work without falling over. The head stays in the right position. Brings Boyle back on strike. And plays this nicely into the onside. Straight to the fielder, though. Does well. Gets the old long barrier out. Straight out of the textbook. And that's going to be, again, just one. But at the moment, restricting them here, aren't they? Just 13 off this one at the moment after 15 coming off that first. Definitely advantage Spencer with the ball to go in the second. Paul and Martin Evans, he's got a lot of work to do here, but does superbly well. The old Caribbean flair of this one. And they're going to come back for 2. And they'll come back pretty comfortably in the end, but it is just 2, and it's again another good over. So 15 off the first, 15 off the second. If you're good at your maths like I am, you'll know that it's 30 without loss after 2. Classic English weather at the moment, isn't it? It's cold, and to put it frankly, it's miserable. It really is. This, though, is what's coming up tomorrow, of course, as it's going to be the return of some Cyprus teams, of course. The second time we're there, it's the encore. Everest. They're taking on the Napa Kings in the first match. Rico's going to be there to take you through that one. Just take a peek at the times. They're at 5 o'clock GMT, 7 o'clock Central European time, 10:30 out in India. Set your alarms, folks. It's an early one. Trojan is going to continue us on here in the third. Goes Fuller, tries to dart it, but this is lovely. Well, really nice shot played by Boyle there. Again, gets enough of it. He times it well. He's very strong in the onside. You can see there, goes pretty deep in his crease, in all honesty. Just maybe means that he can, he doesn't quite get yorked. Ends up being almost a slot ball, but nevertheless, 4 more. Shorter. And taken straight to point. And makes no mistake, does the fielder. It's a really good bit of work by Elliot Deeks at point. It came at him pretty quickly, but he makes 0 mistakes. And Boyle will have to go. Strong in the onside, couldn't quite replicate it on the offside, I'm afraid. And it's going to be a wicket. So he's very much in the game, is the Trojan. He picks up a wicket now, and it's going to be the first to forward. It is 34 for 1, as Boyle will go for just 15. Good catch, though, by Deeks, wasn't it? Straight at him, but in these conditions, any catch is a good catch in my eyes. As out comes number 3, Charlie Whipple. Wow, look at that, 19% for the table toppers of Wimbledon. Got the equivalent of Everest. Well, Everest playing in the first game tomorrow out in Cyprus. I know Rico will be, he'll have a few facts, I'm sure, about the old Mount Everest in that game. Johnson up against Whipple, then he comes in at 3. Oh, it's a genuine top edge. It was the quicker, shorter delivery from the spinning Johnson. And Whipple will get 4 to start. He has a little bit of a smile and he says, is that one for the over, sir? It probably will be. Well, good to see that Abid Jaffrey has mastered the old chase towards the boundary, which is nice to see. Of course, probably going to be better weather out there in Cyprus. In fact, how about we make ourselves jealous here and I'll have a look, as this one is a little bit more convincing from Whipple. He knows it's going to be full and he takes it on with a serious degree of success. Nice shot, 6 more. Well, 4 and 6, looking slick. I'm trying to make it stick, but it's not quite catching on with some other comms. But I'm gonna give me a summer and a bit of winter maybe, and we'll get there. The fridge stuck. Really loves the fridge now. So in Limassol at the moment, it is 34 degrees. Here, currently, it says it's 17, but I refuse to believe it. You kind of just sort of think, well, hang on a second. How can it be 17? No idea. I guess maybe it says under it. I'm going to have a look. It normally says it feels like. That's a lie. It says it feels like 17 degrees. Well, I'm currently sat here with 4 layers on, so make that make sense. Johnson. Oh, no, he's picked up although he did pick up wickets in the last game as well, but he does leak a couple of runs, but at the same token at this level, it's bound to happen as a spinner. Last delivery, though, of his spell. Goes wide of the crease. It's a good option. They will take it on here. Good throw, and he's gone. Oh, not far away. Turner scampers on through. Mansfield was in the game, but he'll get through. It's the end of the power play. End of 3. It is 46 for 1 after 3. Turner will keep the strike. Johnson 1 for 31. So you take that off his innings of 127, just short of the century in theory. So not too bad though. And listen, when you score 127, you can kind of turn around and say, I've got a few runs to play with. Oh, there we go. Get up there, and you can just see there's the comparison at the moment. Just behind, but not by much though, as the end of the power play does bring Vinny Sandu back into the commentary box.
Back and a little bit behind, but I suppose a couple of those supersonic overs could turn things around. Thakur Oracle is going to bowl the next one.
Left arm pace. This is the tactic that they've used every single time. They've often gone for spin heavy in the top 3, then they'll go pace number 4. This is what we're going to see. it's all happening.
Loading.
Good delivery. There we go. We're back. Good start there from Oracle.
Just got to turn it off and on, and everything will work fine. 46 for 1. What an assault by Trojo. That has really broken this game wide open, and Wimbledon would have to bat completely out of their skin to pull this off. Obviously, losing Boyle hurts them a lot.
Yeah, big time. Oh, and again misses out on this one.
Now, here's the thing. If they were to pull this off, it would be their second highest chase in ECN history with a target of 180 here. We've only seen 180s chase once before, and what a game that was when Netherlands 11 knocked out Spain in Qualifier 2, also a Qualifier 2 in the ECC last year. England 11 would go on to beat the Netherlands in the final though.
This one just dies massively, just sort of dies off this pitch. We haven't really seen that too often, where this pitch is misbehaved.
Just get it through a bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's only short.
I don't really have time to do any extra things, but maybe like what caught my eye this week, one of my favourites were some of our chatters on Corey's birthday reminding him of Sikander Zulfikar knocking his team out of the happy birthday, Corey. Remember this as well, because that is hooked out of the ground. Maximo for Turner, who's trying to keep this game alive, even though the rate required's gone up into magical territory. Yeah, I love that. Happy birthday, Corey. Never forget Sikander Zulfikar.
I don't think he will as well, because
Yeah.
aren't they good friends? Pretty sure they're.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Zulfikars couldn't get a nicer cricketing family than them. Triplets that have all represented their country. Have another brother that plays at the highest level in the Netherlands, and the dad coaches the team. Imagine that automobile that's taken him to the game. Yeah. They have to take their own bus.
You need a minibus.
Yeah.
Need a minibus, the old Sprinter. Speaking of sprinting, and he's going to move on here. That's not going to help. Another dot. Well bowled from Oriakil. He's hiding it nicely outside that offside.
See, it's one thing to go at this rate, which we have seen done, for periods at least, but it's another thing to need to.
Yeah.
So right now they need to do it. And that plays on your mind. Even if there's one dot ball like that, one dot ball, suddenly you're like, oh, how am I going to get that back? Just feel like the deck's kind of shuffled against you.
Trying to manipulate it, but it's not working here. Again, he's just hiding it consistently outside the off, and that's going to be the end of a very, very impressive over. Just 18 years of age, Oriakil. Remember the name. 52 for 1 after 4.
Well, 5 dots in the over. 5 dots in a 6. That's a brilliant result. Wimbledon, 52 for 1 after 4. Spencer, the little engine that could here on finals day.
It really is, isn't it? They finished 3rd in the group. They had it all to do, and they only scraped through on net run rate as well. It wasn't exactly comfortable. These lads were genuinely walking away after their last game and were saying, "Thanks, lads. Appreciate the tournament. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon." And here they are.
Have a nice life.
Yeah, here they are on Friday, and they're giving it a good old go. Here's Hauler. And this one is up, and away. There we go.
Oh, Charlie Hunt, show it off.
There you are. Look at that.
One hand, one bounce.
One hand, one bounce. Hey, look, yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. Well batting yard. Thank you.
Well, at least one of your hands works. Good stretch from you.
Yeah, that was
just out of the camera. Bad luck.
That's fine. I'll take it. Everyone here knows that happened anyway.
Keeping an eye on the Mansfield shoes as well. He hasn't gone the shoe change yet, fielding it long off
there
to come
he
on.
is.
But Hauler has had a brilliant series with the ball. That's the
go.
current state of the
They're
shoes
the
for
spikes
Mansfield.
at the moment.
We'll keep a camera on those shoes at all time.
There you go. They're the spikes. There
Still
you
got the
are.
spikes on. Thanks for showing them.
So Yoz was looking at them and we made a joke. I'll come to it after this one. This is out on this one. So obviously Yoz being a scout, it was the old stereotypes, and Mansfield turned around and said, "You won't want these. You can take the trainers. They're probably worth a bit more, but maybe not the spikes. They've seen a few games of cricket. They have.
Spikes could be more useful depending on what you need them for."
That's true, actually. Oh yeah, nice shot. Really nice pickup from Turner, and that could do his confidence some good.
I don't know who's in that tent, but I think it might have just had a rude awakening.
That was a thump.
That was lifted up and out of
Seriously.
here. Well, Turner just trying to keep the pilot light alive in this game. A succession of magical overs, really. That was a pure strike.
Got to ask you.
Go on.
We've spoken about the weather a fair bit. It's England. You have to.
Yeah.
Where's the coldest you've been?
Easy. Bulgaria, April 2022.
Oh yeah, I was
2022.
there. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Again, nice shot. He's picked the gap here. This will be 4. You're not going to stop that. So 6 and 4, Turner. Well, Wimbledon will be hoping that he's a little bit hungry for some more here, but you can't leave it down to just one player here.
You were there when you were
was.
in commentary preschool. back in the day.
Fresh face.
Little Charlie
Baby
was there.
face, yeah.
It was between 1 and 4 degrees the whole day 1, and day 2 had to be postponed because of snow.
Yeah, that was awful. I remember sitting in the scorer's hut and on the floating text on the bottom, "Stop for snow."
Yeah,
that was a first.
That was
Oh, gone for it and gets it. This is superb hitting. It is. This is a lovely shot. The old punch. This really. Oh, here we go. Look at this.
What a good effort. What's that?
Good arm.
Oh, yeah.
Great arm. Look at that. And, well, look at that. He's got a fan there. I don't think you need a fan. It's a bit cold.
How's the form? And this is a star of the future right there.
Straight arm.
Just have a look at this.
Straight arm.
Oh, yeah.
Either
Well bowled, son.
either that, or he's going to be a really good shot putter in future to come.
What is it? Is that like what did he have? It's like a fan?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll come back to that in a moment. Right now, let's have a look after 5 overs 75 for 1 ECCW.
Yeah.
It'll be the second ever Euros of women's cricket at the Cartama Oval to finish season 2024. England 11 will be defending their title, but they got some company there in Premier Division this year because 2 new teams in that division, Ireland 11 and Scotland 11, to join. So it kind of mirrors what happens in the ECC men's. You've got Germany, Jersey, and Czechia joining as well in the Challenger division.
Yeah, I think that you look at that Challenger division. I think probably favourites for me, Germany, looking and maybe Jersey. I think those two to battle it, but I think it's a really good move. I think Italy will be dark horses in that Premier Division. This is off. Oh,
That was a proper confident, it hit the pad appeal. I don't think anyone thought it was actually out.
but
But
it's given a wide.
yeah, just trying to say, hey.
Definitely off the pad. Definitely
According to
off
the umpire. So
definitely
you heard
off
it
the
here
5 pad.
first. Charlie knows better than the umpire, even though he's good 80 yards away.
No, I just had the benefit of a replay.
That's true. Plus you heard it. Anyway, it's going to be a big wide. Outside
Oh yeah,
the
forgot about that part. Commentary preschool.
Yeah, so I see what you're going with that, and I agree. Probably Germany on paper would be the favourites there, but I will say that Spain, for example, they're a team, they're catching up really quick. Whether they can pull that off, I don't know. Promotion potentially at stake as well.
Yeah, under new leadership, of course, aren't they? Neil stepped away, and
Still kind of involved.
He's the regional development
regional manager,
I think.
assistant to the regional manager.
Good, very good. Yeah, I like that. If you don't get that reference, don't bother.
That's the Office, isn't it?
Yeah. You questioning yourself there.
What a show.
Were you either questioning yourself or
It's been called a no ball
Oh,
for no particular reason, even though it definitely bounced on the pitch.
anyway.
I don't know what they were waiting for there.
Anyway.
Right. Let's just give it a no ball and be done with it. It could have been
Funny,
something else.
isn't it?
Who knows? Doesn't really matter now.
Limbs, the old levers on this one. Doesn't get it though. Whee!
So let's
Yes.
discuss. This is an open question for the chat. The Office US versus the Office UK.
Easy.
Where
So
do you
easy.
lie?
So easy.
You?
US.
You like US better?
100%. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm controversial. I'll say it. I don't care.
Oh, Charlie, you won't be allowed back.
I will. I've got a passport. They're not going to
They'll
really
cancel that really quick.
not known well enough yet.
US, really?
Yeah, it's so good. Oh, this is off the back, I think.
They're both good. Can I just say they're both good?
They are very good, but I found it easier to consistently watch The Office.
Well, probably
US.
because there were 250 episodes compared
True.
to what was it, like 20 or
No,
something?
I know, but still, but you know how you can just sort of just keep binging them just constantly?
Well, I've got to apologise to all the English viewers for Charlie, but tell us what you think in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Again, this has been good stuff, but this one over the top could be a chance. Evans! Oh, that's outrageous! That is superb! And it doesn't get much better than that. He had so much ground to cover. Bit of the old Caribbean flair. Martel Evans, that is sensational. And he just gets the old one hand out at this one, and it just sticks. And it's one of those that you just got to go, there you go. And as a batter, you got to say, well, what can you do? Whipple goes.
What a catch from Evans in these conditions. I mean, he probably didn't see drizzle like this for a long time, but all his family back in Jamaica, they'll be cheering him on. That is a sensational grab, and Whipple can't believe it. The Whipple effect departs potentially for the last time, and now Wimbledon are 79 for 2. What a catch. It's worth another look, isn't it?
Oh, it's sensational. It really is. He's such a nice guy as well. And he's so supportive. He loves what we've been doing here.
And I love the way he holds the ball up, doesn't it? The ball hit the turf. Holds it up,
It's
protects
class.
it.
What a spell this is, though, from youngster Oriakil. Away movement. That's going to be 4. A little bit too wide. And Reevy, can throw everything at this.
Stevie Reevy, a.k.a. the refrigerator. Well, these are good conditions for him then.
That's true, actually.
But,
Okay, then favourite. Oh,
What
look
a
at that.
catch.
That's so good. Favourite character? US.
US?
Yeah, favourite character.
I think the main character for me, just Steve Carell's so good.
He is good.
You know,
He is good. Again, this is whipped away into the onside. There's calls of 2, but I don't think the fridge is going to go for it.
I've got a soft spot for for Dwight as well, obviously. But for me, Gareth in the main UK one,
I think
he's just an awkward looking unit,
I think
isn't
most
he?
of them they are. Most of them are. I think I'd probably go Kevin in the US.
Yeah,
That's
Kevin.
Just funny.
And the UK version of Kevin is it Keith?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Keith.
Yeah. I think Kevin, the actor.
Keith could eat an orange, couldn't he?
This one is going to be a wide. Yeah, I think Kevin, the actor, if I remember correctly, the original actor went into Reed for that's definitely
That's
wide.
not wide.
Huh?
Straight over the line. New rules.
Okay. Oh, by the way. Oh no, hang on. No, he's
Oh,
just.
hold on 1 second.
He's just doing the studs up. He's okay. He's just doing the spikes. Well, he's going to be in the action here, is he? No. Oh well, what could have been?
Yeah, well, they had to change the wheels. Good to see Diana here as well. Good to see that she's up to joining us. I know she hasn't been feeling too well, but anyway, 91 for 2 after 6. But anyway, what do they need here? I mean, it's right up there. Required rate is... well, we're up to 22 and over. Look, I still think under these conditions, 24 and over is your point of no return. Because you can see overs that big, especially with quality like this out there. They've still got plenty of batting to come.
Interesting. Jaffrey, he's going to come on and take this 7th then. Oh, speaking of 7, it's
what
on
number
his
is he again?
7.
Okay.
Oh, this is up and away. It's a chance. Oh, he doesn't put these down. Of course he doesn't. It's Trojo himself. The Trojan makes no mistakes. So Reeves will go 4 and out. And a little bit disappointing, this Wimbledon, looking as if they're going to be tumbling out here at the final hurdle. And looks as if Spencer well on their way to what would be a very impressive victory here.
I still feel like there's one more twist in this, Charlie. Don't put it to bed just yet, as this is more or less end of the bat, isn't it? And the fridge, he already started walking in there. Is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go and catch it then. Classic primary school humour, as Wimbledon have lost the 3rd wicket, 91 for 3. But here's Weir, and we know what he can do with the bat.
Yeah,
I like
true.
this matchup, Weir against Jaffrey. I've just got a feeling in my bones. There could be a couple disappearing.
Feel it in your fingers. Feel it in your toes.
Another good movie. Come to that in a second.
Very good movie. Jaffrey, good start. Picks up a wicket first ball. This is hit nicely, but Martin Evans makes no mistake.
I had him on for 24, but that's been ruined by that nicely stroked single first ball. What do people think about the office debate?
A lot, very much going against what I said, which is fine. I like to go against the curve.
I like what Kroom said as well.
What did Kroom? Okay, yeah.
Ricky
No,
Gervais
that is good.
doesn't care which one's better. He's a multi-millionaire either way.
It's a very valid point. This is a nice shot. This is going to be 4. This is really nice. And Turner, with that flourish of the willow, will pick up his half century off just 22 deliveries. But at this point, just in comparison, Troy Johnson was about to bring up his full century.
That's actually a really good point that you make. Shows you the crazy rate that Johnson was going.
Very rare you see something like that. It really is.
Not quite our fastest century on ECN, which is currently 21 balls.
Yeah, I'm getting the more and more I'm doing now.
You're absorbing it.
Yeah, I'm like a sponge. Well, up in the air and 6 more. Glad to see there's no one there.
If someone was sitting in that chair, they would have had 2 broken ribs. A small child has just emerged from the tent. But anyway, he's got a memory. There's,
Yoz?
That's the officials' tent over there, actually, I think.
Yoz? Anyway.
It's like, what's that movie where, is it Big? Where he gets changed with a small child.
What?
Anyway.
Hey? I've never heard
There's
of
a
that.
movie.
Yeah. There's
Hundreds up.
There's a few I haven't watched. Again, flat batted, but fielder straight to him. Gets down, does the hard work. That will be a single.
The Office UK started basically a new genre, or definitely popularised it, that mockumentary.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I love the fact that in the I do know more about the US than the UK version. I'll tell you that for free. But look at where he stood, by the way. Well outside off. And this is up in the air. This is going to be 4 runs. Nice flourish to finish then. It will be 16 off it. It is 107 for 3 after 7.
Hanging in there. Basically 4 and over. Or 4 ball, I should say, required. Let's have a look at where we're at on finals day. Of course, NCCA, a.k.a. the Challengers, a.k.a. England 11 in the...
go on to win this. Imagine if they beat the NCCA. That's a
story.
story.
We'll have
and
to
a
wake
half.
up all the New Zealand supporters.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
If Trojo continues on this way, we'll have a real humdinger coming your way. That game is starting in about an hour and 40 minutes live on ECN.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Here's Gus Grant.
Skipper went for 15 off his first. He is, again, he's another tall man, isn't he? Again, if you walk into a club and you see him and you think, uh-oh, he's going to be coming in and sort of bowling past me here. Nope, I'm going to give you some off spin.
Like what Kroom said here. Spencer doing what the Office US did after the first season. Said goodbyes, but making a comeback.
Good start to his comeback here for Grant after 15 coming off that one. Off the first is good start to the second. Starts with a double.
I'm calling it.
Yeah, it's done.
That's it.
Yeah, of course. Well, I said this 2 overs ago, but it's okay. Don't worry. Welcome to the club.
4%.
Oh, there you go.
I'm back.
Into the onside. That's gone a long odd way. 6 more off Turner. Playing a nice little hand here, but no one else really supporting him on his way. And don't know what that noise was, but 67 off. What is it?
Grant's not quite as effective to the left-handers, which is weird because he's basically an off-spinner. But he's hitched his wagon to that right-to-left angle. That went right into the wheelhouse. Turner's trying to repeat the dose.
And again, this time off the splice of the bat. Evans for just 1. Yeah, my knowledge of, as I said, is different for the 2 of them. But I love the fact that they did like 2 or 3 just filming of like 6-hour days in that office, just for B-roll, just to literally just see them in their natural state. No makeup either. It was literally just in you go, sit there, pretend like you're doing an office job.
Just think Dawn could have been treated better by Lee. It took her a long time to wake up, and I think there's many lessons to be learnt from that.
Oh dear. Anyway, Grant, 22 off his spell thus far. Wimbledon, not out of it, just 2%.
I mean, she just wanted to draw.
I'm refusing to get involved in this chat. Got him, stepped away, and that's the old Rashford from the skipper. And that's going to be the end of where he'll go for 3 ball, 5 runs, and it's going to be the 4th to full. 1-1-4 for 4.
Yeah, it's the old quick step, the old fake footwork. I'm back, I'm away, and whoops, I can't reach it, even though it's pretty much straight on the stumps.
Too much.
Crashes in the middle.
Too much going on. Too much going on, and that is the old Rashford. So clearly a United fan. You would have been happy with the FA Cup victory for them not too long ago. I was. As Sewell is going to come in then at number 6, and it's probably going to, well, let's get the old the vocal cords.
What do you think about this? The shoes are still there. They haven't been changed.
I don't think he's bowling.
Look at, and Mansfield's not happy about it. He's got you get the body language.
Proper sulk.
He's grumpy.
Proper sulk. He wants to bowl.
Yeah. He's sitting there. He's desperate to bowl.
He really, really, really wants to bowl. He's trying. Luckily, there's no effects mic near him, but he really, really wants to bowl.
Come on.
In fact, I've heard.
Warm up.
I've heard that he's actually said to Grant that if he doesn't...
yes! Here comes the shoe change. All right. Is he going to go 1-1? Or
Get in.
He can change both quickly.
He's got... Oh, no, he's going to go 1-on-1 here. I hope he doesn't slip.
Quick. Move all my Bitcoin to Mansfield to bowl the next over.
Look at that, by the way. Oh, he's changed them. He's done both.
That's a proper Formula 1 job.
That's impressive.
Nicely done.
Got the old shoehorn out, maybe. Last ball. And got him, gone. And, well, hit the old vocal cords because I reckon the fat lady, she might be singing, as that's going to be 65 and out for Turner, and it's going to be 115 for 5 now.
Good effort by Turner, honestly. It's not his fault. It's just one of those things. They've been blown out of the water here. Spencer have come from the clouds, and they're going to be in the decider. Plays across this one. And Grant, he rattles that leg stump end of the 8th over. 115 for 5.
He's bowling, by the way. He's getting an over.
Of course he is.
Oh, I love it.
Once the shoe's on, that's it.
It's so good.
Once the shoes are on, there's no coming back. It's basically an implied contract.
I don't think he was expecting.
Did I ever tell you how I studied law, but I couldn't do it because I was too honest? Hello to all the lawyers out there as well.
Anyway. Oh dear. Well, what can we say? It looks as if Wimbledon are going to bow out of the tournament here in the at the final hurdle before the final, and topping the table, and they're going to bow out here, which is probably not what was on the cards in their script this morning when they woke up. Maybe they just didn't have the salmon and pims. Anyway, here is Mansfield. Oh, that's going to be a stop to get us underway.
Surprised he's bowling this over?
Yeah,
I
wasn't expecting to see Mansfield here. I was, could have gone through a couple more options, but he obviously really wants to bowl here. That can't be out. It's pitched well outside leg stump, but I guess if you don't ask, you don't get. Yeah, I've got to ask you.
Go on.
Because I've just peeked over and you've sent something through on WhatsApp and it's in Spanish again. What can I want to know? This is not going to go all the way. This will be a couple. And they're going to turn and go. Could be gone here.
Oh.
Should be. He's gone by a long old way. Oh, hang on a second. And I just want to make sure that he's got that ball under control, because it went up at the same time.
I think he just kind of like underarmed it from point blank range. That's how I read it. Batter seems happy to go.
Yeah,
Let's
he's
have a
not too
look.
concerned, is
Well,
it?
firstly,
Get out of the way.
that's it.
Thank you.
That's been done. Thanks, Elliot.
Oh, there's Bambi, by the way.
Let's have a look.
Bambi's come in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fine. Good throw, actually. Yeah, good throw at the base of the stumps.
Nicely done. Bit improvisational by Booth.
Yeah, 1-1-6 for 6 then. Sue will go for 2.
See, Dime.
What's the real urge to really pick up your Spanish?
Because I've never learned a second language properly, even though I did Japanese at school, but I was never quite conversational.
Yeah.
And because we're spending 3 months a year in Spain now.
True.
I worked 3 months here in Spain, and I've got me encanta la lengua. I love the language.
Nice.
Many things I like about it. And I also think for an English speaker, it's one of the more accessible ones to actually learn.
Yeah,
but I'm also
when
very
you
patient with it. It'll take me years. I know that.
When you do Spanish, it ends up opening the doors to like Italian, becomes a lot easier.
Yeah.
That's for one. But
It's quite fun. I'm not the best, but I'm
better than
I notice that I'm improving all the time.
I'll tell you one
So
thing.
that's good.
My parents lived there for 13 years. You're better than them.
Hello to Ian as well. You heard that from Charlie.
Oh,
I didn't say
the
that.
first to admit it, by the way.
I think I've got my friends that I talk to. They're very supportive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a nice sweep, but Bambi should be gone here. Oh, doesn't carry. And he gets through, and he might have done himself some damage here. So there's going to be 1 bounce 4. So Bambi, a.k.a. Baldwin, gets a 4 under his name, and that'll be the end of the 9th. It's 1-2-1 for 6.
Well, at least Baldwin's got a highlight because he had a few issues in there earlier on. Went for 36 in his over. That's a nice sweep shot. He gets 4, and it's the end of the over. 121 for 6 after 9. I think that I'm learning about what it takes to learn a language. So it's not like at one day when you're like, oh, I can speak it.
No,
it's
a lot of repetition.
Tell us about your experience learning Spanish, because you spent a lot of time there.
Yeah, so I obviously went to an international school from the age of 9, and you had to do an hour of Spanish a day. You had to. And as well, obviously, the kids, there was a lot of Spanish kids, so I'd speak to them in Spanish, they speak to me back in English. So it took me probably 2.5, 3 years to pretty much be...
Yeah. I've been doing 6 months. I won't say serious, but I do a
Duolingo?
little bit every day.
Duolingo?
And I've got a
Better than that.
I've got a tutor.
Yeah,
it's a good grounding to see if you want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of a good grounding, that's a nice way for Speller to hit 6 into the onside, as Jaffrey's going to bowl this last.
I think for someone like me, though, I can't really commit to like a kind of regular class because my schedule is so crazy.
Yeah.
I've got my my tutor, Carlos, who I speak 2 hours a week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
really?
Just talk about normal things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
No cricket.
I've taught him cricket. One of my lessons was just we watched the ECL when I had the night off, and I explained it to him while I went on the phone.
Poor Carlos.
Loved it.
He's just
Got
got
pretty
the
strong
referee.
opinions on field placings and the power play.
Yeah, I bet he does. That's going to go for 4 byes as he gets through everything. Booth a little bit upset with this one. But hey, listen, if memory serves me right, didn't Wimbledon do this at the ECL? Top of the table and then tumbled out?
Oh, you didn't have to go there, did you? You went there. Double chance offered. They're 0 for 4 on finals days
That's
now.
horrid. That is horrible, isn't it?
Oh, that hurts.
Sorry.
Say that to them tonight when they're hosting this anyway. This is up in the air, and that's going to be out. So Speller, the next to go. It's all over, bar the sharding. Gus Grant, the world's tallest David, is going to grab the catch, 131 for 7.
Yeah, it's again they're just heading to try now, aren't they? But they're going to fall short here. And is that what their record will be then? 0-4. Uffed. Not nice. Anyway, good question here though, by the way. Birdie, Vinny, is there ever an ECN staff cricket match? No, is the answer at the moment.
We actually had one in Austria a couple of years ago.
Oh, really?
Where we took on the umpires and just kind of
LOC
smattering
team?
of the best thing was the Latvians, our TV crew, got out all the umpires.
Class, brilliant, very good.
The first ball went about 6 pitches away, and then the next ball was bowled.
Surprisingly, the straighter one. Slater. And watch that back foot, old twinkle toes.
We don't get we like the idea of playing, but there's just not enough hours in the day. Really.
No, there's very few negatives of being on the tour. The one of them is you're not going to get a full season of cricketing. That's the only one, playing-wise. Into the onside. And this is going to be gone. And Jaffrey picks up another. And it's another one for Elliot Deeks. And he likes this one. Good tash on him as well, by the way. And make this one look pretty easy. Just sort of hung up in the air off the toe. Didn't really get any of it. That's going to be a 2-baller. And, oh, there the old Peacock Friday, Derek.
Yeah. Hello, Derek. Unfortunately for Slater, doesn't end on a bright note, but he's always a great player to watch for Wimbledon. I've enjoyed him this week. Unfortunately, he'll be the 8th to go. 1 ball remaining in this qualifier. And it's 131 for 8. That's a nice shot at the catch. You see, he just had to take a little step to his left there, Deeks, but he does the job.
2 catches for him now. Yeah, that's the only negative. That's the only negative that there is. And you'll probably, you've been on this tour for God knows how many years now.
Yeah, since you were knee-high to a grasshopper.
5?
Almost.
4.
I did play, we don't have time, but we had a break game in Barcelona where there was a brick as one of the stumps.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah, I've heard of this.
Here we go.
Last ball up, and it's just going to be a single, maybe 2 here. They'll turn and go. All about the stats is Hucker. He'll get 2 not out then, and they'll get up to 133, but it is going to be Spencer with an emphatic victory here by 46 runs, and Spencer are going to take on the challengers of the NCCA in the European Cricket Series final here in England.
Yeah, that's... well, there's 2 pairs of shoes being run off. But, congratulations to Spencer. It just shows you in this form of the game, you can have 1 or 2 guys step up at the right times. There's Trojo, who will get the player of the match. I'm sure about that. He makes some history as the first ever ECS England Centurion. And Spencer, I thought they were out of the tournament. Well, they're back in a big way. And what a challenge for them, because in an hour and a half from now, we'll be having the first ball of the first ever ECS England final, NCCA, taking on Spencer. Join us for that toss about to happen here at the ground.
Yeah, let's have a look at these highlights then. It's going to be a good showing yet again for Spencer. Just doing it with the bat, but then also doing the hard yards in the field, to be honest. Excellent in the field, taking catches when asked of them. And, well, my mind sort of goes straight to Martel Evans with that absolute... well, the only realistically way to describe it is a specky out in the onside. There was some good hitting though. Listen, Michael Turner batted well, 65 off of 28 for him, but no one else really getting going. There we had the old spectator getting involved. As well, good arm though. He's either going to be a serious cricketer or a very good shot putter. But this was it, up in the air. This was the end of Charlie Whipple. It was a moment of pure brilliance for Martel Evans, and you just sort of felt that when that happened, that realistically was the game.
Yeah, it was a sensational bit of cricket all around, wasn't it? Wimbledon, they kept firing, didn't they? They were trying to make something happen. I thought Turner was very good out there, 65 off 28. They just had a mountain of runs on the board, though. Spencer, and I think they'll get a little bit of satisfaction about that against their, kind of rivals for a long time. They don't play each other very often. A little bit of the do-si-do there. Grant, he says it was all done in the upstairs region, but unfortunately for Turner, he had to go. Made a good half century though, and really this game wasn't too much longer for this world. Once it gets up above 4 a ball, it's very difficult to come back. A little bit of an improvisational job from Booth here, was able to complete a run out, but really the writing was on the wall a couple of overs before the end when the host was not able to get along the line. We saw the shoe change, and that meant Mansfield came on, and unfortunately for Arakil, couldn't quite pull that one in. They fought to the very end, but the wickets continued to clatter in the end. It was Wimbledon that went down by a decent margin.
46 in total, and yeah, this was a good catch though. Once again for Elliot Dick, started the innings off and then finishing with a catch. And yeah, fair play to Abid Jaffrey as well. Picked up 2 in that last over. He ended up picking up 3 in general. So it will of course mean that it's a 46-run victory for Spencer. But Wimbledon, look, as much as, we'll say 0-4 on finals days on the network, but listen, they were so dominant in that group stage. No one really was able to consistently get the better of them. They just proved to be a level above, but just unfortunately not clicking on finals day.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. And as far as the scorecard went, well, obviously It was a large mountain to climb, wasn't it? 180 required. Turner leads the way with 65 off 28 balls with 7 sixes, 4 fours in there. Some support from Charlie Whipple, 19, and Jack Border Skipper went for 15, the first to go. Just put them behind the 8 ball. They could never really get ahead of the game in the end. They get to a fairly respectable 133 off the 10 overs. As far as the bowlers went, well, they had the runs on the board. They were able to, I suppose, operate with a degree of freedom. And a couple getting in the wickets there.
Yeah, the wickets nicely shared around. Just Mansfield and Hauler not picking up, which is rare for Hauler, of course, going for 23 off that over as well, which was pretty interesting. Jaffrey picking up 3, 2 for Grant and 1 for Troy Johnson. I have a feeling Johnson probably your player of the match.
I am sure about it. But anyway, let's see how he goes. The biggest challenge is still ahead for Spencer. It's with a heavy heart we say goodbye to Wimbledon in the competition, but they have been great hosts, and I'm sure we'll be able to catch up with them at the clubhouse tonight. But we are about an hour and 40 minutes away from the first ball of the first ever ECS England final. NCCA, the challengers will be taking on Spencer Cricket Club in that one. We'll take a break and we'll give that a little bit longer to load. But I'll be back, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Charlie Hunt in a few minutes, well, a bit more than a few minutes, about an hour and 40 minutes time to take you to the final. Join us then. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series England Finals Day. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back, and after 23 matches we have made it to the big dance, the final in the first ever European Cricket Series, England. So NCCA joining the competition today, they had that free passage into Qualifier 1, they did the business against Wimbledon, that's how they got here, and of course they essentially are the England 11 that are the current ECC trophy holders. They're taking on Spencer, who are the real story of the last 24 hours. It looked like they were out of the competition. If Tunbridge Wells had won match 20 last night, then they'd be out. But that was a washout. It meant they held on by net run rate to get here. They've had good wins over Twickenham and then their rivals Wimbledon to get to the final. So should be a fantastic one. I know that we're ready for the coin toss. Let's see who wins the coin toss in the first ever ECS England final.
NCCA, you're the home team, so you'll toss that for me. Thank you. Spencer, you're the away team. Call for me. You ready?
Heads, please.
Heads is the call. Let's come down, tails.
The bowl, please.
Okay, NCCA has won the toss and they're going to bowl.
Dan Lincoln wins the toss and elects to field then, so they will be chasing this time around. They actually batted very well earlier on in their first game, but I think they do like to chase. I like to manage it that way. But I've got to say, it was a little bit of a tough one, I think, for the seamers, for the NCCA team earlier on. But I think conditions, for the most part, have become a little bit better for the bowlers. I still think they'll be operating with a short run. They use slow bowlers really effectively as well. Could see Sam Young seemed in really good form earlier on at the top of the order, but they got a lot of batters, really, that can move the needle. For Spencer, well, how about Troy Johnson, the Kiwi, bring up the first ever series 100 here in England, and it was some sort of knock as well, 127 not out. So every chance, if he gets going, he could set a big task. So don't count out Spencer here, even though they've come from the clouds. Both teams coming from unusual directions, but they do meet here in the first ever ECS England final. Charlie Hunt standing by. It's been great to be with you today. Let's enjoy this one, and hopefully the weather holds. The news from the toss is that NCCA have won the toss and the challengers will bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for the final time, of course. It's a little bit sad, but isn't it great to see that we're going to have the first ever final here in England? Welcome back to the Rains Park Sports Ground here in southwest London. Grey and windy is the conditions here this afternoon for what is set to be an exciting final. The NCCA Challengers taking on Spencer, and it has been the rise from the dead, really, for Spencer. Not winning a game for a good few days at the start of the tournament, but coming good at the very important time, of course. No changes for the challengers. Of course, Dan Lincoln at the top there. As for Spencer, again, no real changes either. Martin Evans still in there after that amazing catch. Of course, the big man in Troy Johnson is up there as well. And David Mansfield as well. Very crucial for Spencer as well. He's been in the runs in the wickets, but now would be a good time. Maybe he'll change his shoes once or twice. You never know. 71% plays 29%, and going off that, it's a tricky uphill battle for Spencer, isn't it? Again, I mentioned it, they were the third place team in the group stages to get through to finals. You can see there both teams. It's the battle of blue versus red. It's going to be a cracker, you feel. If the openers go well, it could certainly be an interesting one, of course. But at the same token, it is set up to be slightly bizarre, you feel, with Spencer really looking a little bit tricky. But yeah, good to see there at the top. Decani, of course, coming back in once more. He has had a good tournament, of course, as has Adams as well. He certainly is. He's not exactly a stranger to scoring runs at the top. Couple of scores of 50 plus. But it is good to see that this time around a little bit drier at the moment. Touch wood, of course, but yeah, a little bit drier rather than what happened in the NCCA's first game, where there was drizzle, of course, and it was eventually a rain-affected game, wasn't it? As the NCCA won by way of Duckworth Lewis against Wimbledon. But this time around, it is, of course, Spencer taking, oh, okay. Well, the cube might be about to blow here. That's the most that this one has ever moved. I don't think anyone, well, Vinny's about to go. Hold on tight. Oh dear, well, we're gonna get things underway. It's Greatwood, and he's gonna start with a dot. Well, maybe the old golden shoes, if you tap your toes 3 times, or the heels even, you'll get home. But that was the worst gust of wind. What a way to start the final. Not too sure how that's happened, but we're underway. This is a nice shot down towards finally. That'll be 4. Good start then, Adams. He likes to get funky, and this is a really good way to go. And that's a good start, isn't it? Nice shot this time. And Adams then, a lovely positive start. But a welcome to everyone, of course, tuning in all around the world. Pleasure to have your company here on the European Cricket Network for this final. And this is a nice little start. They'll push and run. They take on the arm. It's a direct hit. He's gone. Well, the picture paints 1,000 words. Not quite able to find the money this time. You can see here, it's straight to him. Probably the last team. He's gone for all money. It's the last team you want to be taking quick singles to in the ring, but they will get through for 1. Of course, no Trojan yet. It's listed to come in at 3. That's where he's been so crucial. Could see a nice little abundance of fans turning up as well. A couple of sponsors coming through from the old VIP. I wonder if they enjoyed their, what was it? It was salmon and a bit of salmon and Pims. There you go. See, Greatwood. Interesting start. Of course, opting for just a couple of steps due to the slightly damp conditions. A nice shot, really classy shot. That's going to go run away, and well, here we go. There's one of the watchers on. It's going to be a really nice shot. 4 runs yet again. Adams showing his class here. You can see that. Just waits for it nicely. He knows that that's a good shot. He knows that's a really positive start here at the moment. Up in the air, gone, chip to him. It's a disappointing way to go for Adams. It was a leading edge, trying to just turn this around the corner. But a bit of away movement from Greatwood will mean he picks up a wicket and a scalp to end the first. It is 10 for 1 after 1, and that is a really interesting start. A couple of boundaries in there, a couple of singles, but finishing with the scalp of Adams. And that is a disappointing way to go. You can see there, just holds up slightly in the pitch, really. And it just means it finds the leading edge. So a disappointing end for Adams, as it will be a couple of 4s, and away he goes. And it is the end of the over. It is 10 for 1. Rishton, this is how we got here. Before I get on to Rishton, NCCA, of course, taking on Spencer. Spencer have had to do it the hard way. They won the eliminator. They won in Qualifier 2. They are in the final. The 2022 MVP of the ECC, Andy Rishton, is going to take this second. This is into the onside, and the Trojan calls Dekani through pretty early on. Now that's Cameron Hemp, of course, with the 4-2-1. Good to see a few here at the ground, but also on the chat to Kev, to Mr. J Grant as well. Pleasure to have you here at the moment. Well, the cube is going to be more open plan, but, well, the Trojan continues where he left off last time around. This is going to be 4 to start for Johnson. Really nice shot, 2 full and flicked into the onside. He certainly is going to be feeling up for the occasion here, isn't he? He's off the back of an excellent century, and also a half century to add to that as well. Rishton will be hoping he can pick up his number. It's another full toss up in the air. There's no one there. 4 and 6, looking slick at the moment. Johnson goes large. Great start, really good start this. Positive, yes, they've lost a wicket, but they're showing their intent here, aren't they? They're showing that they're up for this. They've had a bit of banter at the in the interval. I think they know they're going into this underdogs. There's no point taking it too seriously. You take this too seriously and you lose wickets and you get frustrated. then you're going to come off even worse. Take your time, enjoy it whilst you're out there. You could be in for an interesting battle. Goes for it again, and that's even better. Watch out in the fan zone. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, there's Andrew Elliott. He's got in the way, and he's almost lost a chair. And that is going to be another 6. This is outrageous hitting. Well, you don't quite catch it there. There's John, who's being one of the volunteers. But Andrew Elliott copping one there. Oh, if you look over there now, you might find a stray Mr. Maximo. Well, this is going to go again. Oh, Johnson, the man, the myth, the legend of Spencer Cricket Club. It is Johnson yet again, and the over has already gone magical here. And this is just down to Mr. TJ himself, Troy Johnson once more. Oh, this is superb. It really is. Excellent hitting at the moment. It's going nicely here. This is such a good shot. It really is. Questions now of Rishton. Can he come up with the goods? That's much better. That's much better. But the over will go magical. And it's a little bit frustrating from Rishton. I like that. It's a good bit of banter between the two sides here. Rishton knows it. Well, there you go. Look, he's everywhere. You can't lose him. And we still can't find him. Anyway, this is what's coming up in September and October. The ECC will be getting underway, of course. The Challenger Division, the first time we'll see that in this year's edition. And yet again, can't wait for that one. You just feel a lot of interesting groups in there. Group D of the Premier Division is being picked to be the group of death, per se. And they're going to go to some spin here. Freddie Fallows even, is going to take this one. It's going to be all wide to start, pushing this one wider. Umpires for this final. You've got Hemel, Mujasiria, and Aaron Page alongside Ben Weil. Goes wider again, over cover, 6 more. Well, Decani gets involved in the action, and the result is the same. 6 carreras. Really nice shot this time around. It's full, it's wide. He goes for it. It's in the slot. Hold the pose. That's a really nice start, this is. They've lost the early wicket, but the intent's still there. And this time, cued away, but chase on for the fielder who's got work to do. Covers the ground nicely. That'll just be one. But more importantly, that does bring on Mr. TJ himself, the Trojan horse, back, and it's a good time. Well, he was lost in the fan zone, but he's back. It's Vinny Sandy.
Trying to prevent any injuries in the fan zone, but not easy because those balls were flying in thick and fast. And Trojo has arrived here on finals day. He's a Category 5, which I think is also the intensity of the storm we had last night. Anyway,
certainly was a few.
Fallows wants to see the back of him hit hard, and maybe takes a piece of the way through a red dot ball. Yeah,
there's Rishton. He'll be a little bit frustrated going for a magical, but some of those shots from Johnson are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Outrageous hitting.
So hot right now. It's good length though, doesn't really give him too much to play with. He just hits it across the ground.
Yeah, that was where you just saw Decani take a couple of steps down a few deliveries ago, which made it into a slot ball. This time around, Johnson holds his ground.
Got to be brave. He's certainly leading with the best foot forward here. How many's enough though? That's the question against this strong NCCA batting lineup. Beats him outside the off stump. Lincoln takes him off, but I don't think any realistic chance of a stumping there.
Yeah, a bit of a half appeal, wasn't it? If you don't ask, you don't get. There was a bit of movement, but I don't think anything that takes him outside the crease line.
Now, it's been great to have all the VIPs here. We've also had a cube malfunction early in the final before the first ball.
We're very open.
It's more parallelogram than cube right now. But I do have a special guest commentator going to step in for a little bit. One of our VIPs here. They come much more V than this VIP. I'll announce him after this ball. Charlie, step out. Charlie, I do have a task for you. Keep the cube standing. Okay, last ball of the third, and goes up in the air. Fielder comes in and takes the catch, so don't drop too many. So Fallows does get the wicket of Will Decani to finish the third over. Nice catch taken out there. I think that might have been David Scott coming in from the boundary, but it's the end of the third over. The score is 42 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me is, we know him as KK. It's Kalyan Kumar from HCL Software. Well, KK, welcome back to ECN, and believe it or not, we're in London.
Yep, and it's an amazing this thing. I always was having this chat. When will cricket come to London? The European cricket coming up to London. That would have been an amazing event. And here we go.
Here we are. It's great to have you here.
We are at the home birthplace of cricket.
Yeah, it's kind of come full circle, hasn't it? And you're based here, is that right?
Yep. I live in a town called Tunbridge Wells. One of our teams was playing in the competition this week.
Tunbridge Wells, of course. Unfortunately, the rain cost them last night. They cost them any chance. And Spencer went through instead of Tunbridge Wells.
Yep.
And they've actually made this run all the way to the final. So.
Yep. I'm really impressed with Spencer. This is like, oh, what a big shot, and that's bada chakka, and that's gone all the way out. That looks like a 50-meter boundary, now off to 60, 55.
At least. Shaka Lagya, as Rico would say. Now, Rico, he would love to be here to see you again, but as we explained, he's already on his way to Cyprus, where it'll actually start at I think it's 7 a.m. British time tomorrow.
Wow.
So it's a pretty early one. Fraction short this time from Hindley.
That's an agricultural hike coming to Cow Corner. And it's a lazy run down there.
So obviously the partnership with HCL Software, it's been ongoing for a while now.
Yep.
And we're very excited to have this partnership continue. It's been very successful so far.
It's an amazing partnership, being the digital technology partner with European Cricket Network. Some amazing innovation being driven by Daniel and the team, and all of you are doing some amazing work. And as you deploy a lot of our technology and adopt them, and you become like a perfect example of how to really use technology at scale, but in a very frugal way. And that's a lovely ball.
At scale, I think is the point you make there. And it's certainly, we've learned a lot. Obviously, HCL Software and obviously the work that you guys do, which is quite groundbreaking in its own way.
Another white.
Well, mustn't have missed by too much. Could have been the wrong in there from.
Let's see the blue line. Just way outside the blue line. So it's umpire is fair. Oh, that was one coming in.
And hey, the thing about Hindley is sometimes they spin one way, sometimes they spin the other. That one might have hit Hauler right in the haulers.
Yep. He's woken up. I hope he gives a big. Wow. Oh,
well fielded.
That's well fielded
by Johnson as he turns around. It's probably just costing the one run because it looks like the fielder was.
He's got a very interesting action. He's bowling around the wicket, wrist spin, and here it goes, reverse, and that looks like a leg by.
Good push for 2 here with a quick turn.
Oh,
we'll get there. So that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 55 for 2.
Yep.
And it'll give us an opportunity to welcome you into what hopefully will remain to be the cube, because it is a bit windy and it's about to take off. It's lasted this long. It's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Kalyan Kumar of HCL Software. Like I said, ECN is really thankful for our partnership, and we survive because of the partnerships that we've been able to build. And HCL Software are quite groundbreaking and innovative in your own way, and I think it kind of fits really well with what we're doing here at ECN.
Oh no, so we are a unique company. We are changing the way enterprise software is being built and done, and India headquartered global. And what you're doing with cricket, ECN, it's a marriage of philosophy and mindset. What ECN is doing with this disrupting cricket in the way it's cricketainment, we're really trying to do that in enterprise software. So there's a lot of commonality in what we do. A brilliant shot, well fielded, amazing.
Yeah, really did well to shovel it off just in time. And we just had the HCL Tech T20 IWs as well, Netherlands versus Italy. Netherlands getting across the line 2-0 in that series. And
that's a big hike and missed everything.
Yeah, I suppose it's just thinking differently, thinking outside the box. And you talked about scale. Obviously, we've scaled our operation so much from 17 matches to 1,700 in a year.
Oh, another reverse sweep.
You see, they're very clever. I mean, the cricket IQ of these players, we'd see some other batters maybe lifting their foot to readjust themselves. He was never doing that until the ball was out of
Yep.
Lincoln's gloves.
Shot. That's gone. Looks like a 60-meter hit. Big six. And that takes the score off to 68, I presume.
Yeah, it
For
just
two.
continues to climb. It is 68 and a hauler. He's been really good this series. As my jacket blows away, and I won't be letting that go.
Yeah.
What about, okay, I've got some questions for you regarding the weather
Yep.
as a Londonite.
Ah, that's top edge. Looks like there's a chance for a catch. Ah, no, good attempt.
Good effort. Was
Yep.
never really carrying, was it, to Conahado out there?
This is English summer, Vinny.
So this is summer, right?
Yeah, this is summer,
So
start of the summer.
What's winter?
Winter is just like,
I was saying before, European cricketers, they're the hardiest cricketers in the world, considering some of the conditions that they'll play in. Fallows finish his over.
oh, that's good. It's carved out. He's going to take a quick single, and he's in.
So that'll take us to the halfway point. Spencer, giving a good shake here. They're 64 for 2 after 5.
Yup.
So yeah, just to expand a bit more with some in-game analysis. Well, why don't we have this in-game analysis
Yep.
and tell us a little bit more about what HCL does and kind of the solutions that you are coming up with.
So, HCL software, we build software to really power digital experiences. We have a total experience capability which allows customers to orchestrate their digital experiences. We help them transact commerce, MarTech, aftermarket, help them run their operations intelligently, and here the ball goes up, top edge. I think it's going to go for a single. Yeah, and then we have data and analytics software platforms, and finally we enable cybersecurity and compliance. So that's what we do. We operate in about 132 countries across the globe, over 20,000 customers, and ECN is also a very amazing color. Good shot over backward square leg, and that goes out to a 4.
Yeah, nice shot there. It wasn't the greatest ball from Henley, just lose his line and lose his length at the same time. Yes, obviously it's a big operation. But you have a love of cricket. You have a genuine love of cricket. I know
Yep.
that from meeting you a few times.
Yep.
And where does that love come from originally?
Yeah, and I played cricket quite a bit. I played till close to first class level back in India. Thought never made it to becoming a professional cricketer. At that point in time, technology took IT and software took a bit more priority, but the love for the game never went. But I always it's a good shot back to deep point, deep cover, and that's a single. Yeah, the love for the game always existed. So played cricket, played a little bit for the MCC here before becoming playing member, and then turned up into a full member. Involved in a lot of cricket charity, the chairman of Capital Kids Cricket, helping cricket in state school. That's a big hike, flat 6 over cow corner, I would say. And that's another 6 to the total. Vinny, I reckon they would at least need 160.
Yeah, I mean,
looking at the NCCA batting lineup.
it's unpredictable, but I think it's going to be hard to find a way to kind of cut a swathe through the batting order. Now, we had a 4-legged field intruder the other day.
Yeah.
And,
He's
a pretty well-behaved dog this time, staying
yeah.
the right side of the border.
Yeah, lovely.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's great. And wow, that's a good shot. He's going to get a single.
yeah, just get
So I
one.
reckon. I think what's our score predictor saying? It's
Well, I'm
saying
saying 139.
I reckon 160 is what they should really
Well,
aim for.
We'll need 20 and over to get to 160. But to be honest, they've got this guy, Troy Johnson, a.k.a. Trojo, who's
Yeah.
been absolutely pogoing everything. And this is down the leg side. I think it'll be a wide. I don't think it hits anything on the way through. Not really worth risking it to get back for a second
wides.
physical run.
And here we have Daniel.
Yeah, we have Daniel that's popped in.
Yep.
And yeah, it's hard guy to catch on final. Come on, let's all get in here.
Yeah.
And I want to know how the lunch was because I had to leave to come do the qualifier too. And
Wow,
that is
that's a
launched.
big
Well, that one's gone
high.
back to lunch, I think. That is a classic Maximal. 2 dogs and 1 human will try and retrieve that ball.
And
I say the dogs have been
as
very well
Rico
behaved.
says, balle balle,
Yeah, that is a bale
kinna bada chakka.
That has disappeared. That's 6 on the other field. It went on over 2
Yeah.
ropes.
Yep. So 70 meters.
All right, so that takes us to the end of the over. 85 for 2 after 6. We saw Troy Johnson do the 36 in an over earlier.
Yep.
The traditional 6
Yep.
sixes.
Yep.
And that isn't even the most 6s we've seen.
Did he
in an
get
over this year.
120 the last game?
127 he scored. in that qualifier too. What an innings, 127 off 32 rocks.
Wow.
And yeah, the only thing, I probably would have opened with him because he was just so hot right now.
Yep.
Why wait for a wicket down? Anyway, we got 4 overs to go here. 143 predicted. Just this form of the game, anything can happen.
Yep.
And NCC8, normally they're the challengers. Now they're the kind of hunted, I think.
Oh.
I saw them playing Sussex the other night and actually having a good result
Yep,
against them.
yep,
So
yep.
yeah, they're kind of bridging amateur and professional cricket in a way that's
So the
a little bit
NCCA,
innovative.
because it's a collection of all the minor counties, they play a lot of white ball cricket compared to a lot of the major counties. So I think they produce some really good white ball players, really talented, and I think there is a good potential. I think last year we did see in the ECC finals Harrison Ward.
Yeah,
correct?
Harrison Ward.
Yeah, he really played well, and I think there's some good potential out there in the NCCA. I really feel that I hope the scouts across various another big hit. I think that's close.
Attempted. Who's that back there?
Who's
That's a
that?
proper thumb buster back there. But it's been put down. Johnson brings up his
It's
50. Well, there we go. I mean, that's what happens, I think, after you've been at the VIP lunch. The fielding skills can depart.
Yeah.
Did a lot of things right here. Look, credit to him for taking it on.
And there was, lovely. That's amazing shot. I think if you, one of the things I think a lot of these players learn when they start playing European cricket is that the lengths you bowl, correct, are not the lengths. Oh, that's a flat straight. Oh, that's edged over. That looks like another 6. The umpires are checking. It looks a 6 from our end. It was just pretty close to our.
We'll check that one again.
Wow, and that's a
6 signal now. But to be honest,
that was tipped over.
It's a good play. He's got the southern crossfield going. He's right down the ground, and he's just tapped it over. It was powerful. Could be a big moment in this game. Quick one, really.
Yep.
Locks him up. Okay, I know it's a quick game. We've loved having you here again, KK.
Yep.
Hopefully next time I see you, maybe it'll be a bit warmer.
Yep.
But I want to say on behalf of ECN, thank you so much to HCL Software and yourself for your undying commitment to the growth and the prosperity of European cricket.
Yep, another shot. And yep, thank you, Vinny. And it was a pleasure having me here and look forward to this amazing game. I hope they make the game interesting. Sometimes even low-scoring games could be tricky.
It can, in a final, anything can happen.
Yep.
And I'm going to send you over to Daniel because I think you're going to get the VIP tour. But thank you so much, KK, for being with us again today.
Bye-bye.
It's always great to see you here in the box. But let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And it is an early start with 5 a.m. GMT. That's 7 o'clock in Central Europe. It's actually 6 o'clock in Britain if you're watching from the UK, and 10:30 in India for the first day of a 14-day European Cricket Series in Cyprus. 16 teams will do battle over 14 days. Pretty interesting structure as well, 2 groups of 8. Then we have Elimination Day, Quarterfinals Day and Finals Day ultimately to finish that series. It's slightly longer because of this 5-day series that's leading into it. Greatwood comes back, and this is miss hit, but it's a good miss hit because Johnson will survive. He's the great hope, isn't he, Johnson, that they can get up to maybe that 150s, 160s to maybe push this NCC8 batting lineup. Toby Greatwood operating off a short run as most of the seamers have today, given the conditions, just to try and have that sure footing. Charlie Hunt joins me back in the commentary box as we get a little end of the bat job. Sneaks past Lincoln, runs away, and I think it's a pretty good stop. I'll have to check what this other hand was when he knocks it back in, but that's a good pursuit by Connor Haddo.
Yeah, I think he's done well here. Just gets through Lincoln. He'll be a little bit disappointed in that one that it goes through, but I think he's just okay. He normally would probably tell us if there was any contact, but no movement, and he gets over. That's going to be fine. 4 runs more then.
Great to have KK here as HS Software. You see on the screen there, they're big supporters of European cricket.
Absolutely.
And he loves this cricket. KK's a guy, we've seen him in the HCL Software VIP game, and he's certainly created a few highlights for us at the Carlton Oval. Could see him on his home turf here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is London-based.
Okay. You should have told me that ages ago. I would have gone and visited them. 103 up, of course. 100 up now, and again, getting up to maybe that 140 just to maybe put a bit of pressure on them.
Oh, slot, but Johnson can't do it. Does his own fielding.
It's the best way to respond to your partner coming down maybe for a single. Just grab the ball yourself and say, no, you're all right, mate. You're okay. They're lively over there, by the way.
Yeah.
Lively bunch.
Well, they've come straight out of the VIP lunch.
The old Pims has done wonders.
Might have got out at the right time,
I think
actually.
so.
Anyway.
Escape the trouble.
Goes upstairs. Yeah, give me given the one for the... It's been called a wide now. Late call. At the crease, you got to judge it. So it's kind of top of their head as he's out of his crease slightly.
It's always rising.
Yeah. A bit of a 50-50.
Big drop by Sam Young there, by the way. It was a big, big drop, and he wasn't happy with himself. And I'll tell you what, I was just behind him as it happened. I was sort of hiding. He said, I swear these balls get harder every year.
Yeah, well, they're made of liquid mercury encased in molten lava, encased in leather. That's apparently what's in the Grizzly ball. Wow, that's smashed, and no one's catching that. In fact, watch out in the camera tower, Maximo.
Good luck getting that, by the way. Look where that
Johnson's
is.
having it, and that ball's gone to jail. Yeah, it's gone into the cage.
Keep going. There's a little opening just there.
Sam Young's done very well to get that go gadget home.
There's just an opening there, though, by the fence. You can see it.
Yeah. Well, the camera won't get that, but we were entertained. How's Johnson's day out? The Trojo moniker has just given him supernatural powers, taking his game to the next level. Lift it up again. Now mind yourselves, that one's right in the heart of the VIP zone, and it's going to fall safely, literally and figuratively speaking, as Johnson swings his way into the 70s, and the score 116 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot, isn't it? And watch out, watch out. There's the old Grizzly about, and that's going to bring us to the close of the over then. 2 to come, 116 for 2 on the board. And when Johnson's still there, you just have that thought and that suspicion they could get up to a 140 maybe. 114, or going at 14s at the moment.
We say it all happens in the 9th. If it wasn't already happening in the 8th, can Spencer lift themselves to that 150 plus?
Yeah.
All right, back to spin with Haddo in the 9th. Haddo's just had this ability to get that ball to bite a bit off the surface.
Yeah, Hauler probably misses out there. If he stays where he is, doesn't move across, he could have maybe penetrated the offside, but misses out on it, ends up sort of not giving himself enough room.
This one's lifted away. Hauler getting in on the action. Maximo has, yeah, I just think that reverse is such an effective shot if you can play it, and we see a lot of these English players practicing it a lot and being good at it.
It's the shot to play, isn't it? They train it as well. That's the difference, really. It's not massively looked at in continental Europe, but here in the UK, of course, standards being what they are, they practice it day in, day out in the nets, and the scoop is the exact same. Bit of the old lightsaber action about this one. This is going to run away, and it's eventually stopped by Tommy Sturgis. But yeah, I wonder if we can see this one again. And you'll see the bat's being dropped. There's 2 at one end. What's happened here? Look at this, the old hoodie. How do you find yourself here? I think it's Johnson who drops the bat on the second time of turning. We'll see here. Yep, just sort of lays it down. Maybe just just showing his territory, isn't he? Just say, that's where I should be. Get me back down there.
This one kind of jams himself, doesn't he? Jeez. I feel like the 10th over is a big momentum builder or a momentum killer.
I talk about it. I always say, you want to set the tone. And you can do it at the start of an innings. You can do it at the back end as well, especially if you're batting first. You can really set the tone on how especially your fielders sort of look at themselves going into the next 10.
That one is going to be square of the wicket. That might have carried as well, maybe not. It'll be 4 runs. It'll roll over 2 ropes on the way. Tell you what, Johnson, I couldn't jinx him last time when I mentioned the C word. Could he go back to back?
Oh, imagine. The scenes, by the way, I think the fan zone would crumble. I think they'd all sort of disintegrate. It'd be like Thanos clicking his fingers. But at the moment, he's going well, isn't he? Even when he's not timing it, he's finding the rope and finding the gaps.
Knocked away offside. He'll retain the strike. He'll move to walking stick 77 off just 25 rocks. What a day he's having. It's 130 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, this is a really good, really promising stuff from Spencer. Their batting has clicked throughout the entirety of the day, realistically. Scores of 160 plus in both games that they've had to play, and they've had to do it the hard way as well. This is the thing you've got to remember. They've had to go back-to-back victories against very strong outfits in the likes of Twickenham and then Wimbledon to get here. And I tell you what, it would be some victory if they were to go ahead and do it. And you'd also imagine just the fact that Wimbledon have gone none for 4 in their finals day appearances. Spencer, of course, bitter rivalry. They've been able to go that one better at the moment.
23, there's the magic number. Priestley gets a bowl, probably will regret it in 5 minutes. Never bowled in ECN cricket before. First one was just a little outside.
Oh, I like this as well, by the way. There's some good chat coming from the Spencer lads on the side.
Oh, misses out. Can't believe it. Drops the bat. Drops his bundle.
I think even he can believe that that he's not got there. Difference is 25 deliveries faced. He was already on a ton by this point, by the way.
Still good knock. Oh, he's gone. Oh, well, Priestley says, I'll show you. And he goes, digs it into the pitch again. It's dragged leg side, and Johnson has to walk for 77, 131 for 3.
Yeah, great innings though, and you've got to imagine that again playing a really big hand here. He really is, and you've got to feel that this could certainly be a bit of a change in the tides here, as that's going to be the third to fall, 131 for 3 here. You can just see there, just doesn't time it, picks him out. Lincoln had no idea where it was. I don't know if we catch this, but there's nobody home at the moment. But anyway, we'll carry on here.
Well taken, by the way, by Greatwood. Barely had to move, didn't he? But he talking about momentum, builder or buster. It's more bust than boom, isn't it, for Spencer at the moment?
Did you see that, by the way? That one was that was the old classic ECS. See, even in England, you get some funny moments.
We've had some great moments.
Well, talk about Abid Jaffrey. I mean, that's the best one of the day.
Like he's wearing a weighted helmet. He digs it in again. The bouncer's going to do the trick. Well, Priestley might have found the cheat code here. He's got 2 for 1 in the last, and Spencer's stopped in their tracks. It's Haller who's going to have to go now for 27. Bounce out by the spinner. It's 132 for 4.
Yeah, disappointing last over this after getting a couple of big overs. This is not how they wanted to finish. Could struggle to get to 140 here, but credit to the NCCA, the challengers side here. They've just stuck at it and just going to someone that they haven't really opted for often in Priestley. He's changing things here. He's currently 2 for 1 off 4 deliveries, by the way.
Tries it again. This time they get a bit more of it. Don't think it's going for 4 though. Pulls up just inside. They think of 2. It's not there. It gets good throw. Mansfield gets off the mark. What a last over.
Yeah, Mansfield. Good to see he's got both trainers on though, by the way. Not one spike and one trainer. Especially on that,
centre.
On that artificial. Last ball coming up then.
And misses out. What an over by Priestley. 2 for 2 in the last. And Spencer, I mean, if you look at the numbers, it's probably even a handful above average, but just doesn't feel enough, does it? But I mean, look, still 10 overs to go, and NCCA, they will be out to lift the first ever ECS England Trophy. When we return, they'll need 134. Let's have a look through the highlights of the first innings. I've got to say I was a little bit surprised they didn't just open with Johnson. It just, it would have been an aggressive mood. But he was there before too long anyway. Adams and Dakani going for 9 apiece.
I guess it's sort of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of vibe. I think, he's gone well at 3. Let's not maybe change fortunes. Listen, every cricket player, I don't care who you are, you're superstitious. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's probably where they went for it. It didn't really change much. He came in and it was a bit of the old demolition derby from the off. That magical over from Rishton.
Yeah, this was a dangerous time to be in the fan zone early on. Had to take matters into my own hands. We're losing the cube. That one ended up in the tents as well. So look, they gave as good as they got, didn't they, Spencer? But I think in particular, Johnson gives them a hope here with his 77 off 27 balls. There's a few wickets were falling around him.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think, you know what, at the end of the day, and I said it in that over where you were out in the fan zone, Vinny, I said, realistically, you can't be too disheartened here. You're going up against a top side in the challenges from the NCCA. Getting up to 133 is maybe 30 more than they were probably expecting. I think they would have been pretty content with 100. Not that they would probably look to be confident in defending that one, but realistically, in the context of the players that are on the opposition side, I think Spencer can still be proud of their efforts.
Yeah, look, it's gives him a shot. It was a bit of everything at the end, and then how about this? It was a kind of, it was the Priestley special a couple of times. Digs it in. They didn't really time it up. Maybe a little bit of it, the unexpected that was delivered, and we called it after 9. They had the over. They could have, if it had gone magical, they're kind of going up 150s and heading to the second innings with a bit of momentum. Instead, I think NCCA, they jog off with a little bit of intent. They feel confident that they can get these 134. But this is ECN cricket, and in this format, anything can happen, and normally it does. Walking 677 for Trojo. Troy Johnson, what a finals day he's had. 77 off 27 balls. And Hauler with 27, no one else able to crack double digits.
Yeah, once again, putting his name in the hat a couple of times in the old hat of fire, isn't he, for that MVP shout, no matter what the outcome of this game. But yeah, McPherson only going for none off 2, of course, slightly disappointing for him. Hey, he took a ripper behind the stumps, and he will beat the man with the gloves in that second innings. As for the bowlers, 2 for Priestley, realistically probably the pick for me. Realistically, I think Rishton going for 23, no one called for that. Fallows going for 1 of 18 for him is not too bad as well. But Priestley, 2 off 2, especially in the last over.
Listen to these numbers for Johnson today. 62 off 16 in the first game. And then he scored 127 off 32 in the second game that he played. And he just made 77 off 27.
Pretty good.
They are some serious, serious numbers. And I guess that's early to talk, because they're still in his scope, but the MVP conversation,
100%.
He's
100%.
Incredible. 134 will be the victory targets. Can the challengers challenge for the trophy, the first ever ECS in England? Spencer, 133 to defend and take themselves to a memorable come-from-behind victory after they were almost out of the tournament 24 hours ago. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. Bit of chaos on the scenes here. We wouldn't want it any other way. Join us after this break for this exciting conclusion of the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. We're here at the Rainspark Sports Ground in England, our very first European Cricket Series here in the United Kingdom, and it's been a great venue. Got to say big thanks to the host Wimbledon Cricket Club. Unfortunately, they were bundled down to the tournament earlier on in the day. Spencer batting first in this one, 133 for 4 off the 10 overs. You can see that they are primed and ready for action. NCCA entering the fray today and impressing so far. The England 11 flavour coming through. 134 the victory target. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo taking you home with Charlie, Hunt and Charlie. We've had a bit of a cube invasion, haven't we, in the halftime break?
Yeah, we certainly have. We are looking very much as if this cube is... well, we went open plan, but what are you looking at? What's going on here? Went open plan, but yeah, I reckon we're going to be a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
here. There we go. Look, come on in, boys. Come on in, guys.
We
Come
got
on.
some of the ECN super fans.
In we
here.
go. Squeeze on in. Squeeze on in. I'll get down here.
So we got Dave here. That's Dave B right behind us. We got Johnny. We got Robert. We got Julian. Got Sarah, who made us a beautiful lemon cake earlier. We got Tim Reben. Who else? Who did I forget out of there? But I think got Tom as well. Anyway.
Oh, the knees.
So they're going to get the ultimate cube tour. Feel free to stay.
Yeah, you guys stick around
if you want to head back to the fan zone.
Probably going to catch more likely over
so
there.
At least here, I'll protect you.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true.
it's going to be Trojo, who's got a whole bunch of runs today. He has 2 half centuries and a century. Can he save Spencer? SOS, save our Spencer.
Here we go then. It's going to be a target of 134 for the challengers.
Young comes out, nails the first one, finds the fielder. So we just need something to go your way early. I like they've given the ball to Johnson first up because he's just everything he's touching is turning to gold. So why not give him the ball in the first over?
Realistically, you need one of those half chances just to stick and then move on with that momentum.
Well, that is good hands from Young, who just lets the ball come on to the stick, and he puts it behind point. 4 carreras, and we're away in the second innings.
Yeah, nice shot this one. You can just see he leans on it and just waits for it nicely. He knows he doesn't even need to have to bother running, and that's going to be 4 to start off. And Sam Young, of course, in the runs in the first game for the NCCA, looking very positive to start us off here.
Sticks the next one past. Johnson plays the cricket for Wellington in a little-known country called New Zealand.
Little-known country. Yeah, listen, class act, really is. Both bat, ball, and in the field. His knowledge is clearly rubbing off on Spencer here. But, I mean, credit to them. They did it the hard way. And the genuine hard way.
Yeah.
Just sneaking through on net run rate. Winning the first 2, outrageous.
Hello to all our New Zealand viewers, by the way. Oh, he goes the bouncer. And it's going to be uppercut away. That might have gone all the way. I think it has. Where it's been given 4.
That's 4 from Abid Jaffrey, but I don't trust him considering he might not be able to watch this all the way. But look at this, the old uppercut.
I mean, it's actually pretty clever. That's gone.
One
It's
bounce.
1 bounce 4. But when you saw what Priestley was doing last over, this was kind of effective. So it's good IQ, I think, from Johnson to at least try it out. Pitched up and launched, and that is a big daddy Maximo. And well, you can see that the fans behind us, they are enjoying it. That is Maximo time as Young goes large. What a hit.
Yeah, that's been spanked down the ground. And let's have a look at this here. To be honest, though, Vinny, it's in the slot. And you can't be bowling there, not to these level of batters and the caliber of these boys. You've got to get it right. Every single delivery that goes is an issue.
Trojo gets Trojo'd. But then good comeback. He's good cricket. A little bit of a way movement on it as well. End of the first over, and it's 14 without loss after 1. So they do get the runs they need. Well, I will say that we haven't had a golden ball this week in England. Could this be the one?
All I'm going to say is that it was one of the last couple of games on the last day of action in Estonia. That's all. I'm just going to drop that in there. Let that one sort of service around, see what happens.
I've got the golden ball magnet right next to me.
Well,
hang
on.
Of them.
Well, yeah, I was going to say I reckon you need to do this. I'm telling you, you need to do the stats and work out who it is because it's how many names are there? Probably 3.
Are we talking proportion?
I'm just going to go who's got the most. But then you could also work it out as a percentage. It's tough, isn't it?
It's Gus. Well, he's going to start with a no ball, which they may or may not call based on what we've seen today. Let's have a look.
Let's check this because otherwise we're not too sure. Lincoln, of course, facing up
use
for his
the lorry
first.
as your point of reference.
That's definitely a no ball.
Let's just say
Here we
it's a giant no ball.
Here we go. Hang on. Hang on.
Something's happening.
Oh.
Something's happening. It's going to be
Umpires.
no
Hey!
ball. There we go. You know what? Probably could have used that a bit earlier in the day. Anyway, okay, they get it right.
Not the best from the skipper.
Not that they need the help
Not-
at the moment. Here's the old beanpole Grant, who gets lifted up over cover. Probably not the cleanest hit we've seen all day, but it's still effective. Yoz, he pops his head out of the tent like a turtle, and he'll do the fielding. He's been very good with his fielding off the field, hasn't he?
Big hands, yours. That's what they call him. And well, I have to say, I'm liking the old banners that are coming out here. Very impressed.
We always love our spanners. And things happen as this is hit up in the air. It's going to plug, and it's a really good piece of fielding. Probably delving into the unnecessary there by Mansfield, but he does pull it back. Puts a bit of the old Mansfield mayonnaise on it as well, I think.
Yeah, he hasn't got the trainers on. He's got the spikes on. He needed them.
Stopped pretty much.
Yeah, it pretty much did die, in all honesty, that time around, didn't it? So this is a good comeback. This from Grant.
Pretty noisy in here, isn't it?
It is noisy.
Anyway, this is up. It's in the air against another plugger. This time the ball will win the race. Cuatro carreras. Young on a heater. He's 24 off just 9.
Yeah, he just again, see-ball, hit ball, really, isn't he? And it's going nicely here at the moment, isn't it? He's finding rhythm. Yes, it's not all coming out of the middle of the bat, but he certainly is getting things going. I'm glad these are noise cancelling, so I don't think I'll be able to keep my thoughts processing.
There's an excited rumble in the cube right now. We lost an extra wall, by the way.
We have.
Anyway, this is in the air. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. Well, perhaps a turning point there. Grant with the breakthrough, Mansfield with the catch, and NCCA have thrown down the challenge, but they've lost their opener now. Young gone for 24. It's 26 for 1.
Yeah, that's a really nice catch here. Really good. He had to watch it over his shoulder. Mansfield, he's been gunning the field, to be honest. He's been at long on pretty much the entire time. And you can see here, look at Grant, by the way. Look at this. If we can go back to that one. Great catch, but I want to see the reaction from the bowler. Look at this, by the way. Hello.
I like it.
It's only, by the way, it's only his name.
He's shown a little bit of, in fact, we might get a rating now because he goes topless for a moment there. If you get your freeze frame out, you'll see plenty of Grant.
That might be on, I reckon that'll be on his personal socials at some point. Yeah. But new batter, Scott, of course, just fell short of a half century, not due to his own fault last time around.
Scott whacks it as well, doesn't he? He's going to start with a pushed single out to deep mid wicket. So let's think of all the great ECN moments we had this week. We had some crazy catches. We had the Whipple effect.
Yeah.
We had when he laid down and had the ball smashed back into his hip, which is still, that bruise is still changing colours every day.
Green now, isn't it?
We had the dog on the field.
Yeah.
Were you here for that yesterday?
Yeah. My drop catch.
Yeah, you getting your trousers soiled.
Yeah, that was not great. This one is going to be hit firmly down the ground. This is timing of the purest caliber from Lincoln, and that's going to be a great way to finish the over. No, it's not. Vinny's cooked me there. Thanks, Vin. No, hang on. No, it is.
I think it is the end of the over. Okay. Back yourself,
I wasn't backing myself. You told me. You can't play me on that one. They're just checking anyway. Well, it is the end of the over, and it is going to be 31 for 1 after 2.
Cyprus starts tomorrow. In fact, Cyprus starts in approximately 11 hours and 23 minutes. Rico Full will be there. Nish is back tomorrow as well. So the new generation has returned. We've got Charlie back, we've got Nish back as well.
The dawn of the youth really is.
Nish will be pretty happy to re-assimilate into the general population, I think.
Big time.
He's had a busy few months.
That's one way to put it.
Check you after that. That'll be a nice series as well, back at the Vinosh ground, just north of Prague. Anyway, back to the action here. They're going back to Johnson. Slides the first one past David Scott.
Gets some drift, doesn't he? Really does get that away drift. It just becomes tricky to play at the moment, though.
Hello to Steve McVeigh. Everyone's saying hi in the chat. We're trying to keep up with everything. It is busy. We'll say that. That kind of a day as well.
Yeah, finals day
Finally
always
got my
is.
computer back out. Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo! David Scott. And someone's gone running after that. And, well, it doesn't quite get to, but I like the effort.
I like the fact that he's got the suit on as well. You got to respect it. And there you go. What was this?
Hello, that was Seis Carreras.
Maximo into the onside. Well, there you get a good look of it this time around. That's a nice shot by, of course, the great Scott himself. Should have taken it. That's embarrassing. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember the TV advert where it was I can't remember what the business called was English. He had hot pants and he was wearing he had the calves and it's weird.
We're not from the same country, so we'll come back to that. But right now it's straight over the cube. Maximo. Scott goes back to back, and thank you for coming. Johnson just can't quite get that breakthrough. Scott's out of the bag.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. And I have to say, I was slightly concerned at one point there because trying to take a catch in what is a very overpopulated cube would be slightly concerning. But nevertheless, gets over the top. And, well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to say it now. The shoes are still spikes at the moment.
Yeah, check Mansfield. No, he's still got the trainers on.
No, there's spikes now. Still got the spikes at the moment. Still got the spikes. Trojo, though, he has got to find a way here of getting again, picking up wickets in consistent intervals is what Spencer need at the moment. It would be one of the greatest ECS final victories if Spencer were to do this here, you feel. 91 needed off of 45.
Got it down to around about 12s. That'll be a wide. Swings away, well taken. There's Archie McPherson. Has the job behind the stumps in this one.
What a catch he took earlier on in the
one
week, by the way.
Wrong-footed.
Oh, unbelievable.
He's got the magic webbing. I think that one went into it as well.
Yeah, I want to know. I don't want to know where it is. I want it. At the moment, I like this. Look at this. No?
Johnson's bringing. Hey,
the old mind games.
Sure been a lot of sixes today. Oh, he challenges by going at the stumps, but is helped away by Scott Maximo. 6 more, and so Johnson has gone the journey a little bit. 33 off 10 bowled. Nice shot by David Scott.
Yeah, just gets it going nicely this time around, and it's down on one knee and says thank you for coming. Next, please. At the moment, serving up some interesting deliveries on the pads.
Now this is in the air. It's going to be a bit of a teaser for Gus. He goes back, does the fielding 50s up during this over as well.
Didn't quite pick that one early off the bat, did he? He might have just lost it, you think. Just didn't quite set off as quick as he normally would. That's, again, one of those half chances that you've got to take.
Lincoln hasn't had too much to do so far. He's got a 4 and a 1 to his name. Last ball of the third over. Goes back, dabs, doesn't get a run. He'll hand it back to Scott. End of 3. A pretty fruitful power play for NCCA there. 51 for 1 after 3. So let's think more of these ECN moments that we've had. It's great to have the gang here. By the way, things normally happen when we've got the spanners in the cube. Now, how many of you were there for that 183 chase? Yeah, Dave was there, Julian, both the Dawsons were there. Tim, I know you were watching. You would have been watching. So that was crazy. That was Sikandar Zulfikar.
Unbelievable.
Going absolutely nuts. 92 off 28. And poor Corey still has flashbacks about that. Like I said, if we had a series called What Caught My Eye this week, I'm in the Netherlands chat, someone saying happy birthday, Corey, never forget Zulfikar. that was trolling in the first degree.
Interesting move here. They're going to go to the young left-hander, or the young left armour, I should say, in Odiakil. He's going to look to try and change things up here at the moment. Things are getting louder and louder by the second, by the way.
It's getting pretty boisterous.
It is getting a little bit boisterous.
But that's okay.
I like it.
How great has it been to meet some of the fans? And some we've met, some we've never met. So,
yeah.
For example, got Tim right behind me here. He's travelled a long way to be here. This is hit away into the gap, or is it? It's a great catch. Sensational bit of outfielding there. And it's Haller who hauls that one in. Rob Scott of a Maximo and is 51 for 2.
Yeah, I tell you what, Haller, he's a joker, and he knows that I'm going to call him here because he certainly loves a bit of a joke. And, well, he makes no mistake of this one. He is no joke in that field. That's a great catch out there, and what a time to pick up a wicket here. And as I say, if you can pick up wickets at regular intervals, you'll just stick in the game. Youngster, 18 years of age, straight into it.
Yeah, and I said it was into the gap because it was. But he just closed the gap so quickly there, Haller. Bit of anticipation in that as well. I think he saw, with the footwork of Scott, where he was aiming that one and where it was likely to go. And we've seen some great catches in difficult conditions. Haller, fantastic bit of work. Norekel breaks through with his first delivery.
This is the thing. Any catch in these sort of conditions has got to go down as a good catch. It is tough out there. That wind is doing a lot, especially the higher it goes up. That was hit firmly into the onside by Scott. So you got to feel that Haller, that's going to be one that he'll remember for years to come. As Priestley, by the way, off the back of a half century, he's got dropped down a place.
Well, that's true. But also, he's come of age as a bowler with the 1 over he's bowled. Plus, he was brilliant earlier, wasn't he, on debut in ECN cricket, but he almost gets castled first ball.
Wow.
I mean, there's still runs to get. There's 83 to play, and we've just seen that there are times, look at that spin, that seam position there.
That's unbelievable. That is not far away. You can tell by the reactions there of pretty much all 11 players on the outfield. Look at this, look. Doesn't miss by much. It's almost too good. Almost too good. Unbelievable. His tail's up. Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, no. I thought he'd done something.
That's
there,
he looked like he pulled up then, but no. Look at him. The adrenaline's pumping, though. Yeah. They are up for this.
It's the final. I mean,
absolutely.
It's not every day you play a final.
They're
it's only
not
every 5th day.
They're not out of it, though, at the moment. That's the thing. They're not out of it.
Yeah, rushes him a little bit. Credit to Zaki here. He's representing Spencer. I mean, this comeback would be bigger than Ben Hur. They were 1 foot out the door 24 hours ago. Look, they're still not in favourite position, not even close, actually.
No.
19%, but with every little win, that percentage creeps up a little bit.
It's those half chances, Vinny. That's what you got to take. And that catch out there was certainly one of them. But Oriakil, his tail is up at the moment. He's going in for the kill.
Edged and gone. And the youngster's got a second. He's got Dan Lincoln. He goes round the wicket. He angles in. It nibbles away. Well taken by McPherson behind the stumps. And this game's taken a turn in the 4th over. It's 52 for 3. The skipper's gone.
Yeah, you have to say as well, you do know that sometimes this quote-unquote England 11 here, they do sometimes just surprise us with a collapse here and there. But I want to watch this. Look at this. This is what it means. The young 18-year-old, look at this, gets down, the bow and arrow, he's gone. Send him packing, Lincoln's out. That's a brilliant catch as well by Archie McPherson. And in the big moments, that's when you want your main men to come into play. And I love this as well, by the way. The main man in Troy Johnson has just turned around and given him a big pat on the back and says, you've got us back into this game.
Just have a look at the little movement here away. So that leaves him. Not a lot of footwork from Lincoln that time. McPherson holds on to the chance. Oh, well, Spencer fan, dead a dream.
I tell you what, I can see Mansfield now not rushing to put the trainers on at the moment.
Hindley, the new batter, he goes in the air first ball. Will get away with it. Nowhere near the middle of the bat, but it'll be 4 and a bit of a steadier for NCCA.
That's the thing. As soon as there's a boundary, instantly it's just and they're probably back in the driver's seat. That's just how you feel at the moment. But this is certainly not over yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings. The vocal cords starting to warm up, but you never know. She might be cut short.
Well, Henley, you need that luck on your side early. What an over.
Oh, unbelievable. 18 years of age. To do it against the calibre of these players is unbelievable.
Oh, he goes too full that time, and that one ain't coming back anytime soon. Maximo! It'll be a no ball +6, so a 7 up. Maximo signalled here, and, well, Oriakil been so good, but this one lets him down. It's waist high, no ball, and disappearing.
Yeah, let's have a look here. I may think that they may just want to check this. And
they already called it. I think it was pretty clear as well. But free hit to come. Yeah, look.
7 up.
7 up. And Henley has come out, gone 4 and 6, gets a free hit. Love a noisy cube though. The acoustics are pretty good, despite the wall. I mean, you're in the industry, the music industry. How good are a good acoustic?
Dave is, by the way.
Dave's in the industry. All right.
Dave did say he brought his violin. I wonder if he's going to get it out later tonight.
Oh well.
Yeah, you can bring it out later tonight.
Hits like that could be fiddlers on the roof. Anyway, here we got. Where the free hit would have been a wide, fetches it anyway. Mansfield, oh no, well the shoes have failed him for the first time.
Tatuga!
Tatuga! There we go. Well,
maybe we'll have to work. We'll have to work on the flash mob, I think.
I think we just need to stick to the.
Hey! Well, I tell you what.
That over took a hard turn, didn't it? It went wicket dot 1 wicket, then 4-7-4 with the Tortuga on the second mount. Mansfield didn't have a pair of shoes to deal with that situation. Proper right angler.
Mansfield didn't go to town.
Now, ECN, now coming with spanner-based commentary, coming coming to a channel near you.
My watch has just turned around and said it's getting too loud in here. You need to quieten down. That's literally what it said. 90 decibels. It's gone off.
All right. Yeah, okay.
Genuinely.
That's what the Tortuga will do. Anyway, Hauler comes back to try and save the day. They've got it down to 11. 3 wickets in, drilled along the ground. Trojo will handle it. Oh, well, what a state of affairs. Finals always give you that little X factor, don't they? I mean, I'd give the youngster, I'd give Zaki another over. He just looked most likely to rip through the middle order,
100%.
even with it going a bit wrong. Hit up in the air, false shot. Someone's reaching this, camped under it and gone. So Henley the next to go. Hauler breaks through. He's been so good in this series, getting those breakthroughs, and at 68 for 4.
Oh, Hauler takes the catch, but now in the wickets as well. He's the only one to get a double wicket maiden here this week, and he's proving to just be incredible. But the thing for me, though, Vinny, is you often say, and I often say, you want to get your bowlers bowling in partnerships. You talk about partnerships with the bat, but you want to be getting good 2-over stints in here. That first one that we got from the youngster in Oriakil just sets the tone, puts the pressure on the bat as the false shot comes out, and the pressure of the spin of Hauler brings the wicket. 68 for 4 now, starting to get a little bit nervy.
Takani's had pretty good hands out in the boundary all week as well. So new batter comes out, it's Cam Hemp. And he's coming out. And remember, some of these guys, okay, they would have had some batting, obviously been playing some cricket.
Early shout of tingle in the queue, by the way. Not from me.
Well,
Oh.
well, Hemp says, this is how I'm getting my eye in. That is a monster 6. That's gone to the other field. Maximo! And enter stage left. Cam Hemp goes large.
That, I like that. Look at that. Just a little Hemp.
No, he's put his name on.
That went miles. That was ridiculous. Look at that. And even got the approval of Archie behind the stumps. He walks after it. Needs to get. What do you reckon you go here? He's got to go. What? Like this, by the way. That's KK. He's trying to get involved here. He wants to be on the field.
Yeah.
He's a cricket badger.
Well, this could be 6 and out. Can anyone reach it? It's Gus. And he's dropped it. Oh, captain got 2 hands to it. It was his catch. Ran down to his left. And unfortunately for Spencer, they drop Hemp. Second ball, but he gets a nice hug anyway.
I can't believe that. I really can't. Just sort of fell away from it rather than... See here, look, he just falls away. He doesn't maybe move slightly. I don't know. That's a big one. Maybe could have left it for Trojo. Anyway, we'll never know.
Yeah, if Johnson was going to make it or not. I think it was his catch. He got 2 hands to it. Can't hold on.
Oh dear. This game, I don't think anyone really gave Spencer a chance, but they're taking wickets at the right time.
Now look, we've had a great ECS England, no doubt.
We have.
The weather's been a little bit,
Rubbish.
I was going to say unpredictable. As this is blasted. That's a proper hit as well. Going, and gone. Maximo to finish the over. And it's 82 for 4. But, oh geez, Hemp, I should say, comes in and goes bang, drop, bang. Welcome to the Cube. Here's our super fans. I tell you what, there are a couple of Maximos that over, so I'm going to hand these out. There's one for you. Tim left it at 11 o'clock last night to be here. How do you like the cap? Okay, watch this, Charlie.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? I'm going to try and walk you through. Oh, no. The old Peaky Blinders kind of vibe on this one. Look at him. Looks very mysterious. I don't know if I'm a fan.
It covers up my bald spot, which is actually most of my head. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
This is a good question. There you go, Robot. If you're paying attention, we want a poll. Yes or no for the flat cap.
It's not quite a gilet or whatever it's called. But anyway, this is up, and that's over the Cube as well. Maximo Priestley almost lost his leg pole first ball, but he's back, and he's back in a big way. NCCA continue to attack. 6 runs to start the over.
These are just the levels, though, here, Vin. These is what the levels require. You've got batters coming in at 6 that can still tonk it all over the park. Well, the skipper turns around, drops a catch and says, OK, folks, I'm going to take it into my own hands. And at the moment, not a great start. 6 to get us underway.
Chaos final, really, for so many reasons. Anyway, this is hit straight, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So just stabilising with this partnership. Spencer got back to a kind of about 25%, something like that. But yeah, Priestley and Hemp just showing that attack's the best form of defence here right now and moving NCCA into a really strong position again in the game.
Yeah, big time. And at the moment, just with every boundary, it just becomes easier, doesn't it? That chase looks simpler now.
Oh, don't think there's bad in that. Maybe a bit of a noise that went past.
If you don't ask, you don't get. I love the fact that Oriakil's gone mental here. He thinks this is gone by a long way. Anyway.
Like that. I'd be tempted to bring him back. I'm surprised they didn't bring him back straight away.
Big mistake, I feel. Changing the game.
This is hit, and it's hit well, and that has hit. That would have hit Dave B's chair. In fact, we might have saved his life by having him over here. But Maximo says Carreras.
Pavel Florin was on one knee getting some photos and videos. I don't think he realised this was coming at him here. I don't think it quite picks this up. But look, he's there. Look, he's not far away. He got the best angle of that one. Needs a comeback here.
Miss hit, but a single nonetheless. But honestly, it's great to be in England for the first time. But I was going to say, imagine if we can have good weather. Maybe 2 weeker, maybe men's 1 week, women's 1 week.
100%.
And we've already had such a great time. It's been awesome to connect with our UK
Absolutely.
fans, England-based fans. And some have come, like I said, from the other end of the country to be here.
Different countries.
Very thankful for that. As this is launched, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo to finish the over, as Grant's going to end up in the naughty 40s. And the 100 comes up as well for NCCA. 105 for 4 after 6.
I think that call of not going back to Zaki Rilla is the big one. They are so comfortable with the pace of the spin at the moment.
Yeah.
I think this isn't over too late for me. He was really good, and he was asking the right questions. He looked the most likely to clean a batter up. But they take him away. They go with the skipper and Gus Grant, and he goes for 23.
Grant hasn't had a great time to left-handers either. So he comes on
it's true.
to 2 lefties. I know he's an off-spinner on paper. He's a great matchup, but he's more of an angle-in type of bowler. Here's Zaki. As that's in the air. Should be cut off.
But you see what I mean, though?
It's a single.
The extra bit of pace is just making them not uncomfortable, but it's they're not used to it. They're used to having to create the power themselves at the moment. It is a spin-heavy attack, but I just feel that over is just where the game might be lost.
I like Steve McVeigh in the chat saying maybe it's Flat Cap Friday.
Interesting.
Bring it. It's launched into the air, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo. I'll tell you what, that is some big hitting from him. And with hitting like this could be over before too long.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time, really. Deep in his crease. It's power hitting of the highest caliber here at the moment. At the moment, though, he just has to try and find a way here. Maybe just try and fire the Yorker in.
Hemp's known for hitting 6s or getting hit in the helmet. So far, it's been more of the first. There's Martel. Wasn't he really brilliant earlier? One of the catches of the tournament, but there's not much he can do at the moment to stop the bleeding. Run a ball. 21 off 21 required now.
Oh, this is just, it's here on in. It's, not exactly a tricky situation. And
Security at the cube.
Absolutely. We need to get him in here. This is getting a little bit rowdy at the moment, but that's, again, they can do it in singles now, though.
Well, 20 off 20. Yeah, Dave has mentioned the ECN family Facebook group. It's a burgeoning place of open discussion.
You're not in there yet?
I'm not. I don't have the kind of account that I...
Yes, you do.
I don't know how to use social media.
No, right, okay. If you don't, I have no idea.
Tomorrow, come to Portugal, you can show.
Okay.
Cover to come. He's trying his heart out here, though, isn't he?
Yeah, the adrenaline's pumping, but
look, Charlie, I'll be honest. There was a day where we knew things were going to get out of hand, and I think today's the day. We've lost 3 walls of the cube. We've gained about 7 or 8 special guests.
Special guests. Hey, listen, we love our fans, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
They're going to blow away. I've actually brought them here strategically to hold the cube down when it tries to blow away again.
It's trying now, I tell you what.
Welcome to my world, people. Next time you're sitting in your lounge room at home with the heater on.
Yeah, it's not all... I
didn't tell you my ultimate fantasy earlier, and it was an indoor commentary box which has a fridge for drinks.
Fridge for drinks, and then also a fan and aircon in the summer. There you go.
Control. 2 to go for Rearkill. Blast this one past Hemp.
Bit of anger in that one, wasn't there? Bit of fizz, bit of fire.
But this is also what it's about. I mean, he's made a name for himself in a kind of backs to the wall situation here, and you just got to love the way he goes about his business.
Thing is, as well, you got to remember, this isn't the winner of this goes to qualify for ECR or anything like that. This is simply a domestic tournament, and you got to think with a long season ahead, 18 years of age, he'll be saying, "Get me in that first team."
He's got some really good players out as well. Slow ball in the air. Mansfield drops it. Oh, Mansfield has fielded so well
He can't.
in this series. He's been taught too good, and he's dropped what really is a Class A goober
Oh,
at this
dear.
level of competition.
Didn't go to town.
And unfortunately, that will be the end of Mariakil's spell. He'll end up with 2 for 28. Probably should have been 3 for 27. The score is 117 for 4. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow in approximately, how many hours?
Do the maths.
11 hours and 2 minutes. Rico Fool will be there with Nish as well. Everest, the Nepali connection, take on the Napa Kings in game 1. Look who's popped in now. Pavel's here as well. It's an early start, by the way, 7 a.m. in Central Europe and 10:30 in India. Lots of cricket coming. I'll be in Portugal tomorrow. This time tomorrow, I'll be almost done.
Just
Anyway,
want to say, we'll come back to it.
you can say
We'll
after.
come back to it.
We'll look at Jaffrey coming in, swinging a miss first up.
So I mentioned this last week, and I said I will buy a drink for someone who has the best Peacock Friday shirt. Congratulations, Dave B. You're the winner. That's a class
Dave
one.
B
Look
gets
at
a
this.
free drink.
That is class.
Where
Look
is
at
he?
that. That's great. There you go. It's a great number. It's a great number.
Well, guess what? You might be lining up at the bar soon. Evans goes back, can't quite reel it in. Great effort, though, from the outfielder. Hemp goes large again. Just 11 to win now for NCCA.
Yeah, and look at this, though. This is a great scene. It really is. I love the fact that we've got viewers here. We've got fans in at the ground. And this is what it's all about, building that community feeling. Yes, the cricket's been great, but it's been great to see faces out here this week.
Well said, Charlie. As this is up in the air now, it's got to be catchable by somebody. Johnson comes in and takes it, no problems at all. So it seems a bit late, but you never know. Funny things happen, especially in finals. Jaffrey breaks through. It's the end of Hemp for 33. Had a life and made the most of it. 123 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just feel that when you're striking at 300s, though, you can't really complain too much. As once again, Abid Jaffrey will come in and get a wicket. He knew it straight away. He's not going to put that one down. And I'm afraid that's going to be the end of Hemp. He'll go. It is 1, 2, 3 for 5. That's quite
The funny thing is, you know, during Corona times,
Sorry.
we had missed that. What was that? 1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4,
3
5.
for 5. Yeah, sorry.
Once I caught a fish alive.
Go on, keep going.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let it go again.
Good, very good. Go on, what were
We
you
don't want to
going
get done for copyright. I was going to say that during the 2020 period, 2021 period, we talked about, you know, getting some of these chatters together.
Yeah.
And I know it's obviously not everyone, but to have so many together and connecting through cricket, I think is really special. So we're really happy to be able to share this with you. What are you spotted here?
Well, if we even get there, though, that is, if we get to the next over, we are going to see David Mansfield. He's putting the trainers on. No pressure.
All right.
If we get there, that is.
Well, oh,
I love
Mansfield
this.
actually.
I tell you what, Mansfield's going to go. Mansfield's going to go back here and he's going to think.
Yeah,
I felt like a professional today because I was getting so much stick after putting a couple of catches down.
Well, you're in some good company. He's abandoned the shoe change because of the pace of the game. Here, Jaffrey in it. He gets hit out towards mid-wicket. That's in the gap. That's going to be 4. So now it's down to 6 to win, and Priestley can end it with one swing of the bat. I mean, they've brought Priestley in, obviously, to have a look at him, see how he would fit into setup potentially for an ECC. I'd say pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've also got to think as well, of course, the challengers doing their own thing away from ECN cricket. You know, they're taking on likes of Sussex, Leicestershire. They're trying to build the gap. 6 to win.
This won't
Well
be
bowled.
it, but it's hard to find a path back now. It'll be the end of the 8th over, so we'll go to the 9th, and you feel like a call will be over in the 9th. It's 129 for 5 after 8.
Who would be David Mansfield? He's going to come on here, I think. He's going to get one over. He's he might only get one ball, which is the
not
harsh
changed
reality.
the shoes.
No, he has.
He
He
did.
has.
It was a quick change.
He has. He's
Alright.
changed them. You can't not on this
Alright.
artificial.
We're in.
Love to see this, though. And
Here we
again,
go.
I just want to take a moment. Thanks to everyone that's been here at the ground. It's been so good to meet everyone. And hopefully this is the start of something that continues for years to come.
Well said, Charlie. All right. Well, any score wins it, and it'll go at least one more ball. Mansfield. You know, it's about unearthing characters in the cricket world that might not get a lot of attention a lot of the time. I mean, Mansfield's obviously one of them. He's been a good sport. Anyway, this will be the winning run.
No.
And just like the ECC 21 victory, it finishes Pardon me. Let's do it, 4 to win.
Hey! Come on. Go.
Oh, my 1 ball ahead.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well,
Call it off.
put that one in the book.
I'm willing to go 1 more ball. Oh, geez, that's pretty good.
I can't believe
I
that.
reckon he was out after the bails went here. Look. Moving
Let's have
right
a
on.
look. Let's have a look.
Look, I reckon he's in there, but then the foot, more of a slide.
You proper
Let's
jumped the gun there.
let's just edit that out.
Settle down. Settle down.
At least my mistake doesn't cost me a pair of trousers. Anyway, 4 to win. And it's up, it's high, and it's game, set, and Maximo! Fallows brings it up with a bang, and Mansfield will go the journey. And so NCCA win the first ever England ECS. But I tell you what, it's been a week to remember, Charlie.
It really has. But listen, credit to our runners-up here in Spencer. They were shaking hands. They were saying, thanks, lads, for the tournament. We've loved being here. We can't wait to come back, hopefully, next year. But credit to them. They snuck in by the skin of their teeth. They won their first 2 games this morning, and they made a great effort of it in the final. It wasn't exactly the walkover I think many were expecting.
No, look, they certainly gave a good challenge to the challengers, really, didn't they? And really, you know, things had gone the other way. You know, imagine that 30 more runs. It looked like they might get those for a long time in that first innings. They just kind of ran out of puff at the end. Remember that brilliant last over from Priestley and what he was able to do. So, look, in the end, NCCA, I suppose they came in with the favourites tag. I mean, they are essentially the reigning ECC champions. But Spencer, they came a long way in a short amount of time. I think Troy Johnson, for me, I hope they'll still do the voting, but he's my MVP. I thought, especially with what he did on finals day, it's hard to go past him.
I wouldn't say single-handedly, but he played a massive part to play in getting them into this final, you've got to feel. And I love this, by the way. These are the reason that these guys are the reason that we're here.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
you know, we can't thank them enough. And listen, we love the fact that, you know, from all different corners of the UK and of course in Europe as well, making their way down here. It's been great.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Spencer, they did kind of keep making those breakthroughs, didn't they? Problem was, in between, there was some violent hitting. I mean, Scott was good while he was there. We were watching. You know, it's good to have witnesses, you know, if you ever have to kind of describe to somebody, a police officer, what happened. We had
the reason those cameras are there.
Yeah, well, pulled that one in. That was a brilliant catch, wasn't it? And how about the youngster here, Zakirullah Oriakil? He was brilliant, and he ended up nicking off the England skipper.
Yeah, Zakirullah Oriakil, remember the name. And that was when you just thought, uh-oh, we could be in for a classic here. But it was just, I have a feeling, going to spin after that over, I think that was where the game was lost. And that decision will maybe haunt Gus Grant for a good couple of nights here. But credit to him, the skipper, he's led brilliantly. He really has. You know, Spencer, a great team, both on and off the field. They've been very sociable. They've said hello. They're very appreciative of the opportunity that they've had here, and they've done really well. But that was a big moment there. Gus Grant, you just feel he's probably going to live to regret that one. This one, though, was the end of Hemp, of course, as it was a good catch by Troy Johnson again. Just another stat maybe to bolster his push for that MVP award. But Mansfield came on, and it was just a matter of time, really, wasn't it? And I know Dave's been waiting for me to say this, but Mansfield, he didn't quite go to town, did he? Oh, he's missed it as well. He didn't even catch me.
Yeah, no, he's too busy. We're talking about the size of the font that I read during the day. I've got good eyes. That's got me this far in life. Look, credit to Spencer. They've had a great week.
Oh, I love it.
He speaks to a lot of these players that have played a lot of cricket, but they say it's something completely different. And we take pride in being different and bringing a certain joy to the game and something that hopefully people remember for a long time. Trophy ceremony is coming up after the end of day highlights. You can join me for that, and we'll present the first ever ECS England trophy as well as the MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to take a moment. I know Vinny's going to get a chance to say his thank yous, but I just want to say huge thanks firstly to, of course, the LOC and everyone here that's really been helpful and looked after us. We've been so well looked after to it, and it's just been one of those weeks that I don't think anyone here at the ground's going to forget for a long time. I want to say my appreciations to the crew and also to everyone that's come down and visited, to everyone here in the queue, but also at home that isn't here today. Thank you guys for all of your support. I love you all. I have to say it.
We can now give them a round of applause.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you to all
we
the
can give them a round of applause.
Whether you're here or whether you're watching from around the world, it's been great to have you, and hopefully you join us because there's more cricket coming your way tomorrow. Priestley with 28 fought to the very end and ended up getting his team the win. But Hemp, he actually top scores. Again, no one really with a standout score, but again, you see the depth And you even look at who's to come in. Rishton coming in next. He can absolutely biff it.
Yeah.
And end up chasing down that target of 134 with 8 balls to spare. You know, with the ball, Spencer, they fought and they fought and they fought. Johnson couldn't quite get the breakthrough early. Grant with the wicket. Ariakil, though, for me, he was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 28. Just kind of lost it for kind of 2 or 3 deliveries there. Wickets also for Hawler and Jaffrey, and Mansfield came on towards the very end. But yeah, really entertaining 5 days. It's been great to have you with us. Like I said, stick around for the trophy ceremony. So I want to say once again, big thank you to everyone, whether you've been watching from here at the ground or whether you've been watching from the television universe, whether it be on YouTube or of course on Vanguard in India. So what do we think of the ECS in England? Should it stick around? I think it should. Well, this guy hasn't been back to
91, I think it was.
Since 1991. He came back for this. And look, we've got people from all around the place here. I think we're running over time. That's a shame. But we will be back, of course, for more cricket. Unfortunately, Portugal not able to happen tonight, but that'll be back tomorrow. That's where you'll see me. You'll also be able to see Rico Full. Big thanks to Rico as well.
Yeah,
He's
big
been
time.
First class as well. And he's in transit right now. So starting the very, very early time, set your alarm, set the kettle, 5 a.m. GMT, 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 10:30 a.m. in India. That's 6 a.m. in England. So if you're a true fan, you'll be up for that. Set the alarm 5:50. 5:50. You don't want to miss Rico's intro. They're very good on opening day.
Very true.
Everest versus Napa Kings first. And also Sri Lankan Lions, Limassol.
Yeah.
They have had some success in ECS cricket earlier this year. Obviously, Royals also on the rack. First up. All right, well, I'll be back for the trophy ceremony. Charlie, got to say it's been great working with you
Absolute
again.
pleasure, mate. Genuine pleasure.
Look, I can see how you graduated from commentary school with first class colours, and I know your Uncle Dave will be taking you home tonight. But I'll be back for the trophy ceremony pretty shortly on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family. Don't forget to like this video on YouTube if you're watching and subscribe. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, at europeancricket.com, the website. You can see all the tournaments we're doing. And if you subscribe and click allow notifications, we'll tell you when the cricket's on. And I'll give you a clue. It's every day, all day, every day. We won't rest. I won't sleep. I'll see you in Portugal with a few red eyes probably on behalf of everyone here. Enjoy the highlights of finals day. See you for the trophy ceremony. And for us, it's Hasta Pronto.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the first ever European Cricket Series, England. So great to be standing here, to be dry, but we've had such a great week. Honestly, it's something that's been around for years in the making. Ever since we envisioned European cricket and the European Cricket Network, we've wanted to kind of bring communities together. And a big part of that, of course, is coming to England, you know, where there is such a great tradition of the game, and to blend kind of what we're doing, taking the game into new places and exciting new markets, but then to blend that with the tradition here, it's been sensational. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to all the players that took the time out of their busy schedules to play this week. I know it's a busy time of the year with cricket on the weekend. It takes commitment. It's not easy also with the travel, getting here. You know, London's a big city. Some people have come from further afield as well. So I want to thank you so much to all the support staff as well, to all the families and the supporters that have been here. I want to say a big thank you. And yeah, and to all of our ECN fans that have come out as well, big thank you to you as well. So thank you for joining us on this journey. I also really want to thank the host club, Wimbledon Cricket Club. So I know Crispin's around here somewhere. Thank you so much for hosting us. I know that this is a plan that came together over the past couple of months, but you've been absolute class the way that you've looked after us and made us feel like one of the family. I also want to give a shout out to the ground staff. I think that they were absolutely top class, keeping the field in such great condition, and obviously putting on such a great surface for us here, even with some of the weather that got in the way at times. But also I will say that we couldn't do what we do without our partners, so we're certainly very thankful to Dream 11 and Fancode for their support. Obviously HCL Software, and we've got KK here today for their support. They've been wonderful. We've got Steve from Decimal Data here as well, and the lads from Intelligent Cricket. They have been absolutely amazing this week as well. They've added some real flavour to the competition. I want to say thanks to Paramatch as well as Grizzly Bear Sports. I know Anshu's probably around here somewhere. It's been great to have the Grizzly stall up there. Hello, Anshu. Thank you so much for your support as well. To Bizaway Travel for getting us all around the continent. It is not easy. So I also want to thank Quickly Local Lifestyle for providing the fantastic trophies and medals that you'll receive today. So let's give a big round of applause actually to all the partners that make ECN possible. Thank you so much. And it is a crazy journey. You know, we've gone from just 17 matches in 2019 to 1,700 matches this year. So it's a crazy rate of growth. And the fact that all the parts come together, I think, is still a bit of a miracle. Last weekend, we were broadcasting in 4 locations at once. So it's absolutely insane. So I want to say a big thank you to the Blue Crew. I know Mahel has been leading us here, but you can see them around. They're long days. Love working with you guys. And we've certainly enjoyed a little bit of what London has had to offer this week as well. Just quickly, I want to mention another group of people which I think have been absolutely magnificent this week. And it's not an easy job, especially when you put the cameras on and you start looking at everything in slow motion. I honestly think you can't really fault them, and that's the umpire. So I want to say a big thank you to you guys for your work. I say it's like umpiring boot camp, because you get about as many decisions in 45 minutes as you normally get in a whole day. So I think you've done really well. Jared, well done as well today for handling the referee's position. Big thank you to Ian Ramage as well. I know he's had to go back a little bit early, but Ian, thinking of you as well. But great job from you guys, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your season and continue progressing. So you've done a really, really good job. Look, don't want to forget anyone, but I do want to say a big thank you to Rico, who unfortunately couldn't be here for finals day because he's already bizawayed away. So Rico Full, obviously, he's a great friend of mine, and he has been a huge part of the journey so far. We really wanted to get him here for England. So lucky we could get him here for at least most of the series. And of course, that starts tomorrow, 5 a.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 10:30 a.m. in India. So that's in about, I think, 10.5 hours. There'll be more cricket on EC. And also going to give a big shout out to Charlie. So Charlie Hunt, he's graduated Coventry School. And Charlie, honestly, I think you're an amazing young talent. We're really excited that you want to do more for ECN, and I'm really excited to be a part of that journey with you. So Thanks for your company, and thanks for the tips about the London wildlife. I found that really, really useful. Okay. All right, I think now we've got all of that out the way. Let's get on with the trophy ceremony. So we're going to start with the bronze medals. Now this team, they have hosted us. They've been magnificent. Loved their journey in the ECL, even though I know it didn't really work out the way you wanted, but obviously the amount of talent in your lineup. I can see how you were national champions last year. And Crispin, I'd like to invite you up to collect the bronze medals. Please welcome the third place in the ECS England, Wimbledon Cricket Club. It's a bit of a mystery box here. How many hands have you got, Crispin? And we'll distribute those later on in the clubhouse. Thank you so much. Before we get to the second place medals, I do want to mention one more group of people, and without them, this isn't happening. And that is the fantastic television production crew from Spring Media. So I want to say a big thank you to you guys. Rhinus was in the director's chair this week. Without you, the magic doesn't really translate to TV. So thank you so much. And really, we have multiple crews all over Europe right now. It is fantastic that you're able to kind of capture that and bottle it to send it all around the world. Okay, so let's talk about the team that came in second place. And what a story. It was the old 1 foot out the door, wasn't it, Job? We said goodbye yesterday. It's been great having you. You thought that was it, but with the rain coming in, you're able to sneak into the finals. There was nothing sneaky about what you did today. It was violent at times, actually, with some of the hitting. And I think you enjoyed the fact that you're able to play some competitive games against Wimbledon as well, who I know you have a special relationship with. Obviously, seeing how much talent you have in your team is obvious. You know, I love Zaki's bowling, I think, in the final, you know, really dug deep. I thought you were a magnificent talent. Wishing you all the best. Obviously, you got players like Troy, really experienced campaigners that have had a high level of cricket. Martel's catch today was incredible, an incredible highlight. And really, that's what it's all about. It's about creating moments that you can now keep forever, and you can show your kids, your grandkids, forever. So you can be really proud of yourselves. Really took out a couple of big fish. Couldn't quite get it done in the final, but you thoroughly deserve your silver medals. And I think, is it Steve? Steve from Decimal and Dan, or you'll get presented your medals. But please welcome them up. Spencer Cricket Club, the runners-up for the ECS England. You can all come up. You can all come up. That one's yours. We'll give that one to Gus. We'll save that one for later. Okay, just going to continue with a couple more thank yous. And I've got to say that this has been a big operation, obviously, with so many people at the ground. But to everyone that helped with the food and drink over there in the stalls, thank you so much for the long hours you've put in there and for essentially looking after us. It's been great to go over there for a cup of coffee, or obviously taking care of all the crew's lunch and dinner. So big thank you to everyone, to all the caterers that helped out with that part of the deal. Okay, well, before we get to the winners' medals, there is one more trophy. This is the MVP trophy, and maybe this is the one that Steve will be presenting from Decimal Data. Now, this guy, a little bit of something special. He came with a bit of a reputation, but that only gets you so far. ECN cricket is a different beast, but he certainly looked built for it. And with an incredible finals day, which included a century, the only century of the week, and 2 half centuries, just a class performer all up. We call him Troy Joe. You might know him as Troy Johnson, your MVP for the first ever European Cricket Series, England. Something to celebrate. Honestly, we loved some of that hitting. It's a pure form of the game. It's a form of the game where you can express yourself without fear, and you obviously made the most of that. You hit some ginormous bombs, especially in finals day. Look, now it's time to talk about the winners. And okay, not so easy coming straight in and having to deal with teams that have been playing. Obviously, it's a slightly different format, slightly different conditions even to the Khartoum Oval, where we've seen a lot of you playing in the T10 before. But I'm really excited to kind of keep track of what you guys are doing with the challenges set up now and kind of building those bridges and just to see you kind of progressing as a group. I think it's something really special, something we're really proud of as well, I suppose, for kind of creating that opportunity in the first place. And the fact that you guys are now taking it further, I think it's just really great for you individually and collectively. So much talent in this side. Obviously, most of you, the plan would be to be back in Spain to defend the ECC trophy, which won't be easy. I think you know that all the other teams are playing catch up and catching up really fast. So enjoy the victory, enjoy the season, wishing you all the best. I'd like to invite you up to collect your gold medals now. Your first ever ECS victory. Kalyan Kumar will be handing them out with assistance from young Charlie. Please welcome the winners of this ECS England NCCA. Congratulations. Toby, you know the drill by now. All right, well, finally, and I know we don't want to run too far, but I want to say thank you everyone once again for your support of the European Cricket Network and the journey going forward. It's great to see even Pavel here, who I remember the very first ever tournament. Pavel, he's bowled balls that haven't even landed yet. So Pavel, it's great to have you here as part of the journey, making your debut in ECS England this week as well. But now it's time for Kalyan Kumar of HCL Software to hand over the Winners' Trophy. And your winners of this European Cricket Series, England, are NCCA. Congratulations. Well, we'll save the confetti for October, but I've got to tell you, it's been a great 5 days. We don't take a break. We'll be back tomorrow. Rico full standing by with Nish making a return to the commentary box in Cyprus. 14 days of ECS action there. I'm going to Portugal. I'll be there tomorrow so you can catch me. But wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks again so much for your company. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. For now, hasta pronto.